Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. A couple wins for Michigan and Michigan State on the hardwood last night. First, Michigan had its first game since being ranked number 1 in the AP poll this week. The Wolverines looked every bit the part of the top team in the nation with a 91-80 road win at number 7 Purdue. A 32-11 scoring run in the first half was enough to give Michigan a cushion that they rode to their 21st double-digit win of the year. Now Michigan gets ready for a huge non-conference game this Saturday against number 3 Duke in Washington, D.C. For Michigan State, they also used a big first-half run to blow past UCLA 82-59. The Spartans held the Bruins scoreless for exactly 9 minutes in the midst of a 23-0 run, which would be the difference in the game. UCLA head coach Mick Cronin made headlines for all the wrong reasons after this exchange in the postgame. Cronin's 155-73 in his 7th season at UCLA. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1 on a Wednesday. Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We will get into both teams who were in action last night in college hoops. Michigan with a big win. State with a big win. UCLA's coach going bananas. But let's get into Purdue and Michigan. But first, John, welcome back. Good morning.
Hey, it's great to see you guys. We didn't get a chance to talk about you guys' weekend. I know it was an extended weekend. Mine was here with Stoney on Monday. I was off yesterday, but it's good to see you guys. How was your President's Day extended weekend? Did you enjoy it?
Kinda.
Well, you guys were doing some potty training.
Oh, yeah.
And I got severely sick again.
Again?
You
know what? I don't know what it is that's going around. And Lisa and Teddy have really passed it back and forth for like the last, 2 months, it feels like. Somebody is always sick, but fortunately for the rest of us, we haven't gotten it. But yeah, there's a nasty bug, and there's a lot of people dealing with it.
So it was fun. So I'm sick and also making sure my kid's getting to the potty to pee. But it's been successful so far, so it's good.
Excuse me, Brooks, I need to use that. Sorry.
Nothing elaborate for President's Day, but extended weekend was nice. Valentine's Day was nice.
Oh, okay.
We watched Eternity. Heather, I was telling you about it.
Oh, yeah.
So
was
that's
it good?
Elizabeth Olsen, Miles Teller. The premise of the movie is when you die, you have to pick the eternity you want to spend forever with. Well,
it's the light, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have two options.
There's a few more options in this movie.
Oh, there are.
But without spoiling it, so Elizabeth Olsen's character, she passes away, where she has a chance to spend eternity with her husband of 67 years, or her first husband, who died in the Korean War, who she was madly in love with. And it's this like lust versus long-term love, and she has to make this decision.
Yeah, but the first one could have been long-term.
Could have been. You never know. And what they had and what they could have had and what they could now have. So, yeah, it's a good movie.
Did she basically go with which one was best in the sack?
No, John, but they did give her a chance to experience like a little bit of
both. A little bit of both.
A
little side-by-side comparison.
A little side-by thing. We made an exception for you because the first husband waited. He didn't pick an eternity. He became the barkeep at this eternity.
He waited 67 years for her.
So this ultimate love story, and everybody
he's stuck in purgatory.
Yes, and he waited. He was like the bartender. She had to pick up a job doing like laundry or cleaning service. It's like this big hotel train station that he's just waiting
for her
for 67 years. So what does she do? Who does she pick?
Did you cry?
I did not cry, John. It's got humor in it. It's a little lighter than that. It's not as heavy as I'm making it out to be.
Yeah, but at the end, I mean, she had to obviously make a choice.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I think she made the right choice.
Oh. Well, off air, I'll ask you which choice, because I'm not going to watch it.
I didn't think you would.
Pretty solid.
But we stayed in we didn't do the whole Valentine's Day, out at the restaurant with everybody. We just had a nice chill weekend.
Good for you. Good for you guys. And the weather has been unbelievable.
Dude, well, I wonder if that's changing weather. You start getting sick, but I'm not complaining because we've had a brutal winter. We may go back into a little bit of a lull, but I'm enjoying the hell out of this.
Yeah, we will definitely see some more snow. There's no question. If you lived in Michigan for more than 2 years.
Well, we had to break that to Mark Ryan yesterday. I go, hey, I know you're enjoying this right now. Don't put the coat away.
Oh, yeah.
Hat and gloves are going to be needed
keep
still.
the shovel out.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hey, you know what? Mark might be one of those guys. You could probably donate your
Oh, he wouldn't know any better.
Yeah.
I would look like such a good guy.
I think
Mark.
It's perfect.
As a token of friendship and thank you for filling in, I just want to gift you this electric shovel. Don't mind the cord.
Yeah. Make sure you give him the extension cord, too.
We learned something about him because I said, you got to fill in for John in more ways than one. You got to eat all these punchkis out here.
Oh, yeah, Coach Larry always come through on Fat Tuesday. He did text me while I was out and said, hey, and I text Tom right in the middle of the show. Hey.
But here's the problem. Guy's gluten-free. Couldn't eat any of them.
How long has he been gluten-free?
Too long.
It's not by choice. Like, he's not choosing.
He's got
a silly allergy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he couldn't eat any of them. Although people said they do make some. There are some bakeries that can make them without gluten. But we didn't have any of those, John.
No, Coach Larry's not going to deliver those.
John, speaking of, there is one Poon Shack out there. Now, since you were not here yesterday, I will cede that to you. However,
if
you do not want it, I will eat that.
Oh, yeah, because somebody cut into it.
Yeah. It's already been
trust me,
away
I saw the box and I came in here. The first thing I do when I come in, I set my bag down. I come in here, I set up the mic, I set up all my stuff. And then I saw the box. I'm like, I'm going to have however many are left. Because normally you come in the next day, there's one or two left. And there was one in there. First of all, it's powdered sugar. And it had been sliced already. So have at it. Yeah, have at it.
Greg.
Okay.
Greg can pick around it.
Yeah.
Dog, I eat after my 9-year-old picks and puts stuff in his mouth. So, I'll have that.
Have you not seen the people that come through this building?
Zoo animals?
It is not family. It is not family.
All right. Glad to have you back. And we got a lot to do today, including Tom's free agent matchmaker, 702. We're going to go through some of the big names in NFL free agency and where we think they should end up. We'll do that top of the hour. But let's talk some hoops here. Let's start with Michigan, because that's Mackey Arena. That's a tough place to play, a top 10 team that was on edge because of the Yaxel audio. And Michigan jumped them. They were up 20 in the first half. Got kind of bored, but still put the thing away by double digits. It's now 6 straight wins for Michigan by double digits, including 2 in hostile environments, the Izzone, more on that in a second, and Purdue, Mackey Arena. John, I mean, this team, there's really nothing left to prove until the postseason.
Well, there's always something to prove. And right now, they're clearly in the number 1 overall seed spot. Mm-hmm. You got to prove that you can make it to the tournament and remain in the number 1 overall seed spot. Like what do we see for Arizona? And I'm not sitting here playing the, all these coaches. Well, hey, don't drink the rat poison. It's every time you go out there, and it's a Saturday, right? That they play Duke.
Duke, yeah.
It's a neutral site. It's the number 4 team in the country, and it could be a preview of a Final Four matchup, or at some point, depending on how the brackets fall, but of a matchup where you're going to have to play your best ball. And I just think there's always something to continue to prove. Have they set themselves up in an advantageous position? Absolutely.
I just mean there's no reason to doubt this team at this point. They continue to show who they are, and they may lock up the Big Ten before the month of February even arrives. I mean, that's very realistic with the way they play. And John, it's a non-negotiable. Home or road, their front court, they defend, they can switch, they're tall, they're long. The defense is number 1 in the nation, and then because of that size, they get offensive rebounds. It was killing Purdue. And then just when Purdue starts to make a run in the second half, Michigan was getting going from 3.
Yeah.
Like, you're done. I'm sorry. If Michigan travels with that size, that defense, those rebounds, and then starts making threes, they'll run everybody in college hoops off the floor.
And here's where they don't have something to prove. When they play the best teams on their schedule, they have absolutely shown up every single time.
Well, think about it. You took MSU's best shot in the second half, still one going away.
I'm still talking about the best teams on their schedule. No, sorry, yeah.
Purdue tried to give you their best shot coming out of the half. Dusty's taking a couple timeouts, calms his team down. They end up going away and winning the game anyway. Like, you're right. In hostile environments against top 10 teams, they take your best shot, and then they still end up rubbing your nose in it.
Mm-hmm. And the teams that they haven't played well against have been some of the teams where they felt like we could just roll the ball out. Go back to the trip to Happy Valley, Penn State. They won by 2, or the loss to Wisconsin or Northwestern. Yeah, where they're down, and then, hey, the last 14 minutes, they got to score 21 straight possessions. Those are the games which then when you get to the tournament, you're like, well, okay, you're not going to be playing the best teams to start the tournament, so you better bring your A game for those, along with matching up with, hey, and it gives you great confidence going to Champaign.
Yep.
Playing against a team that is nipping at the heels, and it's a must-win game. It was a must-win game for Purdue. It'll be a must-win game for Illinois, and they could seal everything by winning in Champaign, which would be like, I am master of the Jansen house right now. I am master, because Lucy and I had a little friendly wager, father-daughter wager.
Of course.
She will be wearing the maize and blue in West Lafayette today, which I'm sure she'll get a great reception. I was actually thinking of ordering her a Yaxel Lendenborg jersey.
That'd be a nice thing to do.
That she would have to wear around. But
how about this?
Dad was nicer than that.
He played well. His team played well around him and made that really a non-story.
Yeah, he backed it up. I mean, if you're going to say, and you're going to do things like that, whether or not, hey, at a bar, and well, you shouldn't necessarily take it for what it's worth. Hey, if you're going to say that at any point, you got to back it up, and he did.
The thing I didn't understand was Dusty trying to say it's not bulletin board material. Man, someone saying F the school is definitely bulletin board material. You just got to find a way to win the game and not let it be, this source of a problem for your team.
Stoney and I talked about it, and I'm not huge on the whole bulletin board stuff.
But if it exists, that's bulletin board material.
Sure, you put it out there. It's still, okay. Technically, I don't know you could put a video on the bulletin board, but if you can, in today's age, you probably can.
Well, if you don't believe it exists, that's one thing.
It's more for the environment that they were going into. It was going to fire up the student section. It was going to fire up the fans. It was going to make a very tough situation at Mackey Arena tougher.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, so 6:35, I've got a deeper question to get into with Michigan basketball. So this has been a week where you've had different hosts in, vacations, time off. Monday, Rieger was in with Rico. Mm-hmm. And they had this Michigan basketball question that got them yelling and screaming at each other.
Oh. Does that surprise anyone?
No. So it's a contentious question, although I think it's a pretty easy question. We'll get to that at 6:35. Coming up next, Mick Cronin, post-game audio. What's he doing, tossing his own player and then getting into it with the media afterwards? We'll get to it next. It's 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. You got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing isn't changing: the commitment that First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. And I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see every single day that they make on my finances and my life. I'm talking about real boots on the ground work with local nonprofit that keeps our cities vibrant, and down payment grants that help your neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They're not just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. So why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get you a new ride. Let's talk Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. They make car buying easy. And right now at Moran Chevrolet, GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Silverado LT 4x4 Crew Cab. Get the truck for $259 per month with $999 down. Shop online, see what I'm talking about, MoranExpress.com, or for that service in person, stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We'll get to the Michigan basketball question that set the afternoon show on fire this week. Got the #1 team in the country, and they just keep doing this. Double-digit win on the road at Purdue last night. Jumped them, took the crowd out of it, took their best shot in the second half, and still won by double digits. Michigan State played last night. They took care of business against UCLA at the Breslin Center. And the story isn't so much MSU winning the game, although Scott knocking down those threes early helped pour it on. It's what happened at the end of the game. Mick Cronin, after a foul, pulled his own player and ejected him from the game. Can't say I've ever seen that.
No.
And then he also got into it with a reporter post-game. John, which audio do you want to hear first?
Let's just go in order. So let's go with the ejection.
All right, this is him ejecting his own player. What happened? Suspense. The player involved was a former Michigan State attempted walk-on,
right,
that ended up at UCLA.
So, in my opinion, now I don't know what's going on at practice, the relationship that Mick Cronin has with this player, what's happened in previous games, nor do I really care.
Right.
But I do think in this situation it plays a part. Like if this has been something that he's been doing and they've had conversations, then I guess I understand it. But I'm never one for publicly shaming your players in the middle of the game and, doing the walk of shame while the student section's already been on them all game long. And then your coach ejects you. You're not ejected from the game by the officials. It didn't turn into a flagrant 2, but the coach makes you walk the length of the floor and out the tunnel. That to me was Bush League, and that's not a coach that I think is doing anything to create relationships or endearing himself to his players.
Yeah, they're down 27 points, 4 minutes and change to go. Just sit him on the bench.
Yeah. Hey, if you want him to be punished, the punishment should have been, hey, you sit at the end of the bench. You're not going back in. It doesn't matter anymore. We're down 25 points, and then let the student section say what they want at that point. Which at that point they're not going to say much to him.
No, scoreboard, game's over. Speaking of that student section, this is the thing. Like how he comes across so poorly in this exchange afterwards. Cuts off the reporter's question and then wags a finger and tries to embarrass the reporter. Mick Cronin, classic sore loser.
It's a small man making himself smaller.
You raising your voice at me?
Yeah, I'd like to give you kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Do we need to pull that drop? Are you raising
please.
your voice at
Let's
me?
do that. That'd be great. It'll come up. Like, look,
yeah, when you get me fired up, you're going to hit that button and it's going to just send me through the roof.
Yeah, please, Greg, if we can get that on the board, that would be awesome. But like the question was, Booker's a former Spartan. The crowd's getting after him. It's a hostile environment. Like, is it the greatest question ever? It's probably not overly relevant, but it could be interesting depending on what the coach says. We're in the interesting business. You ask a question to try to get an interesting answer. To be shut down, bullied, and then just continue to pile on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the ramble on. It's the, that's the worst question I've ever been asked.
You've been asked the worst question. Come on.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I honestly, I was watching, and he's a small man, and I'm watching it going like I think he's actually shrinking on the screen as I'm watching this.
I mean, he's had a few of these outbursts now. Is he just not cut out for this? Like dealing with young people and coaching college sports? We're a long ways away from the Final Four he got UCLA to in his second season.
If I'm in the administration there, I'm looking at everything and taking a look. Okay, he publicly shamed his player by making him walk off the court. And then some of these outbursts, like if you're not seeing production on the floor, you're not seeing winning, and now you're having some of these things, because it's going to be hard. You think recruits are going to look at what he just did to his player and say, yeah, I want to play for that guy. I mean, you look at him and you're instantly like, this guy is a total a-hole.
Yep. Like how you put it, small man getting smaller by the second. He is 5'7".
Yes.
Listed.
No, yeah. He's a small dude.
He's about 5'1" at the end of that exchange.
Yeah, he is.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So we do have some more information that has been released in regards to that dead body that was discovered near a lake in Commerce Township on Monday. Mm-hmm. Police say they are now investigating the death of a 19-year-old from Inkster as a murder. So it has been determined that the victim had been shot, but it's unknown who did it or why. So now Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard is asking for the public's help, and he says he is committed to holding whoever did this, whoever is involved, fully accountable. Oh, a major meth haul was intercepted by Canadian border officers at the Blue Water Bridge earlier this month.
Oh, you said meth haul. I'm like,
a
meth
meth
where
hall.
they serve meth.
Yeah,
Not a hall.
Yeah, it's like Angel Hall on Michigan State, on Michigan's campus. Yeah,
a hall like yes,
a big take.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Nearly 600 pounds of meth was stopped from entering Canada and Port Huron when 16 duffel bags packed with the drug were discovered in a truck. The total weight was actually 587 pounds. So just about. A 29-year-old from Ontario was arrested, charged with importing methamphetamine and possession of methamphetamine for the purpose of trafficking.
when asked, like, hey, what's your plan? Did you know that was there? I don't know. Did you ask what was in the bag?
Nope, nothing.
The classic defensive.
Stoney is going to have to travel out of state to see Bruce Springsteen on his Land of Hope and Dreams tour because he is going to skip Detroit. And the closest shows to Detroit will be in Chicago on April 29th and then in Cleveland on May 22nd. Those tickets go on sale Friday and Saturday.
Do you think Bruce is trying to avoid Stoney by not doing the Detroit show?
Just run away from Stoney. I just can't see him again.
Yeah.
But he will.
Yeah, there's every time we go to Detroit, there's this guy that's always shows up.
But he's always there, even if it's not in Detroit. He just follows him.
I say good luck.
So yeah, the last time he was in Detroit was in 2023 at Little Caesars Arena. Shia LaBeouf had a rough time during Mardi Gras in New Orleans. He found himself in cuffs following a drunken altercation. So he was ejected from, I'm guessing, a bar or a restaurant bar after he was punching a man several times. Then he left, kicked out, left, but he came back and obviously wasn't in a very good mood. And several people were trying to hold him back, but he started throwing punches again at the same guy he'd already hit earlier. Punched another guy in the nose. It sounds like he didn't fare very well in all of this either because as people were restraining him, he was being punched too. Ultimately, he was arrested. The people held him down until police got there. He was charged with 2 counts of simple battery. And it does sound, if I don't know a lot of his background personally, but it does sound like he has a history with some mental health issues, also alcoholism, and has had some run-ins with the law. The bartender who waited on him, I don't think that same night, but earlier in the week, said that he was terrorizing the city.
So I know you asked this a lot to us about how to pronounce athletes' names.
Oh, yeah.
That's one where I've never really. That's officially
Shia
how?
LaBeouf?
Yeah,
I don't know.
What did you think it was?
I don't know. I mean, I've always said it's Shia LaBeouf.
LaBouffe. LaBoo-boo. I don't know.
It seems like it fits more that way with that type of.
It's one of those
action.
names that just. There's
one
no
word?
pause. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
one word. It's
Yeah.
not just Shia LaBeouf. It's Shia LaBeouf.
Have you ever heard anyone call him Shia or
No,
LaBeouf?
no,
it's Shia LaBeouf.
It's always one word. I know with this job, things are probably a little different, but do you guys go to sleep at the same time as your
No.
wives?
We're always in bed at the same time, and yeah, we do.
Because I definitely don't, because I try to go to bed pretty early. I try to go to bed early. And then my husband doesn't have to because he can sleep in a lot later. But there's a new report. It says that couples have, the average couple has they call this a bedtime gap. So the time between when you go to sleep and your significant other, this bedtime gap of 80 minutes, which is, an hour and 20 minutes, which, okay, I can get that. Sure. But they say, while the extra, me time that might be nice for winding down or watching a show on whatever streaming service you are watching it on. But the report found that couples with fewer bedtime gaps tend to be happier together.
Makes sense.
And very happy couples go to bed together about 4 times per week.
Oh, we go to bed together every night.
Well, it doesn't seem all that crazy to suggest a person that you married that you love, if you spent more time with them, you'd be happier.
Right. Yeah. Or you would.
I could have conducted that study.
I mean, I get it, but I don't necessarily agree with it. I mean, I can agree with it, but I can also, I don't go, the only time we go to bed, Colin and I go to bed together at the exact same time is on the weekends.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday.
Because
Sure.
I go upstairs. I mean, like, I'm trying to be in bed at 9 o'clock. I don't fall asleep at 9,
sure.
but I'm trying to be like the whole nighttime routine. I want to be in bed by 9.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I'm staying up till
Midnight.
or later. I don't even know what time he goes to bed.
I don't want to miss the opportunity.
I don't
Of
know.
course, John.
Anyway,
It's Heather with the
I
news.
mean, come on. If you're not there, it's not happening.
He's not wrong. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven all of them, and I've driven a Ram. It's really not much of a competition. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal. For power, there's absolutely no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8. And why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Just doesn't make any sense. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and ease to use the technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are absolutely phenomenal, so are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's that easy, and all you got to do is tell them that I sent you.
7:02 NFL free agent matchmaker. Where are the biggest names going to play next year? Will the Lions get any of them? We'll get to that top of the hour. Michigan Hoops with the win last night against Purdue. The question that set the afternoon show ablaze, a yelling and screaming match this week.
I'm curious as to what this question is.
Is it national title or bust for Michigan?
Is that the question?
You would think it's an easy answer. Yes, the only satisfying conclusion to this season is for Michigan to be the last team standing, cutting down the nets.
So, okay, I need some clarification then.
Yeah.
What were they screaming about? Who was on what side?
Rieger was in with Rico. And Rico said, hey, you're the number one team in the country. This is before they played Purdue. And said, yeah, man, the only way that you can be that iconic team, the only way the season is a success is if you guys win the national title. To which Rieger said, that's a Spartan talking point. You're moving the goalposts and setting this team up so if they don't, then you can rip them. And it turned into a Michigan State squabble fest. Well, you guys celebrate Final Fours. Why can't that be Michigan's destination? Well, if you guys are going to make fun of us for celebrating Final Fours, then you have to win the national title. And it turned into rivalry bickering. We can do that. I'm not particularly interested in that. I just want to ask the question for Michigan basketball, as they sit today, beating everybody by double digits, 6 straight wins by double digits. They do it at the Breslin. They do it at Mackey. They did it last night in epic fashion. It's only a national title that makes this season a success. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on. 2-4.
I don't understand. That's not a Spartan take. That's a competitive basketball. And so what makes it even more important is you've gone out and you've put all your resources into the transfer portal. You've spent money on this roster. Mm-hmm. This roster is producing. You've spent money on your coach. He was signed for signed for a year or longer than that, but then you redo his contract. Like, you've invested money in this program, and now you're seeing the fruits of that money and the labor that they're putting in, and you've taken on Auburn, a ranked team at the time. You beat them by 30. Gonzaga, ranked team. You beat them by 40. USC at the time was ranked. You beat them by 30. Michigan State by 12 in their place. You beat Nebraska at home. Now, that was a little bit of a barn burner. I think it was, 2 or 3?
Yeah.
And then Purdue, a top 10 team, and you go to their place and you win by 11. You are in position for the number 1 overall seed. Yes, the only acceptable finish is that you set the bar as high as it can go.
Michigan has played for a few national titles. Remember the Beeline era where they played Louisville and they played Villanova? They played 4 national titles. They made Final Fours. The next step is to win it all. And people don't like how much of a business college athletics have become. But, John, you're right. ROI. What's the return on investment? If Michigan's going to hit the portal as aggressively as they did, if they're, quote, the best team money can buy, which I think is a line from jealous fan bases, but fine, then the ROI has to be, the return on investment is they win the national title or the season's a failure. And I think they can embrace it. They're the number 1 team. They went on the road last night, and they conducted themselves like a team that expected to win. John, their defense is non-negotiable. They're the best defense in the sport. They've got a front court with size. They can switch. They clean the glass. Then on the offensive end, yeah, they're collecting offensive rebounds. That shows up every night. That's going to give them a chance every night. Then you start burying threes in the second half, and you start burying teams. They're the best team in college basketball. They only have the 1 loss. They might not lose again. Like, they are in a position where they could lock up the Big Ten before the month of March even begins. A good Big Ten, we could add. They would be clear-cut the number 1 team in the country. They beat Duke this weekend. You could pencil them in for a number 1 seed before we even get to the month of March.
Yeah, and I just don't understand anybody that would say at this point that it's really hard to make a Final Four. I get that. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to win a national title. I understand that. But that's the expectation. We talk about it all the time. We reset the expectation for the Tigers last year, and then we had to reset that expectation for the Tigers. We're resetting it right now for the Pistons throughout the course of this year, the year 2 of JB and everything that's going on. That's what you do.
You know what it is, John? You earned this conversation.
Yes.
Michigan has earned this. We were having this conversation in a little bit in November when they were blowing people out like Gonzaga by 40.
Yeah, but it was way too early.
But that was the thing. It's too early, and we'll see in conference play. And guys, don't you know, it's the Big Ten's so tough. And once they get into conference play and they have to go to Mackey and they have to go to Breslin and they have to go to the Assembly Hall maybe, or they have to go to... Guys, we're here. They're doing it. They're beating people, and they're doing it convincingly. So they've earned the standard of championship or bust. This isn't something that the media is forcing on them to put pressure on them. They put the pressure on themselves, and they still show up every single time.
So I think what fans are doing when they don't want to say championship or bust is that they're safeguarding their emotions, which is fine, because what they're not going to do and what I'm not going to do is spend a month and a half saying, well, you better win it, 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 well, you better win it. Nice win against Duke, well, you better win it. We're not doing that.
No.
And I don't want to do that.
No, I think we celebrate the successes along the way with the goal, the spotlight on the trophy.
Yes, and maybe if they do fall short, maybe we'll look back on this. Maybe we'll think fondly of this season. If they don't, that's for the future to look back through the lens of time of history. However, and I've said it this way, to rephrase it this way, I will not take any bargain of going so far in the tournament and capping their season before letting it play out and let's see how the season rides.
We did this game with Stoney one day when you were out, and Greg kind of impromptu. It was kind of the mountain climber game we do, and he said, would you lock in the Final Four, but that's where your season ends, or would you let it play out? Well, you have to let it play out for Michigan.
Yeah.
So would you take a spot in the title game, or would you let it play out? Well, I'd let it play out. This team is the best team in college basketball. I'm taking, to Greg's point, no bargains. The only satisfying conclusion is not a cash out in the Final Four. It's a national title. 248-539-9797. Let's get some phone calls in here. E in Detroit, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Good morning. First and foremost, go blue.
Go blue.
Now, here we go. Let me be honest with you all. The culture is being set. The foundation is being set. It's not championship or bust. A championship will be perfect for us right now. But I'm telling you what Dusty May is doing, he's showing the country and all the guys that's going to enter the transfer portal that I trust you. Even when Yaks got into the little situation back in March, Dusty May came out and said that was months ago. I trust him. Now, the style of play that Michigan's playing right now is going to make a lot of players want to transfer over here. We're going to be number one for years now. So my thing is, I wanted to win that championship this year, but if we get to the Final Four, I will be satisfied. But next year, downtown at Ford Field, we have to win that natty. I hate that I love that we're doing it this year. I love that we're doing a great job this year.
The only problem with that philosophy, and I agree to a point that you are laying a foundation. This is year 2 for Dusty May, but you reset that foundation every single year in college basketball.
That's what I was going to say, is this year might be your best chance. Not that you couldn't do it in future years, but it's a re-roll and a reset every year, and you are that team this year.
Now, let me ask you a question, John.
Yeah.
Because you play for Michigan. I'm glad of that. Go blue.
Go blue.
But if you was entering the transfer portal, if you was a young kid right now thinking about entering the transfer portal, you're weighing your options. The first thing you're going to say is, oh, Yaks came from here. The one guy came from Illinois. Look what they're doing over here now. The guy came from North Carolina. North Carolina is a high-profile team. Mm-hmm. Look what he's doing over here in Michigan right now. May made them 3 guys. May has made better. If not a first round, they will be a second-round draft pick. May has made them guys better. If I'm entering the transfer portal, I want to go to Michigan. I want to wear that block M, not because of the past. Yeah, the past, the history is the history. But I want to go for what you've done lately. And what Dusty May has done in 2 years, winning 51 games, out of 62 games. Come on now. Go blue. The foundation is here. I want them to win this year, but it won't be a bust if they don't. But I hope they do. My bet is they will. Go blue.
Go blue. Thanks, E.
I wonder if he was a Michigan fan.
Yeah. But so I do agree that you have to establish that you're a winning coach.
Yeah.
All right. And Dusty May has now done that in 2 spots. he is established as a winning coach. And certainly there are players that are looking at Michigan going, hey, if I enter the portal, maybe I do want to go play for Dusty May. Maybe I do want to go to Ann Arbor. But there's also going to be teams like Houston, like Duke, like Arizona, like UConn, that will be very attractive to those players as well. So it's a check in the positive column that you're winning.
Well, it's two things.
But you also have to continue to be able to call up the donors and say, we need more money.
I was just going to say, you got to have both going. You have to have the money to get in the door, and then you got to be able to sell yourself. And Dusty can sell himself looking at what they've done so far this season and what he's done in his career. Yeah, he's made Michigan a destination.
Yeah, are they saying the same thing in Lincoln now? We've got to go to Lincoln, Nebraska because Nebraska's winning.
But to the point, you rebuild your team every year. And when you re-roll, you might have a good team next year. You might have a very good team. This could be a great, iconic team, but you got to win the national title. It's 97-1. You don't want to have to rebuild your house every year or get new windows every year or a brand new roof every year. If you're making those kind of decisions, you want stuff that's built to last. Those are big decisions. When it's time, you want a company that you can trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on who else but Shaner Roofing. They're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding now, too. And here's what sets them apart. Shaner's a local, family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And that means something when you've been in business for 30 years. A lifetime warranty doesn't mean much if the company's going to go out of business next year, if they're a fly-by-night operation. But Shaner Roofing has that reputation that's built to last. And you can take a look. 4.9-star Google ratings. That's thousands of happy homeowners. That reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. If you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Knock out some phone calls, read your text. Is it championship or bust for Michigan hoops? They've earned that discussion. Just keep beating everybody. Home, road, double digits in 6 straight. One last night at Mackey. Beat the Boilermakers. Suffocating defense. Great around the basket. And then you just start pouring in threes in the second half. One going away, even after taking the Boilermakers' best shot. Tom, are you on board with this championship or bust?
Yeah, because I do think goalposts move and expectations change throughout a season. And what they've done in the last 6 games, 6 straight double-digit wins, they're putting up 80-plus points on the road. The question here is this team special? I know the word they used in the afternoon was iconic, and that kind of caused the problem here a little bit. Are they? Well, we'll find out on Saturday night because they're playing Duke, who's second in Ken Pom. Mm-hmm. I think the one thing Michigan hasn't passed yet is have they beaten a powerhouse out of conference. Gonzaga, I question. Okay. Auburn, I question. Duke, there's going to be no questions. They're second in Ken Pom. They have 2 losses by 4 points, one on a buzzer beater, the other with a free throw with 3 seconds left in the game. So, and they're against 2 ranked opponents. I think here's where the goalpost moves. If they beat Duke, and it's somewhat convincingly, or just they're not in really trouble in the game, the conversation moves to, is the NCAA tournament the NCAA or the Michigan Invitational? You want to know why? Because right now the odds in Vegas are plus 360 Michigan. The next closest is plus 600. Those odds are going to go below plus 300 if Michigan wins, and wins especially convincingly. And then it becomes, are they one of those special one-season teams like the Anthony Davis Kentucky team where you just penciled them in as champion, the 2009 North Carolina team? Are they that team?
Well, that's what they would be chasing, and that's what they are chasing right now, is will they go down as one of the all-time great teams in college basketball history? That's why to have that conversation, you need the hardware. They lose in the Final Four, no one's ever going to bring them up as one of the all-time great teams in college basketball history. You earn that, and you do that by being the only team left standing at the end.
Well, and I think when people don't want to say it's national championship or bust, they don't want to, and I know, Stoney loves to have these conversations, and we did about the Olympic skater who could have got the gold, is, the day after they lose, is this the greatest choke job of all time?
Jim,
because you put yourself in that conversation where you say it's national championship or bust. If you don't, then why was it that you weren't able to ultimately win a national championship? Was it that you just weren't good enough and we overestimated you, or was it a choke job?
Jim, you would agree you're the one that gambles and knows a lot about that. So if you drop below plus 300,
that's staggering.
Going into before you start a playoff or anything like that,
a single elimination tournament, yeah.
That's Vegas being scared that they're going to win.
Yeah, so they have to lower the odds, so they have to pay less. Yeah, I mean, that's why odds move, in part. 248-539-9797. This one says it'd be extremely disappointing to fall short. They're clearly one of, if not the top team, but 6 one-and-done basketball games is different than an NBA-style best-of-7. Another says, if Michigan sweeps the floor but loses in the championship game by a buzzer beater from the logo, we're going to call this season a bust?
Okay, yes, you're allowed to have context. But why did you let it be that close?
The Michigan team is too good to not be championship or bust. Another says, I disagree with 99% of what Rico says, but he's absolutely correct when he got into this with Rieger. And Jeff was trolling. If Michigan doesn't win it all, they're not special to have a special season or be iconic or whatever you call it. You have to win it all.
So I always go back to some of the things that I've learned through my athletic career. And one of the things that I was taught very early is about being consistent. Consistency is the truest measure of performance. And this team has been very consistent. Yeah, have there been peaks? Have there been valleys? Sure. But their valleys are not as deep as their peaks are high.
Yeah. Let's get a couple quick phone calls in. Let's go to Alex in Ann Arbor. Alex, good morning.
Hey, Jim. How you doing?
Good.
So I agree with Rico, and I just looked at what Dusty said in the postgame last night because they asked him about the upcoming game on Saturday, and he basically said, we don't care about the game on Saturday. We want to be number 1 on April 7th. So if the coach is saying that, then yeah, it's definitely championship or bust. And just real quick, the scary thing for Rico and Michigan State's perspective is Michigan's not going to win because he's just going to hit the portal again and get elite bigs and pair them with the backcourt that'll probably come back next year, and they'll be better again than Sparty. So just let them keep moving forward with the types of topics on Monday to move the goalposts to make them feel better.
Yeah, I don't know if Rico's setting a trap to set them up for failure by saying they have to win the national title, because I think even Michigan fans agree, like, that is the satisfying conclusion. Anything else would feel like, boy, we had the best roster in the sport, we're the number one team, and we didn't win at all.
Well,
it's a letdown.
Okay. Well, do you think that anybody in Spartan Nation really cares about what Michigan fans have to say? If there's going to be a success on their side, it's the same thing for Michigan fans. What do we really care about what anybody says, setting up Michigan for, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and say this if you lose? No, you set the expectations yourself.
What you're saying is, do you think I give a rat's ass?
Exactly.
Thank you, Mick Cronin. Let's get to Steve in Taylor. Steve, good morning.
Morning, guys. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
I just think that it's the terminology that's set us off a little bit. Bust is a really strong word. I mean, disappointed, yes, but if they lose one game out of the 6, yes, we'd all be disappointed, but I just have a hard time saying the word bust because they would have had a great season. Like I said, disappointed. I just think it's a terminology of the word bust is too strong for some of us to take.
Well, Steve, I also think, okay, context matters as well. You get into the tournament, and one of the things that this team has set itself up for is to be able to sustain injuries and still be good. Like they're good. They've got 2 or 3 at every position that could step in and be a leading scorer, or that could step in and be a guy that defends well. But we don't know what's going to happen throughout the course of the tournament.
Well, this text says it's a different beast. Anything can happen. Final Four is still a success. Michigan's played for a couple national titles recently. This is the team that's good enough to do it.
You sure feel like it is, yeah.
Yeah, like when they got to the title game against Villanova, I remember saying that day I didn't think they were good enough to win that game.
Well, and
now Louisville, you could argue they should have with Trey Burke, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. You don't want to live life with regret. Michigan has a real chance to do it this year. Of course, that's the only outcome that makes you happy.
I said feels like they've proven that they can be that team.
Talking NFL free agency coming up next. Matchmaker, it's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Both Michigan and Michigan State men's basketball rolled to pretty comfortable wins last night. For the Wolverines, the new number 1 team in the nation went to Mackey Arena and picked apart number 7 Purdue 91-80. Michigan had 6 scorers in double figures, led by Elliot Cadeau with 17 points. Both L.J. Kaysen and Trey McKinney contributed 13 off the bench as Michigan collected its 21st victory by 10 or more points this year, but their first win as the number 1 team in the country. However, Dusty May said they're not focused on the number next to their name.
This is great for our fans. It's great for recruiting. It's great for the attention that it puts on our program and our prestigious university. But as far as do we care? Absolutely not. April 7th, if we're number 1, that's what we're ultimately concerned with. But in the meantime, we're trying to win a Big Ten championship, and we're trying to set ourselves up for the best seed possible, things like that. So the number 1 ranking, absolutely not. I mean, obviously, when you become number 1, you do it in a week where you have to go to Purdue and play Duke on a neutral site, then you know it could be short-lived if you let it affect you at all.
Michigan gets number 3 Duke this Saturday in Washington, D.C. For Michigan State, an 18-0 first-half run that spanned a whopping 9 minutes led to an easy 82-59 win over UCLA. Bruins head coach Mick Cronin had quite the night after ejecting his own player after a hard foul in the second half and getting into an emotional exchange with a reporter after the game. UCLA was blown out by a combined score of 168-115 during its trip through the state of Michigan. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, is this our romance music? I was thrown off for that. Anyway,
we're going to matchmaker.
Little matchmaker free agency edition in the NFL. Tom's got names. We've got destinations.
Yeah, we got quite a pool of free agents. I didn't realize it until I saw this list. There's some good talent out there. So first one we're going with, Trey Hendrickson.
I'm going to send Trey Hendrickson to the Bears because it seems like they always kind of do what we want our team to do. And last year it was, hey, they solidified their offensive line. How do they make that team a little bit better? I think they solidify the defense. It was a good defense to begin with, but I think they go with Trey Hendrickson.
Jets have the 4th most cap space. He was in New Orleans. With Aaron Glenn, I think he's a Jet.
One of the bigger free agent wide receivers on the market, George Pickens from the Cowboys.
I think the easy answer is the Cowboys franchise tag him or transition tag him, but he stays in Dallas.
I think so too. I mean, they want to give Dak all the tools possible. They love him, so in turn, they want to make sure that they keep that duo as wide receivers together.
All right, big one here, maybe with the Lions. Center Tyler Linderbaum.
As much as I want him to land here in Detroit, I think he goes with his coach, John Harbaugh, and ends up with the Giants.
I think there's a chance he goes to Detroit. I think there's a chance he goes back to Baltimore, but ultimately I'm with you. I think the fit there is starting over with his coach as a foundational piece on their offensive line. I think he'll play for the G-Men.
Maybe one of the bigger names I think that's kind of just been stuck in misery with the Jets is running back Breece Hall.
Okay, I said the Texans. They need to give more help to C.J. Stroud. And it may be a fruitless endeavor. It doesn't end up paying off, but I think they need more from their running game, and I would put him in Houston.
Well, you know who needs a lot of help is Cam Ward. And that's a team that they've got to give him, if they believe Cam Ward is their franchise quarterback, and I think Breece Hall just simply, he'll go anywhere. 31 other teams other than staying with the Jets.
All right, NFC North name here with the Packers, offensive tackle Rasheed Walker.
So I know that there's conversation about Taylor Decker. Could he go in division here? I think this is going to be one of those guys where somebody's going to overpay, and I think it's the Raiders because they're going with, obviously, the number one overall pick. They're probably going to take quarterback out of Indiana, Fernando Mendoza. So they're going to do all they can to protect him. And give him good odds. I think he goes to the Raiders.
Yeah, I had the same read. Top tackle on the market's going to get top dollar by a team that's got a lot of money. Raiders would be wise to invest in the offensive line if they're taking a QB number one. He's playing for the Raiders.
Well, another big tackle on the market is Braden Smith from the Colts.
So Houston's got to support. Did I mention they have to support C.J. Stroud? I'm going to put him on Houston.
So I'm going with another quarterback that needs support, and that's in New York. I mean, we know if they're going to bring in Linderbaum at center, why not continue to upgrade that offensive line to give Jackson Dart all the protection in the world, which he did not have last year? So I'm going to go with the Giants.
You know, you said the Texans with Braden Smith. If they make those two signings and just replenish the line a little bit more in the draft, they could actually be a threat to hop the Lions to get an offensive lineman. They're going to win the Super Bowl. Okay.
But isn't it obvious for them? I know they got to create a little space, but that's what they need to target is supporting the run game and the O-line for their quarterback.
Exactly. I don't know. Do you know their cap situation? Do they have the money?
They're going to have to create some.
Just like the Lions, right?
Yeah.
All right. A name that people wanted around here during the season at one point, Rick Woolen.
I'm looking at this one, and I'm saying which defense has to improve and which coach is on the hot seat. And I'm going to go with Dan Quinn in Washington. Their defense has been bad. And I think he ends up in Washington.
Man coverage corner, team with lots of money to spend. How about the New York Jets for Rick Woolen? I think that fit makes a lot of sense.
Can he get an interception?
They need at least one next year, right?
Are one of my favorite players in the game right now, and I would like to see him play somewhere else at least one season. Wide receiver Mike Evans.
Okay, a lot of people are going to connect these dots. I'd love to see him in Buffalo. Give Josh Allen that big body number one target. Mike Evans, a little long in the tooth at 32. I'm not sure how many more years he will be a number one, but it's kind of a last hurrah. It's a match made in heaven. Get him to Buffalo.
So I said that too. I want him to see him in Buffalo, and this might be one where, hey, all chips are at the center of the table for new coach and Josh Allen. Hey, give him a receiver like Mike Evans. I think it would be awesome. However, I think he loves Tampa. Tampa loves him. And I think he ends up back in Tampa.
No fun. That's no fun.
Report yesterday was that he's kind of going to try to test free agency this time around. What about the Chiefs?
Sure.
I mean, it's all in Tampa. And for him, depending on timing, like when is quarterback going to be back?
Sure. I also think that's a huge point for him. Doesn't have a ton of time left. And why is Kansas City going to prioritize receivers? Get your offensive line right.
Yeah.
All right, another one here that I think is going to be definitely compelling because I'm just not sure what he is. Quarterback Malik Willis.
He's a stopgap, but I think he ends up with the Jets. I don't want to see Kyler Murray there. I know that they've been linked a lot in terms of a trade. I think that would be awful for Aaron Glenn. I think Malik Willis makes great sense with the Jets to give them 2 solid years to get back on their feet.
So I think Pittsburgh would make sense, but if Rodgers is back, clearly not. I think the Colts are the destination for Malik Willis. Danny Dimes has that Achilles. He's a free agent. He's injured. And I don't think they trust Anthony Richardson. If Steichen, who's a good offensive coach, wants a moldable quarterback, I think Willis fits the bill.
I heard an interesting take driving in this morning that the Raiders could consider him. Now, if you think he can play the position and be a starter in this league, that the Raiders get him in free agency and move that number 1 pick for a ton of capital to replenish the rest of their roster. I think that was an interesting thing because I'm not sure about Mendoza. I don't know if he's a franchise quarterback. All right, there's no better time to hit free agency than after you win the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker III.
I got him staying in Seattle.
Me too. I think they understand Sam Darnold's strengths and weaknesses. And they want to be able to continue to hand the ball off. They've got a great 1-2 punch. So, hey, bring the gang back together and make another run at it.
Next one, a name that people have been enamored with around here for a while, and it seems like he hits free agency every year, Khalil Mack.
You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is the player that Brad Holmes thinks Marcus Davenport is. This is a heavy edge who can rush the passer. He was number 12 graded edge player on Pro Football Focus, number 8 against the run. How about instead of rolling Davenport out there, you make a real investment in a guy who can play the run and the pass in Khalil Mack? This is a Lions fit.
Okay. Well, that's cute. The comments, and you think that they're going to bring Khalil Mack in. I think another team that does all the things that we kind of dream our team to do, San Francisco. I think he ends up in San Francisco.
That'd be very annoying. The privilege, right?
Yep.
Rico's privileged team. A name, I would compare this one to Breece Hall on the list. Another guy who I think he could really explode in his career potentially, but am I just buying into college hope and hype? Kyle Pitts Sr.
So had his most touchdowns, most receptions, and now he's going to get an offensive-minded coach in Stefanski that utilizes the tight end. I think it would behoove him to stay in Atlanta and experience what a real offense looks like.
I flirted with the idea of putting him in Miami. They need a tight end. He could be featured there next season. Warm weather played at Florida. But I think you're right. For his career, and they need a tight end too, it's a great fit with Stefanski. Stay in Atlanta.
All right, we had a center earlier, Linderbaum, and he's the big fish on the market if he hits it and doesn't get tagged. But a sneakier center opportunity made for the Lions, Connor McGovern.
See, this is the guy I think ends up with the Lions. They were a great rushing team last season, the number 1 running team. He was at the center of that, paving the way. Also great in pass pro. I don't want to deal with double A gap and mugs and twists and stunts. He gave up 0 sacks as a center, number 2 in pass block win rate last season. This is the Lions' offensive piece, Connor McGovern.
I'm not sure Linderbaum gets out of Baltimore. And if he does, he probably does what I said. He goes and follows his coach to the Giants. So you may not even have a chance to get him. The next guy that's not going to cost quite as much, but he'll still cost you. He's young. He's experienced. He's a quality center. I do think he ends up in Detroit.
All right, another guy with a huge name and maybe the biggest nose in the NFL, Joey Bosa.
Is this anti-Italian discrimination?
He has a huge beak.
He does. I have him going to San Francisco. The Bosa brothers team up.
Oh, yeah. I've already sent Khalil Mack there, so they take care of it with that. I think he ends up going to Washington. Again, I think you got to be able to stop the run. You need a guy, and Dan Quinn, he's not looking for 4 or 5 year guys. He needs to win now. So he does all he can to get Joey Bosa in Washington.
Well, this list I got had 50 free agents. I pulled 15 of them, but they also projected where a player went. They had Bosa going to the Lions. How would you guys react to that?
I'd be cool with it.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted him last year.
Yeah.
And he stayed healthy this year.
All right, we haven't had a Lion on the list yet, but we're going to finish with one. Alex Anzalone.
I think the perfect landing spot for him, I don't think he stays in Detroit. I think Aaron Glenn is looking to bring culture. He's looking, and I don't know that it would necessarily be an upgrade for them, but I think you've got to have a reset for Aaron Glenn with the Jets. He's got to do everything he can to instill what he wants done defensively what better position than a guy that is a try hard, will give you everything type of guy in Alex Anzalone?
Yeah, I don't want to discount this. He's the number 50 player on this list, the top 50 free agent. The Lions will have to replace him. They ran a lot of 3 linebacker sets to counter a lot of the 12 and 13 personnel the league ran. But I don't think he's going to be here. They will replace him. John, the Jets are the team. And I've got the Jets spending money at all 3 levels of the defense. Trey Hendrickson on the D-line, familiarity in New Orleans. Alex Anzalone, familiarity from Aaron Glenn's time in Detroit. And then Reek Woolen, that man coverage corner. They've got money to blow, and I imagine they're going to spend quite a bit of it on the defensive side of the ball so that Aaron Glenn's not replacing yet another DC next season in New York.
What a way to end romantic matchmaker free agency, reuniting Anzalone with Aaron Glenn.
Yeah,
That's
or
poetic.
a breakup in Detroit and Anzalone. Depends how you look
Needs
at
to
it.
be a breakup.
Did you see him posting on Valentine's Day about it, by the way?
No.
The Lions posted a bunch of past breakups, and they didn't include any of his, and he tweeted about it.
Of course. The whole trolling on social media is just bizarre. It's stupid.
There's your matchmaker. I can confirm the Boses are Italian, as if there was any doubt. They do have Italian ancestry. Fellow Paisan. All right, there you go, John. That's your matchmaker. It's 97.1.
Hey, we've had some great weather over the last couple of days, and maybe you start thinking about, what do I want to look like in my bathing suit or in my shorts this coming summer and spring? Hey, Planet Fitness is the place to do it. You get free fitness training for every level of membership that you get. It's $1 down, $15 a month, gets you in the door, and first month right now is free. So you got a great opportunity. If you like what you see, you can always upgrade to the Black Card membership, and it's not that much more. It's $24.99. Gives you access to 2,800 clubs nationwide. So if you travel, there's always a Planet Fitness near you. If you move around Metro Detroit, there's 50 of them. There's always a Planet Fitness near you. And you also get access to the Black Card Spa, unlimited guest privileges, so you can always take somebody with you, because I don't like working out alone either. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Looking over at the Twitch comments, they were wondering how many of these free agents are going to end up being Detroit Lions. And one comment says, is Wojo playing guard? People are restless. Guys.
Well, we didn't have any guards on the list here.
I know. The one comment says, are we just running back 9 and 8? John, you and I both had him addressing center in a meaningful way in free agency. Mm-hmm. And I had him bringing Khalil Mack on board.
Yeah, I do think that they'll address more positions in free agency than we've seen them do. I think there is a sense of urgency. I also think there's a sense of we're going to have to do things a little differently than we've been doing them.
So keep an eye out because it's going to be here before you know it. A couple weeks out from true NFL free agency. Are we getting that Goff restructure that gives them the money to do some of this? Are we getting any cap casualties? We've discussed Taylor Decker. I think Graham Glasgow is another name that they could save some money on as they try to refit and reformat that offensive line. Mm-hmm. The other comment that I see, John, are you dialed in today? Quarterfinals men's hockey at the Olympic stage. Lucas Raymond and Team Sweden facing the Kachucks and Dylan Larkin today.
Yeah. What's that, 3 o'clock today?
3:10. Uh-huh. This is appointment viewing.
It's a tough draw.
It's a terrible draw historically.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a terrible draw. I mean, you're gonna have to beat them at some point.
But you saw the stat I saw. Not that this matters for today's game, but historically, Sweden has been a team that the U.S. struggles with.
In the Olympics.
In the Olympics, they haven't beaten Sweden since 1960. They've tied or lost in 8 contests since.
Yes. In the Olympics.
In the Olympics. Yes. And Lucas Raymond, by the way, 3 points the other day. He's among the Olympic leaders. He's having himself a hell of an Olympics. And I haven't been overly impressed with Team USA. I know they've won every game, but I have not viewed them as a team humming the way the Canadians are humming.
No, but they haven't had to play them yet.
Right.
But this hopefully it's a gold medal matchup.
What I'm saying is I don't think this is just as much as we've built this up to be the U.S. Canada on a collision course. I think this is tougher than maybe the general public thinks. This is going to be a tough game today.
I think here in Detroit, maybe the general public outside of cities that are tuned into what's going on in the hockey world, yeah. But I think here in Detroit, people understand that this is going to be a tough matchup today.
Gold medal or bust for the USA?
After 4 nations, doesn't it feel that way? If you come up short to the Canadians again, are we going to go, hey, at least we got silver? I don't think so.
No, I don't think anybody is going to say, well, at least we got silver. No.
Hey, we're on the medal stand, John.
Yeah, anything less than gold will be disappointing, but I'm not going to go as far as to say it's a failure.
I mean, they don't even get to the medal stand if they don't win today, which, again, correct, I think is very real. Sweden's a damn good hockey team, which is going to make today a fun watch beyond the obvious. Hey, there's a couple Red Wings in the game today. There are stakes. It's an elimination game, and Sweden has played as well as they're the best team that didn't earn a bye. This is as tough an opponent you could have in the quarterfinal as the Swedish team.
Sure. But hey, it's an opportunity to go out there and prove yourself.
You going to make plans to watch this live today?
Oh, I definitely will. Yeah, here's the question I was going to ask, and probably no one knows the answer to this. Would you have to go to satellite radio to hear this on the radio?
Hockey on the radio, like Olympic hockey on the radio?
Yeah.
Somebody carries.
I mean, hockey does get broadcast on the radio.
I clarified. Olympic hockey. Yeah, you can hear all the Red Wing games right here on 97.1. I quickly made the amendment, John.
Hockey on the radio.
John, if I want to get the alpine skiing, which station do I turn to today?
No.
I don't know that anybody's carrying the Olympics on the radio. Maybe there is a satellite channel.
But I would think the U.S. hockey game would be somewhere on the radio because I am there. It's right at school drop-off, pick-up, drop-off, after-school sports. So I am not going to be able to be sitting in front of my TV.
John, Google. Okay. Just Google it. It's out there somewhere.
Well, I didn't think I would get the response. You mean they're going to broadcast hockey on the radio?
What about curling on the radio? Do they have like a have a mic on the broom? It's like Stoney's tennis.
Yeah.
How about luge?
Yeah. How about when the Stones hit?
Oh, no.
Let's go to news.
On that note, here's Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, Sharon Moore was back in court on Tuesday and did score an early win. So a judge approved Moore's request for this evidentiary hearing regarding the circumstances surrounding the warrant used for his arrest. So the defense argued investigators left out key context when presenting information to the court, and the judge agreed that there was enough questions to take a closer look. This doesn't mean the charges are dropped.
No.
But it does give Moore's legal team an opportunity to potentially weaken parts of the prosecutor's case.
Right.
So it was a win for him. So what's next? This evidentiary hearing is scheduled for March 2nd in Ann Arbor. The death of a young man whose body was found near Proud Lake in Commerce Township has been ruled a homicide. So the Oakland County Sheriff's Office says that its detectives are investigating the fatal shooting of a 19-year-old man from Inkster as a murder. They say that the victim had been shot, but obviously a lot of questions remain. Who did it?
Right.
Why? Obviously, the big questions that they want to know. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard called the crime a brutal and senseless homicide that has left a family and community searching for answers. There is a reward being offered for any information that leads to an arrest. So they are asking the public for help, for tips. If you saw something, say something. So history was made at the annual Paczki eating competition in Hamtramck.
Oh.
This is pretty cool. So obviously the competition is part of this longtime Fat Tuesday celebration, draws in big crowds every year. There's, a lot of tradition, a lot of food, a lot of Paczkis. And spectators were packed in this time to watch 6 competitors eat as many Paczkis as possible within 15 minutes.
John, how many do you think you could do before hearing the winning total?
See, I'm never a big fan of the speed eating
timed,
because
yeah.
I want to enjoy my food. Now, the first time Coach Leary brought him, I think it was 2020 it was 21. And I was in the studio over there. Stoney was in here. So I had access to all of them. And I think in the 4 hours, I ate a dozen Paczkis.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember you eating a lot.
Yes.
Because we brought this up yesterday and kind of said, who's going to take your place of eating a dozen? And I don't think you would eat a dozen now.
No, I would not eat a dozen now, but I'm not sure. I mean, that's kind of one of those things. Once you start, you can't stop.
So in 15 minutes.
So yes. So for the first time since 2021, a woman has her name on the Paczki Cup. So the winner downed just about 10 Paczkis.
Okay.
In 15 minutes. So she was the winner this year.
They include a picture?
No, I don't have a picture. I didn't see a video. I'm sure it does exist. Now, the record for this competition, 23 Paczkis
in 15
minutes. Oh my gosh, what a stomach ache. Tiger Woods, you guys, is not ruling out a return to this year's Masters, okay? So he has underwent what I think is like his 7th back surgery in October. He also ruptured his left Achilles last March. The last event he played in was the Open Championship in 2024, but that isn't stopping him right now. He says that the Achilles is no longer a problem. He is able to hit full golf shots, but basically he is still kind of in recovery mode. It was the back surgery that's taking a little bit longer than anticipated. So it's a slow process, but he says he is trying to get to the point where he can play at the highest level. So there is no timetable, but if he can do it, he will, it sounds like.
Cool.
Yeah. Shia LaBeouf has found himself in a lot of issues after he got into a pretty big brawl in New Orleans during Mardi Gras. Yeah, some sort of bar fight.
There's a lot of those that happen during Mardi Gras.
I've never been there during Mardi Gras.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, I have.
John?
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. I know it's a little out of character. I went down there. I was training down there for the Combine. And I was only down there for like a week. And I was like, this is stupid. I'm going to go back to Ann Arbor and train.
You thought it was stupid?
I thought the training was stupid. Yeah, like at Michigan, everybody knows me and they know me best, so they know how to train me. So I went back to Michigan. But the Mardi Gras was awesome.
I mean, I had a great time when I was there, and it wasn't even Mardi Gras. It was awesome. But anyway, he got himself into big trouble. He was kicked out of a bar because he was punching a guy in the face. Instead of just leaving, he left and then went right back and again tried to attack the same guy. People were holding him back. People were holding him down. He took a lot of punches. Police came. He was arrested, facing charges of simple battery.
Do we have any idea what the guy said to get
I don't
punched
know.
and then go back in to punch him more?
I just think a lot of alcohol was involved,
Sure.
is what
Yeah.
I think.
Yes.
Oh, there's still time. I normally don't
yeah.
get time. Okay,
You're
listen to
fine.
this story. A Florida man, you know it's going to be good when there's a Florida man story. He tried to steal a van, but accidentally locked himself inside instead. Dumb criminal. I don't know
Wait.
exactly how it happened, but this guy, his name is Dean Young. He noticed a landscaping van
Mean Dean.
parked along the street. So he got out of his vehicle.
Yeah.
He was in a car, ran up to it, climbed into the back, and then somehow got locked inside.
How?
Like maybe the door was open, but the whoever had it like locked it. So then when he shut it,
Can't
but
you
most
open
of the
cars
times you
from the
can
inside?
open from the inside. Like
not
there's
always, because I know from my childhood this scarred me.
what, the back of a police car?
No. I was with my dad and we went to like Perry Drugs at the time,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And I was old enough to stay in the car by myself. He locked the door. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to go in because maybe, I don't know, I wanted something. And I couldn't get out. The alarm on the car went off and I was locked inside.
I'm still confused because I'm.
So I know it can happen. I don't know how this happened for this
Yeah.
gentleman, but anyway, he started to freak out because he realized he was trapped. He started screaming for help. He was banging on the door, said he couldn't breathe. Somebody called the police because they heard
Right.
this commotion. They came there to get the guy out. He told the cops that he wasn't actually a thief. He was just handing out business cards. And then a dog started chasing him, so he jumped inside the van for safety. That was his story, but it sounds like it
Couldn't
didn't
come up with a better one.
How much time did he
Fly.
have to think of it?
Yeah.
because the whole thing was caught on security camera.
Oh,
so
yeah.
anyway,
Well, it wouldn't have mattered.
he was arrested for burglary and criminal mischief.
Of course.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Michigan basketball. Is this team a special team? It's 97-1.
Let me tell you about a great team, because when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help. It's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means more, but the accident response team is in your corner. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. It's a Wednesday morning. Both our hoops teams were in action last night, Michigan and Michigan State. We'll get to the Spartans a little later, plus Mick Cronin sounding off on the media, ejecting his own player, just generally being a miserable person. Fun little twist, coaches you'd never want to play for. We'll do that later. Let's start with Michigan, because they were the feature last night. They got a top 10 showdown in a tough place to play, and John, yawn, up 20 in the first half. They make it easy.
Well, yeah, they sure remove a lot of stress for the fans. And I mean, there was a little bit of stretch when they got back to single digits. I think the closest it got was 8. And you're kind of thinking, well, maybe somebody gets hot and they make a couple of fluky threes, or I don't know. I was not scared, but I was just like, let's just finish this off, because Braden Smith really was off yesterday.
He didn't score in the first half.
No, he was off, and he was obviously 10 for 10 from the line. You don't want to foul that guy, but 2 for 6 from behind the line or behind the arc, and you just kind of thought, like, he's got that in his past where he could throw up some fadeaway threes and they just find a way to make it.
Purdue really threatened to really get back in the game, but Michigan always had an answer.
They did.
I think Cadeau had a couple of huge baskets.
Yeah, and they handled the
plays.
press. They handled the press at the end. Hey, and you knew they were going to start full court press, and all of a sudden, hey, a couple of easy layups. It was just a response.
Pull it back and waste time. No, you have a layup. Take the layup. Yeah. I mean, get up by another 2 points, another possession.
Well, this is just becoming, and you prove it every time you play, who Michigan is. They went into Breslin, jumped them, took the crowd out of it, and then MSU gave them a counter punch in the second half and tied the game up, took the lead, and Michigan still won by double digits. Well, what happens at Mackey? You're up 20 in the first half going to a TV timeout. Yeah, they get it down to 8, but you squash them like a bug. And John, for Michigan, it's because no matter where they play, home or road, they got the best defense. Their front court's long. They protect the rim. They can switch. It is a pain in the ass to try to score against this team. Purdue early could not buy a bucket. Well, then that same length that's a pain on defense starts grabbing offensive rebounds. You're like, we can't even stop these guys. You know, we stop them once, so we got to stop them 2 or 3 times in the same possession because they just keep going at you. Then they pour in the threes. Greg brings up Cadeau. They also got contributions from 2 different guards off the bench in McKinney and Kaysen. When they're shooting like that on top of being this long, ferocious, tough team at the rim, forget about it. No one's got a chance to beat them when they play like that.
And I'll point out, threes within offense, threes off of passes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what was it? I think their first 14 field goals were all assisted in the game. Something like that. I mean, they were in a rhythm.
Yeah. And at the very end, and when they got within 8 and they were trying to make that push with 2 minutes left, Michigan always had a response, but then Michigan, that's when they got really good at free throws.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the sign of a team that is ready for the moment. When you have guys, and it's multiple guys that get fouled, get to the line, and knock down their free throws, that's how you put teams away.
Do you feel like this is a special team? And it will ultimately depend on how the season ends. But as we take inventory today, do you feel like Michigan's a special basketball team? They've won 6 straight games by double digits, including some of the toughest places to play in the Big Ten. They may have the Big Ten locked up before the month of March hits. They may have a number 1 seed locked up before the month of March hits. John, they have 1 loss all season. They're beating teams by 20, 30, 40 points. Gonzaga earlier in the year, and it's no longer early in the year. They've cemented this over and over again. I'll ask it now before they play Duke. Do you feel like this team is special?
I do. And I mean, I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. One of the things that I really built my career on as an athlete, and now as in anything else I do, consistency is the truest measure of performance. And what did we say at the beginning of the season? Okay, yeah, well, they beat Auburn, they beat Gonzaga. Well, wait till they get into the Big Ten. The Big Ten's going to be a tough schedule, and especially with the way that they end it. Now, we'll see how they end it, but they have been a very consistent team. They haven't had multiple duds where they go out and they're just like, who is this team? Like, they can't hit a shot. Like, they always find a way, and Dusty finds a way to keep the hot hand in the game. And if you're a starting guard and you're not hitting, you're going to sit for the majority of the second half.
There will be some people, I'm just going to get out in front of this, that say, no, it's nothing special. They're just the best team money can buy. And it
Welcome to modern college athletics.
It reeks of jealousy. Yeah, you're always playing by the rules of the era. 30 years ago, you had a lot more upperclassmen, right? I mean, it's hard to compare eras, but there was once upon a time where you had great juniors and seniors who didn't go pro, right? Well, then we had a one-and-done era. Now we have the NIL era. You play in the era that you're in, and Michigan is playing and dominating in this era. So you could be jealous that they're using the portal and using NIL, but that's what it is. It's jealousy that your school isn't doing it, or you wish your school was doing it to this degree.
Yeah, or they're just not doing it as well.
Yeah.
And next year may be a completely different story.
Right.
Who knows?
You re-roll in the transfer portal. You're not going to hit on guys the same every year. It is volatile, but Michigan has struck the right note. They've got the right group.
For this year.
Yeah.
And I do think when you look at how deep this team is, like they didn't just stop at getting one or two starters. Like they filled the roster with 2 or 3 at every position of guys that, okay, yeah, the starters are a little bit better, but you don't lose much when the other guys come in. And, hey, Mara falls out yesterday. And I know he was upset and we all saw it, but what did they lose without him in there? Nothing.
Which is crazy to say, but it was just this. I mean, Merez Johnson is a physical player around the basket. Yaxel Lendenborg gives you the size playing on the wing, and they've got bodies. You're right, John. Like to play Purdue, it's funny. I had this thought earlier in the game. Purdue's used to be able to bully everybody with a 7-footer, and Michigan could throw a 7-footer right back at them in that game. Like they really have answers for everything with the way this roster has been built, and that's a credit to Dusty for targeting specific guys and a credit to the school for funding it. But yeah, they're the juggernaut right now, and they're the heavy favorite to win the national championship. They're the number 1 team in the country.
There's been a shift in that too, just in the last few days, where they're plus 360 to win it all now. The next closest teams are Duke and Arizona in the plus 600s.
Yeah.
So Vegas has started to separate Michigan from the other 2 teams that people thought could win it, because they're starting to get concerned they're going to have a big payout. If Michigan wins Saturday night against Duke, Duke's number 2 in Ken Palm, the third ranked team in the country right now, their 2 losses are by total of 4 points, one a buzzer beater, another one a free throw with 3 seconds
Duke's
left.
real good, yeah.
But if Michigan beats them, I think, and controls the game and wins like by 7 or more, something like that, it's going to be, the talk is going to become, it's Michigan or the field.
Well, I not to preview the game already, it's just Wednesday. Boozer is having a hell of a season for Duke, but he's going to have to play against this length and this front court, and I do not love that matchup for Duke and Boozer specifically.
So when you ask the question, are they special? Are they the team that everybody's going to pick to win it all? Like that single season team we occasionally see, like the Anthony Davis Wildcats, the 2009 North Carolina team that trucked Michigan State at Ford Field. The last one that was super dominant and lost was the 14-15 Kentucky team that made it to the Final Four undefeated. And they had Towns and Booker, the Harrison twins, Cauley Stein. So no matter what, there's never a given. But are they one of those teams? That's the answer I think we might get Saturday night.
So those 3 teams, what they all have in common. Now, you can take this information for whatever you want. You can use it as a detriment, or you can use it as a positive in Michigan's win column. All of those teams had 5, 6 picks go in the next year's NBA draft. Now, Michigan only has the one right now in Lendenborg. So that speaks to they don't have top-end talent that they're just going to throw the ball out there and play and dominate. But it does speak to how Dusty May isn't just grabbing superstars. He is grabbing elements of a team that fit together.
That's a great point. Some text pouring in, 248-539-9797. Michigan won't be special unless they win it all. Nothing is special about a regular season team.
Well, I think to be labeled as special, you're going to have to be. I think they can be a special team.
Well, this is the fight that Rieger and Rico got into early in the week because they use the word iconic. We're using the word special, but we're talking about the same thing. If Michigan's going to go down in history.
This is what happens when Rico's allowed to have opinions.
When you get into this, look at you taking your pot shots this morning. When you get into this, we should all have the same conclusion. It's championship or bust for Michigan. That's how you answer the question of are you special or are you iconic? But we are saying it. Yes, we think this is the best team. We think they're going to win the national title, and anything short is a letdown. It's 97-1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years because they do something a lot of other banks, big banks, have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me, and whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life and in my situation. With First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I feel and I know like I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself, but more importantly for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel the same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn about how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Read some texts on the Wolverines. Play a little of Dusty May for you as well. I think he sums it up. We want to be number one at the end of the season. We talk about Michigan being a special team. That's the question. Do you think this team is national title good? And that is the only way to be special. Here's Dusty May. I think he's describing a championship or bust mentality, though, talking about being number one in April.
Yeah.
And look, I think that they're clearly built to do what they just did, go into Purdue, go into MSU. I think they should be favored when they play Duke this Saturday in D.C. at a neutral site. They've earned the talk of special. They've earned the way that we've talked about them now, championship or bust. You have a chance to go down as one of the all-time great teams in the history of the sport. You absolutely have elevated to championship or bust.
There's a lot of teams throughout the history of college basketball that spent a week at number one or a couple of weeks, and there are some teams that spent the majority of the year at number one, but ultimately didn't win a national title. And that's the entire goal.
I want to point out Duke last year.
Yeah.
Now, it's funny because I was watching the Duke-Syracuse game on Monday.
They blew him out.
And Jay Williams is talking about, because Con Knippel's at the game and Cooper Flagg's at the game.
Yeah.
And Jay Williams is going on about, that Duke team last year, it was so talented. And then Dave O'Brien's doing the play-by-play, and he's kind of like leading him to, yeah, they kind of blew it not winning the national title last year.
Right.
And then Jay Williams was just like, they were so talented. But yeah, that is the team that I was talking about last year. Had 5 picks in the top 40 of the NBA draft.
Yeah, people were comparing them to other great Duke teams, but the difference is those other Duke teams won the national title. If Michigan doesn't win, they'll just go down to, hey, Beeline took a couple teams to the national title. But if you fall short, you fall short. You don't get to be enshrined in history. And Michigan absolutely has a chance to be historic, iconic, special, whatever word you want to use.
And it's because what they've done on the road against Purdue and Michigan State. And then so last night they didn't do the Michigan State game. They didn't let Purdue get back in it. It's just another building block on the road in the Big Ten. And the other thing, too, is they're putting up 80-plus on the road.
And it's 6 players in double figures. It's not like 1 or 2 people. They're a deep team. 2 different guards in double figures off the bench. They can come at you in waves. Everybody knows about the front court and the size, and Mara and Johnson and Lendenborg. This is a deep team. They're built and battle-tested in a good Big Ten to go on the road and win these games. Yeah, I mean, we've reached this point where you have to give them their flowers. I mean, they haven't won the title yet, but they are clearly above everybody else in the sport.
Just a quick thing that I will point out. The scoring is up. Freedom movement is back, baby. So 80 points, teams are going to do that. Hey, Michigan's in that group that can do that now.
And I love the fact that they are going to play Duke on a neutral site. Because you brought up a great point, Tom, about this team learning how to put teams away. Like they go to East Lansing, they're up by double digits, but they allow Michigan State to get back in the game. They didn't do that yesterday against Purdue. Now they're going to get a preview of what the postseason could look like because they're going to play another top-ranked team, probably another number 1 seed on a neutral site. Does that not sound like a Final Four matchup?
It's a perfect timing, I think, too, for Michigan to find out where they're at because this is the best team they're playing this year. All due respect to the other teams they've beaten in the top 10 in the KenPom, but this is like if they win by, like I said, convincingly and control the game like they did last night. They will become like the focal point of college basketball.
So this is an interesting text. It says Michigan basketball is like the 15-2 Lions. They will get bounced in the tournament. I'm taking the field. If I offered you Michigan basketball or the field, who would you take?
I'll answer it at 10 o'clock on Saturday night.
The odds would tell you to take the field, Greg. Yes.
Yes.
But I think that Michigan even makes this a question is telling. And to Tom's point, if they win on Saturday night, I think people are taking them over the field.
And just one note about the number 1 overall seed. It is not important, in my estimation, to be the number 1 overall seed. It is important to be a 1 seed.
Correct.
Right. Tex says, guys, this team definitely has the potential to be special. They need to win the chip or none of it matters. Guys, listen to Matt Painter's post-game interview. That's respect. For people who didn't hear it, he says, that team's not losing 4 games all year. Like his team has 4 losses. He goes, Michigan, doesn't matter if you're preseason number 1 like his team was. That team being number 1 in February is absolutely earned. He gave him a ton of praise. Guys, let me be clear. I hate Michigan. I bleed scarlet and gray. Hate when Michigan's good, but these boys are balling. They are the team to beat. They're dominant, deserving of a number 1, but lose to Duke, and the hype will reset. That's Matt in Heartland.
How much does it reset?
I mean, they'll still be a number 1 seed.
Right.
And I don't know that they're going to lose, to Painter's point, 4 games all year. So they might finish with 2 losses.
Yeah, so does that jump Duke into the number 1 spot, next week, and Michigan's at 2?
Right. I mean, it sets up a collision course if they meet again.
Sure.
Jim, trust me, nobody's jealous of anything Michigan related. Some of us have morals and values. I think you're out of your mind if you're a college basketball fan. You're not jealous of what Michigan basketball's doing right now. You wish your team was number 1. You wish they hit the portal as aggressively and built a cohesive unit and are winning by double digits on the road in hostile venues. You're not jealous of that? I mean, you could try to tell yourself you're not jealous of that.
Right.
That's what everybody aspires for their program to be, right?
I mean, it's do I like where college athletics are? No. But it's the business of college sports as it's done in 2025 and 2026.
Iconic is great for a reflection after the year. Right now, I want them to do everything they can to get ready for a great tourney run. Unnamed text. Why does it have to be iconic? I'd settle for a run-of-the-mill title if it's a national title. Like, what if they lose to Duke and the Big Ten tourney, but still go on to win the national title?
Well, I don't care what we say about them after they win a national title. And we can have those debates, like how do they stack up with these other teams? But even if it's just a run-of-the-mill title, I'll take it.
Of course. But that's missing the point of we're talking about. This team is capable of going down in the pantheon. As we sit today, what they did to Purdue and what they've done to all these teams, they have a chance to go down not as, well, there's a champion every year in college basketball.
Yes.
Not one of the champions, one of the greatest teams in the history of college basketball. That's on the table right now for this group. That's why we're discussing it right now. Of course, you'd take any national title.
Sure.
But you have the chance to have one of the greatest national titles
It's
of
kind
all
of like
time.
if you go into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot.
There you go, John. 248-539-9797. Hey, in the 8 o'clock hour, we are going to talk about Mick Cronin and unlikable coaches.
Oof.
People you would never want to coach you in the history of sports. Mick Cronin is certainly on that list, John.
I think maybe we found why Adaimara left UCLA.
Could you imagine if the reporter followed up with, boy, you could have used him tonight, huh? It got testy. We'll play the audio. We'll do it next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mike Morse Law Firm. Michigan and Michigan State each collected comfortable conference wins last night. The Wolverines dominated number 7 Purdue on the road for a 91-80 victory. They're 25th this season. Michigan was led in scoring by Elliot Cadeau, who had 17 points. Morez Johnson Jr. and Adai Mara each had a double-double with 11 rebounds. Johnson had 12 points while Mara had 10. Michigan led in bench scoring 34-15 as well. Now the Wolverines have a date with number 3 Duke in Washington, D.C. this Saturday. That game tips off at 6:30 p.m. Michigan State boat raced UCLA 82-59, thanks in part to an 18-0 run in the first half. The Bruins did not have a kind trip to the Mitten State, losing to both MSU and Michigan by a combined 53 points. Tom Izzo said UCLA looked a little tired in last night's game.
They looked tired to me. UCLA did in the first half, and I think sometimes these trips that NBA people are used to, college people aren't used to them. And I don't know if that's true or not. I'll talk about it, but I just felt like maybe if your legs go, then your shot goes. But I thought we give us credit. We defended it a lot better than we did the last 3 games.
Michigan State shot 52% from downtown in the win last night while holding the Bruins to 8 of 25 from deep and just 37% from the floor. The Spartans host the Buckeyes this Sunday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a text that said the blue wall glaze is in full effect today. And another one upset with me saying I'm a Michigan slap, biggest slap on the station. Guys, when you go to Purdue and win by double digits, do you expect us to
Still not the best team in the state.
I mean, what is the odds these are sent by Spartan fans?
Oh,
100% that these
Yeah.
are sent by Spartan fans?
Yeah.
What Michigan's going to get love when they do things like what they did last night. And I love the text we just got, which puts it all in perspective. If double-digit wins were the only wins that counted for Michigan and single-digit wins were losses, they would still be in first place in the Big Ten. You bozo. Of course we're going to praise them.
Yeah, they're having a good year. I mean,
anyway.
You
should
get a
go
little
without
upset.
saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't get as upset as Mick Cronin does.
What a little man. What a little coach. And so on stature with all these tall basketball players, he's already a small guy. But with what he did to his own player and then what he did to a reporter after the game is ridiculous. So let's start with the ejection. That wasn't an ejection with about 4.5 minutes left of his own player.
Okay, he may be right. It's a trailing block down 27 points at the time. It's a flagrant one.
Mm-hmm.
But he makes the decision to publicly show up his player and send him to the locker room and embarrass him. John,
Yes, you'll feel shame.
You're all about the coaching point, but that's going too far.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't ejected from the game. So if you don't want to play him anymore, it's not like whether he's on the court or not, it's not going to make a difference at that point. So sit him on the end of the bench. Let the fans go ahead and, throw their comments at him.
Let him stew in it.
But instead, he publicly shames him by making him walk off the court through the tunnel while everyone is now harassing him. He put the spotlight on him more than it needed to be.
Yeah, wanted to embarrass his player. Gee, that's a great way to recruit people, is show them this. Tom Izzo, who is notoriously hard on his players, says, I've never seen that. Sounds like Mick. Bit of a reputation. If you Google Mick Cronin complains, you'll find 4 different unique stories about this guy complaining about the schedule, about a call, about any number of things, including last night. You'll see this clip, which is now going viral, his exchange with a reporter.
Obviously he does. Let it go, man. And to treat a reporter like that, okay, you answer it like I don't give a rat's ass about the opponent's fan base or students.
Next.
Yeah, you move on to the next question. And then he goes back and said, I'd like to give you kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked. And then the comment of, are you raising your voice to me? How dare you? I'm the father. You're the child. That was a small man that got even smaller, and he shrunk to miniature size on camera.
The ultimate Napoleon complex for a man who stands all of 5'7" ordinarily, suddenly 4'7" and shrinking by the second. Did you raise your voice at me? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were my dad.
I was embarrassed for the reporter, and I was embarrassed more so for his athlete that he singled out in the moment and put the spotlight on him. We all saw it on, if you were watching the game, the cameras were on him. If you were watching any of the highlight shows this morning, you saw exactly what Mick Cronin did to his player, and then you saw the camera follow that player out. He was not ejected by the officials, by anybody in the game other than his head coach.
This brings us to a broader conversation. Mick Cronin is deeply unlikable.
Yes.
Who's a coach you'd never want to play for? History of sports doesn't have to be college hoops, doesn't have to be current. 248-539-9797, because Mick Cronin belongs on this list. If you do what I said and Google Mick Cronin complains, you'll see the story from last night. College basketball fans stunned as coach ejects his own player. Another one that says Mick Cronin whines again. Mick Cronin with harsh comments about his team. Fran Fraschilla rips Cronin for complaints on start time. There's also the one where he complained about how tough his schedule was this season. He's just a chronic baby. A whiner, complainer, unlikable, and guys are leaving his program because of it. And they're a long way away from that Final Four berth he had in his second season there. John, he is on the list of the most unlikable coaches and coaches you'd never want to play for. Who else is on that list?
Well, it's tough because, sometimes when coaches, winning cures all ails, most of them. And if they were a program that was winning, then you could look at it and be like, okay, I can accept some of those things, but they're not. And so I know a lot of people would probably, they would pick the coaches that I think I wouldn't want to play for. And I know everybody would probably start with Sean McVay. All right. I don't particularly care for Sean McVay, but I don't know him. I just look at how he handles himself on the sidelines, and he just kind of irritates me, but he wins. And I would love to play for coaches that win. And you talk to the players, and most of the players say, yeah, we could trust him. You don't talk to Jared Goff. He's not going to say that. But, and this might shock some people, but I think the most recent coach that I've seen that I wouldn't want to play for is Jim Harbaugh. And I just, having been in a lot of those meetings or at least around the program, he's a coach that changes the schedule all the time, and that would drive me absolutely bonkers. Like, we would get an itinerary, and this is what you're doing all week. This is what you're doing when you travel. And his whole thing was, well, you got to stay frosty. Like, no, don't change it in the middle of it. And I know, communication is much easier now than it was back in the 90s, right? You send a text and everybody gets it. Hey, you got to show up to a meeting. Okay. That's nothing about that I would like. And you got to be able to trust your coaches. And I don't know that Jim Harbaugh invokes trust.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily would run away from a tough coach. Like, Tom Izzo is a hard-nosed coach, and I think guys who care and coach you tough are the kind of coaches you want. Now, you get some coaches who act like they're the smartest guy and the toughest guy, and it's faux toughness. I'm talking about Matt Patricia. Hey, go run the hill just because I said so. Look how smart I am. I'm a rocket scientist. I had the greatest defensive play call in the history of the Super Bowl. Yeah, I can't play for a guy like that. That's not a guy you want leading you. That's not a guy you respect. You want to be able to respect your coach. I could respect a coach who's hard on you, like Tom Izzo. Yeah. I can't respect a coach like Matt Patricia, who would almost do it to want to prove a point.
So I think the football version and the college level of Mick Cronin is Brian Kelly.
Okay.
A guy that will berate a coach, an assistant coach on the sideline, will berate players on the sidelines because he knows the camera is on him and he's got to look tough. That faux toughness that you're talking about, like that does nothing. And I would hate to play for a coach like Brian Kelly. I'm fine with being yelled at. Trust me, I've had a lot of football coaches completely, up one side, down the other. But it's because I've earned it. Well, yeah. I've earned the ass chewing that you were just giving me.
Well, you want to be a player that they want to coach. I mean, John, I'm sure you had teammates. It's like, coach isn't on you. He doesn't care.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. He doesn't see any value in you or any potential in you, and certainly doesn't want to unlock more from you. No, like, as we ask this question, it's really not about like who were the hardest coaches to play for, because some of those coaches can get the best out of you. It's about coaches you don't respect. I don't know how you respect Mick Cronin showing up as player and then trying to show up members of the media. I can't respect it. I also can't respect incompetence. I'll give you another local coach. I couldn't respect Monty Williams. The guy's going to keep playing Killian Hayes as the starter 35 minutes a night, and then in the postgame go, guys, we got to fix who's ever starting this guy, only to then start him again the very next day. Guy's trying to get fired. Guy who's checked out. I can't respect it. I can't respect someone who I don't feel like is putting their best foot forward every day. Who are some other coaches? 248-539-9797.
So I understand the disdain for Amani Williams. I also give him a little bit of a pass because he was very open, like, I don't want to coach.
Well, I don't want you to be my coach.
Well, and then Tom Gores, throws a whole suitcase full of money at him.
Yeah.
And his wife is going through what she was going through at the time. Like, I'm not necessarily going to say that because he's a coach that has had success.
I understand, and I'm not trying to take clearly people have a personal life and that can bleed into the professional. What I'm saying is, as a professional, I want you to be professional with me. I want you to do the job seriously and take the job seriously. And it was clear to me he wasn't, and it's why he got fired, and it's why Gores had to make that painful decision to write that check, that expensive decision.
So Monty Williams as a Pistons coach,
yes.
I'll take that. Monty Williams prior to that, it'd probably be a guy that had played for.
You know a name I just can't get out of my head when we're talking about this? Greg Robinson, the guy that was pretty much the leader of Bounty Gate with the Saints.
Greg Williams?
Or Williams,
Greg
I'm
Williams,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry. I hated him way before that. He just had that look of somebody that I wouldn't like. There was something about him. Well, there was something about him. He paid players to hurt other players so that they could win.
So Greg was our DC in Washington before that happened. I love Greg Williams.
Really?
Greg Williams was a hard-nosed, tough SOB, and he demanded things from his players. He took care of his players. Now, obviously, that's a completely different situation, what happened in New Orleans.
I think this is a great segue, because coming up next, I want you to go through the coaches you had and the ones that you loved and the ones is that a bird? We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our sports right now. The only live sports seem to be Olympic sports and college basketball. That's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Are you raising your voice at me?
This is growing on me in terms of coaching rants. Like I start hearing other rants in my head when I hear him do this.
Every time we play it, I pick out a different thing.
Yeah.
And it's only 40 seconds.
Well, that's a sign of a great rant.
I know. Well, he comes across as a petulant loser.
Yes.
A little man syndrome, as John has coined it. He stands all of 5'7". He's an unlikable person. We've asked the question, who are coaches you would not want to play for? Mick Cronin's on that list. John, I also want to get to your summary of your playing career.
My list of my long list of coaches.
How about some votes from our audience? Mike McDaniel's weird ass would not want to play for him.
Oh, sure.
Guys, Nick Sirianni. I don't know why, but I can't stand his punchable face. Chris in Clinton Township.
I get that, but the dude
He wins.
wins.
Well, but there's a fine line because there's a couple votes for a guy who won a Stanley Cup here in Detroit. We're getting flooded with Mike Babcock. Thank you. One of the great drops. One more time. He would play mind games with people. So there's the Franzen stuff, which is disgusting. There's also the Mike Modano situation. Modano, where he was a game away, John. Are you familiar with this?
My ribs are still killing me. Every time you make me laugh, I have to grab my ribs.
Are you from? Oh, Andy hung up on Stoney.
Oh, can we hear that one more time?
Do you know about the...
That's a great question at the break. Who hangs up on Stoney? One of the most likable guys.
Yeah, you're a mean old cuss if you do that.
So the story with Mike Modano, he was one game away from 1,500 career games, a milestone. And Babcock scratched him just because. Just because.
Every time you say Modano, I'm going to have to say Modano.
Tex says, Babcock used to come through the car wash I worked at every day, and he would whip his car right back into the waiting line of cars to get out and find a spot of dirt so we could get another free wash. Biggest D-bag ever.
So I was a big Babcock guy in real time. I love that he was hard-nosed. He told it like it was. But the aftermath and stuff that's happened since really the 2009 season, he is a scumbag. Like I was telling Greg, and he actually agreed. I think if Babcock would have kept coaching, that he was going to go down the road of having a Bobby Knight incident where he would probably take a stick and hit a player with it. Seriously.
Wow.
Got to vote for Matt Patricia. Got to vote for Jim Harbaugh. Would never want to play for Harbaugh. Weirdo. Sweet gloves as you warm up before the game. Sweet reflector glasses. Odd dude.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be a great match out there with him and his new OC.
Sean Payton might be the worst dude in the world. I'd never want to play for him. Brian and Clausen. Breaking news. Mark Wahlberg has been signed to play Mick Cronin in the movie of his life. Wahlberg will have to wear lifts. How about this text? My wife has said on more than one occasion she would never want our son to play for Tom Izzo. There are times when it looks like he hates his players. Talk about humiliating guys in front of everyone.
All right, so here's what I would say is then go talk to those players. Right. And those players will tell you how much they love their coach because he is actually coaching them. He is making them better. And I despise the comment of, well, I don't want my son to be yelled at.
Come on.
Like, okay, do you want him to be coached? Every coach has a different style. Maybe you don't like the style, but you said it earlier. Like, if your coach isn't yelling at you or if he's not getting on you, he just doesn't care. Then he doesn't think, he thinks you've maxed out. Like, you're the best you're going to be. Why am I going to waste my time on making you better?
Yeah, look, we could have conversations about does Izzo need to modernize and be more aggressive in the portal, but like to his core, the dude's a coach, cares about his players, and I don't think that should be disputed.
No. Every time it comes up where he points at a guy on the how dare you point? Are you kidding me? We're going to get upset about a coach pointing his finger at a player and yelling at him? How are you supposed to know he's talking to you?
It comes from a passionate place.
Yes.
He cares.
A place of caring.
You can get down with a coach who's hard-nosed, who cares, who pushes you to be your best. Where you cross over to the Babcock where you're like abusive is where you get to be a problem. Or you're just Mick Cronin and you're just full of hot air.
Well, there's got to
I
be
can't
times.
respect you.
There's got to be both. There's got to be times where, yeah, you're going to get after your players, and then you also have to show your players that I've got your back.
Yes.
But it needs to be genuine and it needs to be appropriate. Those times are going to come up throughout the course of a season, throughout the course of a college career.
Player does what the UCLA player did last night. Tom Izzo pulls him aside, talks to him, maybe yells at him, but doesn't send him to their room.
Right.
Like a petulant child. You go to the locker room. I'm going to make a show of this for a flagrant one. Even Izzo said, I've never seen that. I mean, he's never done it, wouldn't consider it. He's never seen it. Yeah, there is another level to this. Yeah. John, real quick, your coaches.
So the coaches that I had is my NFL career. I know we got to get to Heather's U, so this is a long list.
No, we'll push the news. Just I want to see what you got here.
All right. So Norv Turner for a couple of years. At the end of his tenure, we had an interim coach, Terry Robisky. Marty Schottenheimer for 1 year. Steve Spurrier for 2, who quit. Joe Gibbs for 4. Jim Zorn at the end of my tenure in Washington. So that was 6 coaches in 10 years. And then obviously with the Lions, I had Jim Schwartz. Of those coaches, I'd play for all of them. My favorite one was Marty Schottenheimer. And the 2 that I would never play for again, Steve Spurrier and Jim Zorn.
Why with those 2?
Both of them were absolutely clueless, and they never did anything to make you believe. And I talked about trust and having trust in a coach. You've got to be able to trust your coach that, first of all, they're competent and they know what they're doing, and that they are going to have your back when times get tough. And we had tough times with Marty Schottenheimer. We were 0-5 to start the season. He was as consistent and as honest with us as the day is long. And you'll love that. But Steve Spurrier, I mean, from the moment he walked in the building, I knew it was going to be a disaster. And Jim Zorn is kind of the same way. Jim Zorn, they hired Jim Zorn as the offensive coordinator. Before they hired a head coach, then they couldn't find a coach that wanted to coach with Jim Zorn, so they made him the head coach.
It's a huge mess. Yeah, I think those are, like, that's why I brought up Monty Williams. I can't, if you're not bought in, if I don't feel like you're competent, I don't want you to be my coach. And then the flip side is the guy I don't respect, the fake toughness, the Matt Patricia. Yeah. Those type of guys are much worse to me than the Tom Izzo, the hard-nosed coach. Let's get to the phones. James in Ypsilanti. James, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I don't know if anybody's mentioned this yet, but a person that came to my mind was Jonathan Gannon. The reason why I say Jonathan Gannon, let me preface this. I don't know anything about the guy, really, so I can't say, like, oh, he's a terrible person. But remember his incident with DeMercado where he dropped the ball before crossing the goal line?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is an issue. Totally understandable, but how he, like, went off on the player like that was, I think it was uncalled for. And then just kind of, I think he's the DC with the Green Bay Packers now, and I saw something on social media about one of his interactions with one of the players, and it just looked like he didn't know how to relate or really communicate with them, and it was just, it would just be a total killer with, like, momentum with me. Like, he can't get you going or anything like that. It just feels like he's, I don't know, just antisocial in a way, which isn't wrong, but you need a coach that can get people going, that's kind of charismatic, you know?
Got to connect to people. Got to get them to play for you.
You could have a lot of coaches that they don't fit in general population situations. They're awkward in all situations, but with players and with assistant coaches, they've got chemistry. They've got a way to connect to those individuals. They're speaking the same language. And a lot of really good coordinators and head coaches can't find a way to speak everyday language. They can only find a way to be able to connect to those that are 100% invested in what they're doing.
Let's get to Jake in Windsor. Jake, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, boys.
Good morning.
Got to go with John Tortorella, man. Come on. Have you seen that guy's press conferences? He's so disrespectful. Would you want that guy to be your coach?
He feels like from a bygone era, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely horrible. Like, the way he talks to the press, and I could just imagine what happens, behind closed doors in the locker room. Now, Jansen, I have a question for you. How hard was it to put that list together?
The list of my coaches? Well, I mean, it did take me a little while to go back and make sure I didn't miss anyone, because 6 in 10 years is a lot of coaches.
That is a lot of coaches.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, the Tortorella thing, like he's notorious for they hire him, he's a drill sergeant, they overachieve in year one, and then everybody's sick of him and he gets fired.
Yeah.
I mean, he did win a Stanley Cup, but we're talking 22 years ago. It's just not the same game anymore. He very much feels like a relic, a coach from a bygone era. Guys don't want to be coached that way. He does grind you down. And Johnny, he doesn't do the thing you said. He doesn't build you up enough.
There's got to be a give and take. And, you can be chewing on guys, you can tear them down, but then at some point you got to let them know that you got to let your players know that, hey, when I'm going to tell you that you did this bad, all of a sudden you do something good, I also have to identify that.
248-539-9797. The worst coaches, guys you'd never want to play for. We are going to get into an NFL free agent matchmaker. We're counting down the days to free agency. Moves are going to start happening to clear cap space. Where do the top names go? How many do the Lions name? We'll get to that. Mark Cuban defending tanking in the NBA. A lot of people have their complaints about the NBA product, tanking, and potential solutions. Cuban the other way. We'll get to that as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery and action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the response team, the accident response team, in your corner. Call 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Everybody's complaining about tanking in the NBA. Mark Cuban says, not so fast. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, this news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, Major League Baseball Player Association Executive Director Tony Clark has resigned from his role after more than a decade, and his departure came after an internal investigation revealed that he had been involved in an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law.
Hey, all in the family.
Who had also been employed with the union. Yeah.
Wow.
Yikes.
I wonder what was happening at Christmas and Thanksgiving and
Made for a fun Valentine's Day weekend at home.
Yeah.
For sure.
And I think the investigation found out that it was his brother.
Well, I was trying to figure that out because they have not released the woman's name, but you guys were like, oh, it was his wife's sister. And I was like, well, was it? Because it could have been his brother's wife. I was only able to find one article that said it was his brother's wife.
What's up, bro?
Oh, boy.
Hey, when you come over for Thanksgiving, make sure your wife comes too.
Jeez. Goodness. Sharon Moore saw a victory in court on
Speaking
Tuesday.
Of inappropriate
exactly.
Workplace relationships.
A judge approved his request for an evidentiary hearing regarding the circumstances surrounding the warrant used for his arrest. So the defense basically argued that investigators left out key context when presenting information to the court. And the judge said, yeah, you know what? I agree. There is enough questions to take a closer look. Right now, it does not mean that the charges have been dropped, but it does give Moore's legal team an opportunity to potentially weaken parts of the prosecutor's case. So this new hearing will be scheduled for March 2nd in Ann Arbor. A man is expected to survive after getting pulled from his vehicle after it exploded at a park in Warren. So a loud boom could be heard, they say, for miles after this car exploded Monday night at a park along 13 Mile near DeQuinder. When fire officials arrived to the scene, they found a 2013 Honda Accord fully engulfed in flames. Pulled this guy out, suffered some serious burns on his hands, on his lower arms, taken to the hospital, but it sounds like all non-life-threatening.
Yeah. When it exploded?
Yeah. All non-life-threatening injuries, which is great. Firefighters were then able to put out the flames within about 10 minutes. The case of the explosion, though, the cause of the explosion is still under investigation. I came across this story, and I almost wish I hadn't, but 64 pets were just rescued from this filthy, disgusting home in Flint Township. They released some body cam footage.
Cats and dogs?
Bad. Mainly dogs. Tuesday morning, the animals were removed from the home that police described as physically revolting. They said they had to go in shifts because they literally couldn't be in there for long periods because it was so, like, the ammonia. Because the entire house,
a lot of poop and pee.
A lot had just been 61 dogs, 3 cats were found alive in the home, another 27 deceased.
Ooh.
So there's
that'll
contribute to the smell too.
Yeah, so they are now being cared for by the Genesee County Animal Control while police continue to investigate. The animals right now are not available for adoption, but they are requesting donations, and they're also looking for rescues that can help care for these dogs as well. And I think with time, they will be available for adoption as well. This is great news. 2 Detroit chefs are set to compete on the next season of Top Chef.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so season 23 will premiere on March 9th, and you'll be able to see Jennifer Lee Jackson and Justin Tutla, who are going to be making history as the first life partners who co-own and operate a restaurant together to compete on the show. So I think they're going to be competing against each other.
Oh, okay.
Which will be kind of neat to see, I guess. So they're in a relationship. They own a restaurant together, and they're competing against each other on the show. It's the first time the show has done that. They made their mark on Metro Detroit's dining scene in 2017 with the opening of Voyager in Ferndale. Then in 2020, they followed that up with Bunny Bunny in Detroit. They've also served as consultants and co-executive chefs at Gilchrist Farm Winery in Suttons Bay. But pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're competing for $250,000, a feature in Food and Wine magazine, and some other high-profile opportunities.
It's going to go to the same house either way.
I was just going to say, sign me up where we win-win no matter what.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Unless they're competing with the. See, I don't. I'm
'Cause that takes some of the
assuming they're
stakes out
competing
of it,
against
like,
each other.
yeah.
Maybe they're competing like they're a duo. Like
Well, that would be interesting,
they're competing as one.
Oh, well,
together.
I think you described it as they're pitting against
I
each
did.
other.
I just said that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Why'd
just
you
said
say
they're
it? No, I'm just-
because I feel like that's what it's got to be, right? Like it's the first time they're having a partnership, like a couple compete.
Yeah. But is it
Okay.
team or are they
I've
against
never
one
seen the
another?
show.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay.
All the more reason
Wait,
to tune in to
okay.
figure out.
All right.
No, here we go.
Hold on.
Oh, boy.
Give me time. It's a long article, you guys.
Yeah, take your time. We
The
got nowhere else
cast
to be.
also includes identical twin chefs.
Oh.
Whoa. And life partners competing against each other.
Okay, so they are competing against each other.
Okay.
But they probably have to win the whole thing to get the $250,000.
Yeah. So.
And the identical twins are. Can we get one that where they have like the conjoined
Conjoined
twins?
twins.
Yeah,
Have to cook in the kitchen with
Yeah.
two different.
yeah.
Oh,
that
my
would be
goodness.
awesome.
That'd be TV worth watching. That's Heather with the news. All right, I want to tee up this Mark Cuban stuff, and we'll see if people want to bite. Mark Cuban says the NBA needs to embrace tanking. A lot of talk about players and teams just full-fledged, letting off the gas, sitting
Yeah.
stars down the final, minutes of the fourth quarter, an entire fourth quarter in some cases. Mark Cuban says embrace tanking. In a long tweet, he says the NBA has been misguided in thinking fans want to see their teams compete every night with a chance to win. It's never been that way. When I got to the NBA, I thought we were in the basketball business. We aren't. They're in the business of creating experiences for fans. Few can remember the score from the last game they saw or went to. They can't remember the dunks or the shots. What they remember is who they were with, their family, their friends, a date. That's what makes the experience special. Fans know their team can't win every game. They know only one team can win a ring. What fans care about is their team, their record, and they want hope. They hope that they'll get better and have a chance to compete for the playoffs and then maybe a ring. The way to get closer to that is via the draft and trades and cap room. You have a better chance of improving via all three when you tank. We didn't tank often in Dallas, only a few times in 23 years, but when we did, our fans appreciated it. It got us where we could improve, trade up to get Luka, and improve our team. The NBA should worry more about fan experience than tanking. They should worry more about pricing out fans of the games than tanking. You know who cares the least about tanking? A parent who can't afford to bring their 3 kids to a game and buy their kid a jersey of their favorite player. Tanking isn't the issue. Affordability and quality of the game presentation is.
I'm not sure I could disagree more. Because when you have teams that are tanking, I understand the concept and the value in tanking because you want that number 1 overall pick and you want to get better next year. But what does it do for the season this year? And not for the team that's tanking, but for the other teams that are competing, and it's throwing off wins and losses for the rest of the league.
From the standpoint, we've been there. When your team's bad and hopeless, how much did we cling to those lotteries? And the one we won transformed the team, right? Kate Cunningham is here because the Pistons were very, very bad and won the lottery. So that's why fans, hey, if my team's not going to make the playoffs, if we're not going to win the championship, what's my path to getting a star and flipping my fortunes? It's tanking. It gives a fan base something to root for when the team isn't competitive.
It's just so counterproductive to me. I just can't wrap my brain around why would I want my team to continue to lose. And I get it about the draft pick, but not every draft. I mean, there are a lot of busts. There's more busts than there are hits.
Well, and the point is you might root for losing to think, well, we're going to get number 1 to draft Victor Wembanyama, and then you don't win the lottery. How many painful lotteries did we go through where the Pistons had the worst record in the sport and picked 5th? So people are calling for reform. I don't think our show has really discussed this, but I've read everything from you got to move the lottery up, like in season, so then afterwards teams have no incentive to lose down the stretch. I've read theories. Adam Silver said, we'll take draft picks away if people are tanking. Everything's on the table. We'll get rid of the draft. Well, I hate to break it to people, but I don't think Cade would have picked us. We do need a path for bad teams to get better in pro sports, but we don't want half the league tanking. So, John, I have a solution.
Oh, well, I'm glad you do.
And it's not as convoluted or complex as what's been floated out there. It's a very simple solution, and I'll tell you next. Is anybody with Mark Cuban? Should we embrace tanking in the NBA? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list, and it really shouldn't even be close. I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven them all, and I've certainly driven a Ram. Loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal. For power, there's absolutely no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with the 4-cylinder engine? That's what you get a lot of times. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is going to be one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's as easy as that, and all you got to do is tell them that I sent you.
NFL free agent matchmaker coming up at 9:02. Where are the top names going to go and how many will end up as Detroit Lions? We'll tell you what we think 10 minutes away.
Curious as the solution for tanking.
The NBA has a tanking problem. Adam Silver had to address it during All-Star Weekend. You have teams resting stars in the fourth quarter, just blatantly throwing games. They have an issue. Mark Cuban says they should embrace tanking. It gives fans hope when their team doesn't have a chance to compete for a championship. And on some level, I can relate. Before the Pistons had Cade Cunningham, we're circling the drain, hoping and praying. And when you get a player like Cade Cunningham, he's the best player in the East. They're the best team in the East. He's the driving force. Was it worth it? Yeah, it was. But you can't have half the league tanking. And Adam Silver has said, I will take away draft picks. People have proposed eliminating the lottery altogether. Just let them sign with where they want as rookies. I don't think that's going to help the Pistons. I think it's going to help the Lakers and the Knicks or the Miami Heat. That's not a great solution to help bad teams. We still need a solution to help bad teams. So what do? Some people say move the lottery up. Do the lottery in February, and then the rest of the season you can just play hard to the finish. John, my solution is not that complex. It's not that convoluted. I would have the lottery apply to only 3 teams. The worst 3 teams. Half the league can't tank for 3 spots. The worst teams are the worst teams. When the Pistons were terrible and they'd pick 5th, it was stupid. They legitimately needed help. But instead of right now having a lottery that goes for everybody who misses the playoffs, incentivizing everybody to lose later in the season to increase those odds by a percentage, 2, 3, 4, only the 3 worst, only the most objectionably bad, can't get out of their way franchises get a chance at the lottery. Does that cancel tanking? No, tanking's always going to be there. But it limits half the league from openly throwing games. You have to embrace it a little bit, to Mark Cuban's point, without incentivizing everybody to do it.
Or it just makes those teams that are competing for the bottom 3 spots that much worse.
Well,
they're going to go all in.
33% apiece. There's no incentive to be worst, second worst, third worst. There'd be
No,
a little
I
bit
know,
of a,
but if you're in that 4, 5, 6, 7 position, well, how do we guarantee that we're going to lose every single game? And if you know going in, are you starting tanking on day one?
Only 3 teams can get in, though. So you're going to punt the season when you're the 7th worst record. You're not going to get there. You're better off at that point competing.
But what if you have a LeBron-type prospect? You're going to see teams potentially try to go 0-82. Seriously.
Well, what I'm saying is that's not going away. The Spurs did it to get Duncan. You don't think the Cavs did it to get LeBron? I mean, on some level, I think some of this is unavoidable. To me, it's about minimizing the widespread nature. It's become too prevalent. It's always going to exist in dark pockets of the league. It can't be the league. And I think that's why Silver was shaking his fist about taking draft picks away. He knows the current situation is detrimental to the league. If I'm not winning a championship and I'm not going to make the playoffs, I'm going to tank because at least my little lottery odds go up. No, you don't get a chance for the lottery odds to go up. Only the 3 worst. Only the worst of the worst would have access.
The reason the NBA has this problem more than any other sport is because one player can change everything.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's no other sport is like that. Like even when you had Peyton Manning in the NFL draft, there was a debate. You know, some people wanted Ryan Leaf. I know, as silly as that sounds in hindsight, in real time, there was a debate.
Yeah.
So that's the problem the NBA faces here. It's like, that's why I say if you put LeBron in this world we live in right now as a prospect, I think you would have 5 teams that don't win 10 games.
But how do you police it? Like, I'll put the shoe on the other foot. You guys go ahead. How would you fix that?
You know what?
You can't.
Sometimes I wonder if you just don't have one. And you just let it be the way it's supposed.
You let LeBron go to the big markets.
Whoever is the worst team gets the number 1 pick. The one sport that doesn't have the problem with tanking is the NFL. Teams compete at the end of the year.
I think some of it is, John, you can speak to this too. It's apples to oranges. I mean, NFL players are fighting more for that next contract at the end of their season than NBA players are, with fully guaranteed deals.
Yeah, I mean, you're fighting for that next contract. You're fighting for, if it's not going to be there, a spot on 31 other teams. And you would think that it would be the same thing in every sport. I think the only way you can't, when the game is being played, the players on the court are going to play hard.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only way to do it is not to affect the money of the franchise, because the franchise, okay, hey, you find us $250,000, you find us $500,000, you find us $1 million. The turnaround is I'm going to make so much more money on getting that draft pick, so they don't really care.
Yeah, they're willing.
You got to affect the money of the players.
What if I'm just thinking out loud here?
But the organization says we're sitting Laurie Markin and Jaren Jackson Jr. You guys want to play? You want to block shots and hit threes? You're in street clothes. Sorry, coach's decision, organizational decision. How do we police that?
What if you just you have to win a certain percentage of your games to be lottery eligible?
Okay,
10%.
So it would take away the absurd.
Yeah,
it doesn't cancel tanking entirely. It just removes the most extreme.
Yeah. So if you had a LeBron in it, where you're literally just going to try to lose every single game.
Okay, but you'd still get teams that would walk the line if I'm going to win 15 games to be qualified.
I bet that would get kind of entertaining a little bit. Oh my God, they got to win tonight to get into the lottery
to be eligible.
Yeah, or maybe it's a separate window that they set every year in regards to they take a look and see where the season's going, and we're going to give the teams with the third to sixth worst records
what if
the lottery picks.
Every year before the season starts, there's this lottery ball machine with the numbers 10 through 20, and it spits out minimum wins you must have in order to get into the lottery.
See, this is so convoluted. This is why I just said make it the bottom 3 teams. We know bad teams need help. Don't make it half the league gets lottery odds, just the 3 worst teams. And yeah, there'd be tanking to get into the bottom 3, but it wouldn't be league-wide. It's simple. It's not overly complicated.
And part of it is worse this year, simply because there are more guys that are going to come out that people think that the pool to pick from is deeper. So you don't necessarily have to have one, but you need to be in the top 6.
When the commissioner has to address it, it's become a pretty big problem. Tanking in the NBA. Cuban says embrace it. It's 97.1.
Oh. After Michigan's road win over Purdue last night, the Wolverines now get ready for one of the biggest non-conference matchups in all of college basketball this season. On Saturday, they'll head to the nation's capital to face Cameron Boozer and the third-ranked Blue Devils. After last night's win, Dusty May said he and his staff are going to prepare for Duke in the same way they'd get ready for a postseason game. Number 1, Michigan, and number 3, Duke in Washington, D.C. will tip off at 6:30 p.m. this Saturday. It will be the highest-ranked matchup between any 2 teams in college basketball so far this year. Michigan State also won last night over UCLA, but the story of the game was the behavior of Bruins head coach Mick Cronin, who ejected his own player from the game and later got into an emotional exchange when a reporter asked him a question about MSU's student section. Michigan State will host Ohio State this Sunday. Also from yesterday, the Red Wings returned to the practice ice for the first time since the Olympics. They're obviously still awaiting the conclusion to bring the returns of Dylan Larkin, Mo Sider, and Lucas Raymond. Yesterday, Todd McClellan did confirm that defenseman Simon Edvinsson will be ready to go for Detroit's first game after the break, which is next Thursday in Ottawa. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 3 decades. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
And we should be getting some football news the next couple weeks here. Some restructures.
We got one today.
What do we got today?
Patrick Mahomes just restructured his deal and cleared up, I think, $43 million worth of cap space. And so when you say we should start hearing from some Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't seen the Mahomes thing, but that's going to be the blueprint for Goff, right? Everybody's freaking out because his cap hit's going to be damn near $70 million. Well, what if you take it down to 35?
That's why you need alerts on your phone.
Points for Greg. We got people who've been waiting patiently to talk about tanking in the NBA and some creative solutions. Mark Cuban said, just embrace it. Gives you hope if you're one of the worst teams. Ray in Commerce, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, talk about restructuring. Let's restructure the NBA lottery, shall we? So let's go ahead and take the top 4 teams. I like your idea with the top 3, but I think the NBA needs a little bit more hope. So you take the top 4 teams, you put them in a little bit of a tournament, and then the winner of that tournament gets number one pick. Second place obviously would get the number 2 pick, and that way a team like the Pistons that tanked for a couple of years wouldn't fall to 5th, for a couple of years. They'd at least be within.
It would force you to win the number 1 pick while also putting you in a similar. You're playing against similar bad teams.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and you're not playing against a team like Dallas who went up and got Cooper Flagg out of pure luck, and I think that's what really ruins the lottery when you get teams like that.
I agree. I think that's an idea that would work. John, thoughts, feedback?
Yeah, I mean, hey, the bottom 4 teams play off, and the actual winner, instead of pulling names out of a hat or out of an envelope or ping pong balls, actually go play.
Well, that's a great point. From a TV entertainment product, how entertaining is the drama of ping pong balls versus actual playing of the games that your sport?
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're only going to be watching in those 4 cities.
Yeah.
So it's not like everyone around the country is going to be watching because nobody wants to watch bad basketball. You really want to watch the worst of the worst, compete to see who's the best of the worst.
What about Rick in Holland? Rick, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. So I never thought I'd live long enough to agree with Mark Cuban, but I kind of do. I got to look at it in parity. We've had 8 different champions in 10 years, so I agree. I hate watching them tank, but it seems to be working a little bit. I mean, if we wanted parity in the league, I think we're looking at it. And I think also the 14 thing, wouldn't you tank to get into the 14 playoff?
Yeah, it would incentivize teams 5 and 6 to tank, but right now you're incentivized to tank if you're team 10, 11, and 12 because you can improve your lottery position.
Yeah, I just can't get past the parity in the league right now. Maybe they just do it a little smarter and not so blatantly, and just in our face, because that's a slap in a fan's face.
Well, I think that's why Silver has felt compelled to talk about it, because if you have the Utah Jazz shutting down Jaren Jackson Jr. or before that benching him for the 4th quarter with Lauri Markkanen, then the coach is asked, did you have any plans to play these guys? No. Well, why not? The quiet part out loud is we want to win the lottery or we want to improve our picks so we keep our picks.
Yeah.
Tony in Detroit. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. I was just saying, instead of them trying to come up with some type of format of play, the easiest thing for them to do is, since we already have the lottery, they get the ball. Whenever a team loses and the league deems it as a tanking, they pull a ball from it. So if you were going to get 15 balls to put into the for the lottery, and then they consider that you tanked 12 games that season, they pull 12 balls. Now you only have 3.
Yeah, but Tony, I think the issue would be litigating and proving it.
Yeah, there's got to be a standard
others,
that you could quantify to pull a win or pull a ball out.
The coach is like, "Hey, you rolled his ankle. Prove it."
Well,
I didn't like his effort. I pulled him. Prove I tanked. Prove it.
Right. Well, the thing is this: at the end of the day, we all know that just like, for instance, like back in the day, they used to play and players played. Now it's different if the player even pulling themselves out the game.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is if the coach pulls a Mick Cronin and sends him to the locker room early.
Yeah.
Then now we have to litigate intent, and we have to what's the threshold for tanking versus being a bad team? How many of your losses are legitimate losses, and how many would you have still lost, but we're going to punish you because you tanked?
And when do you start counting the tanking wins? Can you start on game one?
Right.
Like if you know you're a bad team and you don't have a chance to win the championship, are you going to start at that point?
The best part about that format is this.
Joey in Ann Arbor, what would you do with him? You're on 97.1.
So here's the idea with tanking. The whole idea is that you want to give teams still incentive to keep playing and keep winning. Just putting 4 teams in a tournament at the end gives them an incentive to lose to be one of the worst 4 teams. So my idea is that as soon as you're eliminated from playoff contention, whether that's with 30 games left or 10 games left, you start counting the number of wins you have after that. The number of wins, the team with the most wins gets the number 1 pick. So if you get eliminated with 30 games left, you got 30 chances to keep winning to accumulate those wins to get the number 1 pick. If you get eliminated with 5 games left, most you can do is win those last 5 games. You got a disadvantage against all the other teams who got eliminated earlier. It gives teams an incentive to keep winning
To
and
finish
keep
strong.
to finish strong, even after they're eliminated.
I don't hate the idea in theory. I'd love to see how it would play out in practice.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I am intrigued by that.
So the worst teams would still have the best chance to get the number 1 pick. They just have to do it by winning as opposed to losing.
Right. If you're really bad, you get eliminated in January. You got a lot of games left, and you got to keep trying to win all of them.
Hell, when the Pistons were, 2-28? I mean,
right. You only tank until a certain point. You tank until you're eliminated, and then you fight hard to keep winning.
I guess it would be kind of reverse tanking, though. Would teams tank early, and is that any better than tanking late?
Right.
I'm curious how it would play out.
It keeps the games at the end of the season.
Yes.
So if teams are fighting for a playoff spot, they're not playing against a team that's tanking. They're playing against a team that's still trying to win.
Joey, points for creativity. I had not heard of anything like this. I haven't thought about it enough to poke any real holes in it other than just kind of going,
I'm just curious as to when would you eventually be eliminated?
Well, it's when it's mathematical.
Right, no, I get that. But how many games
How many teams are currently eliminated right now as we are post All-Star?
It's not saying right now that any of them are eliminated. Yeah, so even the Sacramento Kings are the worst right now at 12-44. To get into a play-in game, they would have to match the Clippers at 26 wins right now. So I don't even know.
They're close to being eliminated.
They're close to being eliminated,
but they're not. So up until now,
you wouldn't have. Yeah, you'd still have teams tanking to get to that. So I'm eliminated from playoff contention.
So let's say March 1, Sacramento's eliminated. They'd get a month and a half to bank as many wins as they can to increase their chances. And for teams that aren't as bad as Sacramento, their clock hasn't started yet.
Right, so
it
then
might be a
you
week
have
later
those
than
teams that are trying to get to that threshold.
To then catch them?
So you're going to tank middle of the season so that you can win at the end of the season.
There's going to be periods of...
Bizarre. I mean, it's very interesting.
Yeah, but I think you're seeing it may have some unintended consequences and some weird stretches where teams are nosediving to then hit the elimination point.
Right, and to have maximum opportunity to go win. Yeah,
it's messy. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. All right, so former ESPN anchor Kenny Mayne, who was once part of the network's master coverage, says that he has been banned from Augusta National Golf Club, all because of an old joke that he made about the tournament on air. So he told his listeners on the God Bless Football podcast that while covering the Masters years ago, he made a lighthearted comment that didn't sit well with officials.
Leave it to stuffy Augusta, assuming
Yeah.
the story is true.
Yeah. Tony Clark has resigned from his role as executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association after a decade. And it all comes down to this internal investigation that revealed he was having an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law.
Oops.
Who was also an employee of the union.
Double oops.
Yeah, oops and oops. Oops.
Undefeated.
You know,
you're,
we were
you're about to broker the next MLB, deal.
yeah.
Labor deal, yeah.
Labor deal, and then this happened.
Well, how many millions a year is he getting over the last 12 years? And could foreseeably do this for another 12 years, yet he's got to mess around with whether it's his wife's sister or his brother's wife.
All in the family.
Not only are you throwing your career away, but you're
Your
exploding
family.
your family. What are you doing?
How hot was she?
Oh, God. But that's the thing. If it was either or, let's
Or
say it
is
was,
she? I'm sorry, not past tense.
but hold on.
I'll make a
Maybe it
look.
was.
I'll get back to you.
But guys, if it was either or, if it was a coworker, he loses his job, but his family's intact. If it's his
Ish.
family
I mean,
member,
he's still having an affair.
that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, he was.
Yeah,
I mean,
his closest family, his wife and his kids are all going to look at him like, you sleazy.
But it's the double dip. It's not only someone at work, it's also someone in your family. You lose twice.
gosh, pretty crazy. 2 months after Michigan football began its search for a new coach, it's now in need of a new general manager. According to a source, the Wolverines parted with GM Sean McGee, who joined the program for a second time in March of 2024. I don't know anything about him, John. I'm sure you can tell me a lot. Apparently, he is supposedly one of the best GMs in college football, or what?
Well, I mean,
or viewed as
in
one.
his return, he still has not, put a roster in place to win a national championship. So,
but he did see
when
over.
we talk about
Yeah.
GMs in the
That's
NFL
true.
level winning Super Bowls. So
It's a weird new position in college sports.
it is, and he was a player personnel guy under Harbaugh. Then he was gone for 2 years to the Chicago Bears. Came back. He's been here for 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm curious to find out why they parted ways because it doesn't say.
No, oh no, and
Was
the
this
source
just
is not
Coach
saying
Whittingham that wants
who the source is.
his own guy there?
Right.
And then 3 others who worked closely with McGee are also
Yeah, they're revamping the recruiting department.
departing.
Some of this makes sense. New guy comes in, does it his way.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Talk about Michigan basketball. Another statement win last night. Can we say it's championship or bust now for this team? It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, did I jump the shark? I did. Sorry.
I think you did. I could just jump right in
okay,
and take
go
it
for
from
it.
here.
Yeah.
Because I want to tell people about if you're not rebuilding your sports team, but rebuilding your home, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, they're big decisions. And when it's time, you want a company that you can trust. 30 years. Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing, and now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner's a local, family-owned company, and they treat customers like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and that matters. A lot of companies will tell you they have the lifetime warranty, but if they're not going to be around, it doesn't do you any good. Shaner, over 30 years. Every roof they install comes with that lifetime transferable warranty, and they have a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. It's not built overnight. It's built over time, and it's not bought. It's through decades of doing the job right. If you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. That's Dusty May after the game.
Taking care of business.
The audio that went viral from last night's college hoops, we'll get to at 9:50. Mick Cronin being the most disrespectful coach you could ever imagine, trying to punk a reporter after the game. We'll get to that. Let's focus on Michigan. Let's focus on Dusty May's group, John, that this is now 6 straight wins by double digits, including a couple hostile places to play on the road. Maybe none tougher than Mackey Arena where they won last night.
Yeah, and I mean the tough ones are still on the horizon, where they've got to go to Champaign. They've obviously got the neutral site against Duke, but you mentioned it, Mackey. It was the Breslin, and then you go all the way back to even before the holiday break, where they're playing Auburn. They win by 30, Gonzaga by 40, USC, who was ranked at the time, by 30. Like, they are racking up some really good wins, and not all of them are just at home. So they're building a great resume. And they're well tested, I think is probably the better way to put it. They're a well-tested team, having to gone to Mackey, gone to Breslin, and coming away with quality wins.
Early in the year, they got on a radar when they went out and beat Gonzaga by 40 points, beat Auburn by 30 points the day before, and we're going, oh boy, this could be one of these great teams in college hoops, but it's still early.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till you get into the gauntlet of conference play. Well, the gauntlet of conference play has been no trouble for this group. Their only loss is the Wisconsin game, but John, their wins, marquee, road, double-digit victories. How about this stat for you? If they only got credit for double-digit conference wins, in other words, like they got losses on their record if they didn't win by double digits, they'd still be in first in the Big Ten.
So they would have lost. Technically,
they'd have 3 losses.
Nebraska, and who's the other one?
Penn State.
Oh, that's right.
And then the actual loss. They'd have 3 losses,
yeah.
but they'd have the tiebreakers with everybody. And they would be the first place team in the Big Ten, even if we only held them to the standard of you have to win by double digits. They appear to be a cut above everybody in college basketball. And they have in front of them the chance to go down as one of the special teams in the history of the game.
Well, I'm going to say it appears to be a cut above, because we'll see what Duke is this coming weekend. And I've got to be honest with you, I haven't watched enough Duke basketball to know if they match up well with Michigan or not.
Well, it's going to be, they got the Boozer kid.
Sure.
But the problem is he's got to go up against Michigan with this long, athletic front court. I think that's the strength of their team, because you can go on the road and defend, switch, grab rebounds, grab offensive rebounds. And then poor Purdue, they try to make a run, and then Michigan gets going from 3.
Yeah.
Good night. See you later. Goodbye. And even Matt Painter, he goes, dude, we got 4 losses. They're not going to lose 4 games all year. It's pretty clear. They appear, I'll use that word, John, they appear to be a cut above. And in front of them is the chance to go down in college basketball history, to be one of the greatest teams in the history of this sport. Now, yeah, you got to go out and win the title, but I think they've graduated to this championship or bust mentality. If they fall short, if they go to the Final Four, that's not good enough for this team.
No.
If they lose in the finals, Beeline did it twice. It's not going to be good enough for this team.
No, it's a failure if they don't win it this year at this point. Now, when you go into the category of being special, use a great word there, graduated. They keep graduating levels here. Like last night was a graduation from the Michigan State game. They never let Purdue have a chance to win that game. They did against Michigan State, and that's the thing is everybody kept saying, wait till the gauntlet. They graduated the gauntlet. Then they went and beat their rival by double digits. They're scoring 80-plus points against everybody, and they're doing it on the road.
Tom, they're going to clinch the Big Ten before March.
Yeah, when you do that, you're pretty special. Now, I agree with John. Saturday night will answer if this season is Michigan versus the field, or if it is Michigan just one of the good 1 seeds.
Right.
If
they win on Saturday night, we could ask that question. Would you take Michigan or the field? And I think a lot of people would just say, give me the Wolverines.
I mean, I think it needs to be a little convincing, like a 7+ point win where they're not in trouble at the end, and if you do that, because Duke has 2 losses. One is by 3 points at the buzzer to North Carolina, their main rival. Who can fault them there, right?
Right.
And then another one against Texas Tech, who's ranked 19th, by a free throw with 3 seconds left. So I don't know yet if Michigan is one of those iconic teams.
Right, but what I'm saying is if Michigan lost to MSU, that's like Duke losing to North Carolina, right?
True.
Michigan didn't.
They seem to keep growing. Last night, they took that next step to where they just didn't give Purdue a chance. Every time you thought, here it comes. Here comes the Michigan State game again.
Yeah.
They just closed that door.
But I can't get over the laugher that is up 20 in the first half at Mackey. That place is loud. They want to stick it to Yaxel. They've got their chants ready. They're down 20 at a media timeout in their own building in the first half. Like, you got your doors blown off.
Yeah.
Like, Michigan's got a target on their back. They're the number one team, right? Everybody wants to take a crack at them. And that's what happens?
Well, they've got the swag of a potential iconic team with doing that. That's what the iconic teams do. I mean, are they 2012 Kentucky with Anthony Davis? Are they 2009 Carolina? Are they 2024 UConn? Where you just, when you filled out your bracket, you put the champion there and then you worked it backwards to try to win it.
Well, and I think we have to acknowledge, like, some people are frowning at this. I think it's stemming largely from jealousy that, well, this is a bought and paid for outfit. Guys, they are playing college basketball in this era. This is what you have to do in this era. You mentioned Anthony Davis. That was the one and done era. People go, well, this is stupid that they have Anthony Davis. Okay, college basketball has different eras. In the 90s, you could have guys stay till their junior and senior year more regularly. That's not this era of college basketball. Michigan is doing everything you could ask of your program in the current era of college hoops. Target specific players, pay those players, get them to play together, win, and win big. Like, I'm not going to fault them because they used NIL better than other people. Get your bread up. Like, I mean, it's jealousy.
Let's go to other sports. What was Indiana? I mean, they went and bought and paid for their quarterback.
Well, we've been getting the text comparing Dusty May to Signetti.
Sure.
It's a compliment.
It's just a different sport, but it's the same method of Indiana, but Miami. Carson Beck. Like, you went and bought and paid for your roster, and now all of a sudden both of those teams are playing for a national title.
Yeah, so what? You fault them for it? You get, like, bonus purity points for not doing it that way? Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. The people who want to it's people who don't like Michigan.
It's the business of college athletics, especially college basketball, as it's done now. We talked about it last year. The 4 teams that were in the Final Four, bought and paid for.
It's a boomer take to not accept it.
Well, it's
It's not accepting the change that is reality. It's not illegal. But it ticks off the people, old school college fans especially.
I would put them in 3 categories. You can say boomers, old school people don't like it. Spartan fans don't like it. And just fans of other programs that are jealous their team isn't doing it this way. Some of that Spartan fans, but I think that could be said in other cities too, where they go, damn it, I hate that Michigan's doing it and we aren't.
Or they're just doing it better.
Right.
I mean, because some programs are, but they're not doing it as good.
Well, let's highlight that too. Like, going to the portal isn't an automatic success story. There are plenty of guys you bring in and you just don't know personality fits. And you don't know X's and O fits. And there are plenty of teams that use the portal in college football and it blows up spectacularly in their face. So you got to have the cash to get in the room, to get the players. But then you have to Dusty's credit, pick guys that play well and fit.
Yeah, you got to spot the talent.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what A&M did. They were one of the first big to splash in college football, and it blew up in their face. I mean, just because you have money and spend it doesn't mean. It's the same way in pro sports. College is becoming pro sports. That's what people don't like.
We're going to play Mick Cronin audio. Michigan State played last night, and they spanked the Bruins. Mick Cronin was not happy, and his exchange has gone viral. Get to it next, 97.1.
Hey, you're thinking about a new truck this month? A Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven all of them. And I've certainly driven a Ram truck, and I loved my Ram truck. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are absolutely phenomenal. For power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price that only has a 4-cylinder engine in it? That's a great question. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is. And right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's that easy, and all you got to do is tell them that I sent you.
Some text pouring in. Michigan, a chance to be one of those teams, iconic teams, special teams. What they're doing, it's certainly not ordinary. Going into Mackey, getting up 20 in the first half, winning by double digits, 6 straight wins by double digits. They're going to lock up the Big Ten before March. They might lock up a 1 seed before March. They mess around and beat Duke this week. And they should be favored in that game, by the way. Tex says, in order to be an iconic team, you need iconic players. They're built with no names for the average fan. Well, you become household names in March. Says, I wouldn't call it a failure if they don't win the national title, but it's disappointing. Mark in Northville. I mean, I think it's kind of semantics there. Like, the only way the season feels like a success is if they win the national title.
Well, with the resume that they've built to this point and how they've gotten here, then yeah.
Guys, I hate how everyone just says Dusty went to the portal so they're winning. It's like a guarantee. It's not. The roster construction can't be minimized. Don't gloss over how hard it is to win. CPK in A2.
Well, it's hard to win throughout the course of the regular season. It's even harder to get to a Final Four and obviously win a national championship.
I wish they'd find a way to handicap or compensate schools so it was a level playing field. Equal buying power in the portal. I don't have a problem with the portal. Here's the problem, though. We've never had equal recruiting. You think Duke has had a level playing field with Miami? Like, no. I mean, like, just using 2 ACC schools. Do you think programs like Purdue and MSU who've stacked, and Indiana who've stacked,
right?
They of course have a greater degree of advantage in recruiting than schools that haven't.
And previously, we heard, what was it, Georgia in football, they spent like $100 million on recruiting. When you look at some other, Power 5 schools at the time, and you're like, well, they're spending $20 million. Certainly, if you put resources into something and you have those resources, you're going to have an advantage.
I guess what I'm saying is it's never been a level playing field in college sports.
Yeah, that's my point.
The Blue Bloods have always had the advantage. And if anything, we've seen this cut down on the Blue Bloods in football, and we've seen some unorthodox teams make runs to the Final Four in college hoops. I mean, we're not that far removed from FAU and Dusty May.
You want to talk about unorthodox in regards to spreading out the opportunity for other teams to win. Indiana just won a national championship at football.
And isn't the opposite happening kind of here too with Michigan? I mean, they were in shambles when May took the job.
Yep.
This has not been 2 full seasons yet.
Correct.
He truly is pulling a Cignetti. The path of it is very similar.
Yep.
It is. We talked Blue Bloods in college hoops. UCLA once upon a time. Mm-hmm. Consider them a blue blood.
Michigan has a basketball history, but Michigan basketball is not a blue blood.
No, it's not. I don't think anybody's going to argue that.
I wouldn't. Michigan State played UCLA last night. That was the second game. Spartans had no problem taking care of business there. After the game, Mick Cronin, this has gone viral. This is everywhere today. Mick Cronin, an exchange with a reporter after the game.
You could not have been more condescending and just outright rude to somebody that's asking you a question. And if he just simply said, I don't give a rat's ass about their student section,
next,
end of statement, and you move on to the next question. But he kept going after him.
Yeah, he had to try to demean.
And then he started asking, are you raising your voice to me? Like, how dare you?
You nailed this. This is classic little man syndrome.
Oh, it is. It is a little man syndrome. And when you watch it, you can actually see him shrinking, becoming even smaller of a human being, because he already became very small in how he treated his players on the floor.
Well, that's the thing. He sent the one player to his room.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not even going to sit the bench. It's a flagrant 1. I'm making it a flagrant 2. I'm going to make a show of this and send you to the locker room early to show how big and tough I am.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
not
a great leader.
Right. And then after the game, you're pulling the same. Did you raise your voice to me? You're not above these people. You're not some tyrant who gets to demean people. You're a very small man trying to act big.
That's exactly it. It just was. It's gonna go. It's gonna be one of those rants that we bring up when we talk about the great rants. Tony and I did it on Monday. The great rants, and I'm a man. I'm 40. Like all of these things will continue to come up because of how he acted, how he presented himself during the game, and then again after the game.
Did you raise your voice at me?
Are you raising your voice at me? That we will definitely have that as a drop.
We need to.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard enough of these post-game scrums that get testy, and you get coaches that lose, and everybody understands they're going to be in a foul mood. I've never heard that, where it's like he wanted to keep going at the dude.
Right. And like I said, he answers the question, and he says, I don't give a rat's ass about their student section. End of statement.
Fine.
Let it go.
You could think it's a dumb question. I'm sure he's been asked dumber questions.
Yes.
This specifically ties in because you got former Spartans on UCLA. Student sections get creative. Environments are a big deal in college hoops. Is it the greatest question? No, it's certainly not a terrible question. And you brush it off and you move on rather than sit there and try to publicly show up the guy after you showed up one of your players too. Mick Cronin. All around great guy, right?
Yeah. So now we actually somebody brought this up on Twitch, and we need to find out. We need to confirm if this is real. NBC has announced that there will be a Snoop cast of the U.S. versus Sweden men's hockey match on Peacock today.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Wouldn't you guys love to hear Snoop?
No.
Broadcast a hockey? Why not?
He's done it before.
No.
With the LA Kings.
Because I think hockey is the most difficult sport to commentate on because there's so much action as it's going on and players are shifting all the time. You don't know who's what. I love Snoop. I don't need Snoop to step into hockey. Snoop can do other sports.
Can we
I
clarify?
think it'll be wildly entertaining.
Is he doing play-by-play or the color?
I'm just saying this was brought up on Twitch. Kai Tech says NBC announced there will be a Snoop cast on U.S. versus Sweden men's hockey match on Peacock.
Because if there's someone navigating the play-by-play, but he gets to throw in some commentary, it'd be hilarious.
Nobody better at zingers than him.
Yeah.
Gator's worried about the quality of the
I
broadcast.
just want to watch the game, man. I just want to watch the game.
Then you don't have to watch.
Yeah, that's right.
So cool.
Yeah. All
right. I don't need Snoop for hockey. Snoop and ice skating is fine. Figure skating, it's great. I have Snoop there because I couldn't care less about the figure skating. That'd be the best. That would be great. John, you with me on that?
Yeah, I'll take Snoop on any of the broadcasts. I think he's hilarious. I love it. Not everything is gold, but when he hits it, it's wow. That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't deny that.
He's no Chad Salema.
No.
Our favorite cross-country commentator.
Clavo time.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.1.
Good morning, Carson Anderson, 97.1. So I wish we'd done this yesterday. We should have done this yesterday. We were just talking off the air. Should have done it yesterday. Remind people that many of the games that are being streamed on Peacock are also available on Xfinity, because I don't know what NBC Sports Network is on my Xfinity remote.
It's like a wild number.
It's like 12,433.
Right. It's like 1,250 or something.
But if you just say NBC Sports Network into your remote, it takes you to NBC Sports Network, which is essentially Peacock. And so Michigan and Michigan State played last night. For those that don't love to stream, and there's plenty of you out there that don't stream or don't have the capability to stream or not paying for the streaming, it is available to a commoner who does not want to stream. You don't have to level up your cable package or your subscriptions.
I will also offer this as a hint to people that are Xfinity subscribers.
Yep.
I don't know if anybody really ventures off and looks at the remote all that much, but they have those lettered buttons like A, B, C, and D. If you hit the C button,
yeah,
C is for sports, so it shifts, like the screen shrinks a little bit, and on the right side of the screen, it'll have a running scoreboard of all sports. And then you can scroll left, you can scroll to the right for different sports. So it has the sports that are on right now, and then it has NBA, NHL, MLB, NFL, college football, college football, whatever you need.
So you're not talking on your Xfinity remote?
Yes, I am.
Yes?
There's this.
Oh, yeah, the C down here.
Yes.
Right in the corner. Okay, I'm going to show it to the cameras for those streaming on Twitch
So
and
if
YouTube. This down here in the corner.
Yep. So if you were to press that,
all right,
and then you'll see it kind of everything shifts to the left, and on the right side you'll have scores. And then if you use the cursor to go to the right,
go to the right. Okay.
So you get different things coming up.
Okay, yeah.
And so when you got to like last night, for instance, I wasn't sure if it was on NBC Sports or not. So I went to the college basketball side, scrolled to the scores, went down to the game that I wanted, clicked on it, and then it has a thing that says watch. So I hit watch, and then it gives you the two options. Do I want to watch on Peacock or
a lot
NBC
of button
Sports?
pushing, but yeah.
It is, but
or
it
you could
also
say it to your remote. But
yeah, and then if you find out that it's on NBC Sports, like you did, then you can switch back and forth to channels like it's nothing, because it's on Xfinity as opposed to getting in and out of an app like Peacock.
I have historically over the years have not got a lot of tech savvy advice from you, but that's a good one.
That was the first you knew that?
I did not know that, so good for you.
I feel like I've done my job. Kind of proud of myself.
Yeah, I'm kind of proud of you too.
Thanks, buddy.
You know where you could work? Could you now? Would you qualify to get a job at Genius Bar?
Oh no. Hell no.
What? Come on, man. That's a little bit. You taught me something. Genius Bar move.
That's the
Genius Bar.
That's all I got.
I think it says more about you, Doug, than Gator.
Did you know about all this?
Yeah, I think if you're getting advice from Gator, no disrespect. I said with all due respect, right?
Yeah,
So I can say whatever I want now.
Yeah.
You're probably cooked in the tech department.
Well, in this particular instance, I didn't know that the C button on the Xfinity remote gave you all kinds of sports listings. Did you?
I just use the voice to
Right. That's not what I asked
Say
you.
whatever I want. Yeah. I didn't even know it existed. The C button there.
Okay.
I think
it's actually pretty cool. Like if you want to, like on a college football Saturday, it's awesome. You just start going through all that because you got it scores real time.
Yeah.
While you're also watching a game. You know, it's kind of the picture-in-picture type thing, but it's real small with the score side. It takes up only a fifth of the screen.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. And then with that watch option, you can kind of set up your TV. If I want to watch 5 games, now I know where all the games are, and then you start watching them, and you can just go last.
Well, thank you, Scott Anderson.
You're welcome,
I did not
Doug
know that.
Karsh.
Yeah, that's
and you're welcome, people. Although
yeah.
I'm sure there's lots of people out there like, yeah, duh.
Well, but there's also probably a lot of people that are saying that would have been real useful yesterday before Michigan and Michigan State both played on Peacock.
This is also true.
Which we should have done and should have thought about doing because, damn it, we got 2 damn good basketball teams here. One is
top team in the country,
insanely good, and the other one is maybe finding their mojo. But given the circumstance and all the complaining that people do, not complaining, but complaining's not fair. I get concerns that Michigan State fans have about Michigan State, and then you look down and they're 21-5, man.
Yeah, they are 21-5. I took a lot of ticket texts from people on Monday's show complaining about Michigan State. Michigan State got a lot of chump votes. They weren't the chump of the week.
And I get it, right?
Yeah.
Because they've had a stretch.
But they were
teams
second.
have stretches.
They were second in
Were they?
the chump votes. Yeah. And
it's the recency bias, right? It's watching them get absolutely smoked by Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
You don't expect to see that, not to that level anyway. And then it brings back the memories of losing to Michigan and some tight games they've had before. And you're like, God, they suck. They can't get it done, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a game like last night where they knocked down 14 3-point shots.
Yeah.
That Jeremy Fears all of a sudden discovers he's got an outside shot and knocks down 4 from behind the arc. And it's a whole different feel now, because if Michigan State has somehow unlocked their Achilles heel, I don't know if you can unlock an Achilles heel, but if they've figured it out and corrected it so it's no longer the Achilles heel, that's huge for them moving forward, because then they can hit shots from the outside, and it's not just one guy they're depending on. They had several different players that looked very competent beyond the arc.
It's one game, but
It's one game.
But if
That's
you
the
look
problem,
at
is
if
it's
you
one
look
game.
at what Michigan State has bookended in this stretch of play where they haven't played exceptionally well, they have the Illinois win. That's a quality win under any circumstance. But in there's an overtime win over Rutgers, the loss to Michigan, the loss to Minnesota, the loss to Wisconsin. Bookending those is the annihilation of Maryland and now the annihilation of UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something that I've talked about for years, that when I'm evaluating a team or you're trying to figure out what a team is capable of, one of the questions I ask is, how good is your good? And then how vulnerable you are, how bad is your bad? And I feel like Michigan State has a wide variance. How good is their good? Is that what we saw last night? The team that's the team that can make a run in March. That's the team that provides hope. That's a team that hasn't been around lately enough. But when you talk about college basketball seasons and how long they are, and I say this all the time, you get into losing streaks and you think you're never going to win again. Right. And you've seen it, like Illinois went through it. And that's one of the remarkable things about Michigan is they haven't really gone through it. But right now, is Arizona in it? They've lost 2 in a row. So this is part of the deal in college basketball. And teams that win national championships, okay, many of them go through stretches of poor play in the regular season. Now, can Michigan State bottle this up? Can they shoot over? I mean, they're probably not going to shoot over 50% from 3 regularly.
No, I don't expect them to do that. But it was interesting. It was the variety of players that did it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jordan Scott was 3 for 3 beyond the arc. Cohen Carr was 2 for 4. Fears was 4 for 8. Kurt Teng was 3 for 5. I mean, that's an impressive showing as a team that went 14 to 27. But I mean, those are the guys you expect to shoot from the outside, and at times this year they've been making those shots. And in Jackson Kohler was a big part in the early part of the season, but not so much lately. He knocked one down last night too and built some confidence there in that young man. But it's Michigan State's biggest problem is being able to shoot from beyond the arc. They showed up last night and they just mopped the floor with UCLA, which was pretty good. It's a good UCLA team.
It's a good UCLA team.
It's not a great UCLA team, but it's a good UCLA team, and it's another Quad 1 win, and it's, what are they, 6-3 in the Quad 1 wins, I think, the Quad 1 games this year, 6-3 or 7-3. I don't know if the game last night gave them the 7th win, but it's a good Michigan State team that has potential to be better than that. But then you contrast that with what's going on in Ann Arbor, and it's amazing what that Michigan team is doing. They are just mowing teams down, and to go on the road. And we've said it since we started doing the show and well before that. Purdue is a tough place to play, man.
Yep.
And they just walked into Mackey and said, whatever, let's play some hoops.
So we'll get to Michigan coming up in a minute. I guess, the template is there for Michigan State. You can guarantee that there are teams, guarantee it, but there are teams worse than Michigan, have worse resumes than Michigan State has this year that have gone on long March runs. And so, it's not impossible. Like, that's a game that gives the fan base hope. Now, there's the whole Mick Cronin thing, and we'll probably talk about that before the show is done. And that whole post-game exchange, which was really odd. I'll say one thing that's really, I've discovered after getting embedded a little bit with Michigan football and sort of understanding decisions that are made by coaching staffs and stuff like that more and more. When you parachute in and see an interaction with a coach and a reporter, I feel like the people that are around the team all the time probably have a different opinion of Cronin than those that parachute in. But if Cronin is not a jerk, you have a hard time convincing those that only see snippets of him. I'll just say that. Because, God, that was the whole thing completely uncalled for. Again, I thought. We'll get to that, though, coming up a little bit later on. Talked about the Spartans there a little bit. Michigan State fans, it's one game, but are you feeling like, hey, really deep down, there is a team in there that can make a run in March? As you mentioned, Michigan-Purdue. We will get to that game coming up today at 10:18. We got open lines, of course. Big night of college basketball last night. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so a lot of Michigan State talk. And look, one of the first feedbacks we get, and I get this, unnamed texter says, I don't think any team should use how they played against UCLA at home in the East as a barometer of how good they are. The Bruins are terrible when traveling East. And so are all the West Coast teams, okay? They're all like the West Coast teams traveling East.
6-19.
Is that what they are?
I just saw this stat. John Rothstein tweeted this out. It says the 4 Big Ten teams from the West Coast, Oregon, Washington, UCLA, and USC, are a combined 6-19 in Big Ten games this season outside of the Pacific time zone.
Well, look, it was something that I said if I were a fan of one of those teams, I would be terrified of all the travel. Because the Big Ten teams, the contiguous Big Ten schools, make 1, maybe 2 trips out west.
Right.
Those teams come this way 5 times.
Constantly.
Yeah. And so...
And then have to go also, not just to the Midwest, got to go cross country to take on Maryland and Rutgers.
But, yeah, and there's merit to what this texter said.
Penn State.
But to me, it's just like, okay, yeah. And neither is a win over Maryland, okay? Like, but those 2 annihilations are examples of them shooting the ball well, playing, just killing teams. You mix in the win over Illinois, and in there's a stretch of bad play. But, hey, man, if you want to build a case, and if you don't want to build a case, that's fine. If you want to build a case for Michigan State, talk about a UCLA team that is, no, they're not great. But you know what they are? They're projected to be in the tournament.
Well, it's a 17-win team at this point. They had the chance to win 18. They didn't. They've got a good team. This coach has this team running really well. They're playing without a key player, but it's still a pretty good basketball team. But I guess what I take out of the game last night, it's not that, Michigan State's back to being what people hoped and thought they'd be. What it is it shows you what they can be. Now, consistency is everything in every sport, every walk of life. If you're consistently good, it's actually great. So can you find a way to be more consistent in knocking down shots behind the arc? Because that is the problem for Michigan State basketball this year. Last night it was great. It was on full display. It was awesome. I don't know if they're going to be able to play like that again this year or play anywhere close to that. It'd be nice if they could, knock down a higher percentage of what they have been or get the, they've gotten some timely shots. They had the timely three-pointer against Illinois, and then last night they just hit 14 of them. So it was pretty good.
If you look at Michigan State and go, okay, if UCLA is an example of a possible first-round matchup, then, hey, great, they can get that. Illinois might be an example of a possible second-round matchup for Michigan State, depending on what seed line all these teams fall on. But you could also make the case the other way, right? You can make the case that, they shouldn't lose Minnesota. Like, is it just a bad loss and things like that in the mix? But I wouldn't call it hopeless. And there are teams, I think, with worse resumes that state historically that have made runs. Now, Michigan, look, the resume, I think it is. Dusty May and this roster seem to have an answer to all the questions. And, if you need 3-point shooting, they can beat you behind the arc. If you need the ability to get into the lane and finish at the basket, they can do that. They got back to the basket game with, guys like Mara and Yax and Merez Johnson. They can defend you. They're probably the only thing that if you watch them this season, they go, okay, there's a vulnerability, and there's probably others, but the one that pops in my head is free throw shooting. They're not a great free throw shooting team. They're not pathetic either, but they're in the bottom half of the Big Ten in free throw shooting. They were good last night, but they can defend you.
It's a complete team. It really is. It's a complete team that has potential for superstars, but they just share the load. And they had 6 guys last night in double figures. In a college game, that's impressive to spread it out that way. They played a brand of basketball Michigan State loves to play, where they love to show how many assists per field goals. They had 24 assists on 30 made shots. That's sharing the ball.
They are unselfish, and
that'll take you a long way.
It really will. They've got what feels like an NBA front court when you parade out Mara, Yax, and Merez, and then they just their guards they got like 2 waves of guards.
They play like Arcidiacono. They're just giving the ball up.
You're just going to ride that all the way to the end of the show. Whenever we're done, you still are likely to make fun of how excited I was about a player not playing hero ball, making the right pass. But I love
when
the
we're
extra.
Done doing this show 15, 20 years from now, Doug.
Is that
when that day comes? I will still mention Arcidiacono.
So, but there's something that is so beautiful to watch about unselfish basketball. The extra pass, they do it a lot, and they could have been if they didn't have a hot night behind the arc, that was going to be a close basketball game. But they were pretty hot, and that doesn't mean they wouldn't win the game. Purdue is really good. Trey Kaufman-Renn, I mentioned that he leads the league in rushing, and as a joke about it, but he really, what he leads the league in? He would lead the league in quarterback pressures. He's more of an edge rusher than he is a running back. But the point being, he plays the game like a football player, and kind of an awkward player, but I think a very difficult guard. And Braden Smith doing nothing in the first half was a credit to Michigan. Now, maybe if I'm doing the show in Wesley Lafayette, I'm saying, well, if Braden Smith has a normal first half, maybe it's a different game. But, I mean, to go into West Lafayette, build a comfortable lead, and basically hang on by double digits the rest of the way is extraordinarily impressive. And, out of the frying pan and in the fire, I guess, because they got Duke coming up on Saturday. But, man, they're good. They are really good.
Yeah, they're awfully impressive. That I'm no fan of Michigan, but I got to give them the accolades. They're the best team in the country. And it'll be a fun game to watch them play Duke. Anytime Michigan or Michigan State plays Duke, it's always something that's anticipated. The fact that they're playing this late in the season is weird. It's a schedule anomalation, but we like it.
Right.
We'll take it now, and at some point in the tournament, you hope that one of your teams matches up with them because Duke is always a highly ranked team, and if your team's highly ranked, that means you've gone far in the tournament.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Wolverine and Spartan fans. Now, for Michigan fans, we asked Spartan fans, do you see a team in there that can make a tournament run? For Michigan fans, last night, who or what stood out to you? Like when that game was over and you got the text from your boys or you sent a text to your buddy, what's the first thing you mentioned about Michigan and their performance at Purdue? I got something. It was the first thing that hit me. But I'm not going to say it. I'll see if anybody else says it. But what was it for you? 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, when you first look back at that game, what stands out? The first bullet point on your analysis of Michigan and Purdue. We go to Joe in Grosse Ile. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. I'll preface by saying I'm a Michigan State guy, and they need to play like they did last night to even have a chance in Ann Arbor on March 8th. Michigan is that good. Michigan needs to have an off day, and Michigan State needs to play lights out to give them a game and possibly win. Yes, MSU does have a chance to make a deep run and even make a Final Four this year, but Michigan is the real deal. And Izzo is well aware of how good Michigan is as well. But Sparties, if they play good, they can give them a game, but Michigan's got to have an off day because they're that deep and that good.
Well, the first matchup, there were two things that killed Michigan State. You had that one sequence of events with the foul that led to 8 points in like 10 seconds or whatever it was, and it was in the first half. And then Michigan State just flat out ran out of gas. Once they tied it up, Michigan's like, oh, yawn, okay, here we go. And then Michigan took over. Michigan State couldn't recover. And they were spent. Michigan took advantage, and Michigan was the better team by far, and they still are. But to your point, I kind of agree with you. I feel like State has to play as well as they can, and Michigan has to be just a little bit off to win this game because it's in Ann Arbor now. It's going to be tough.
And they're rarely off. I mean, they've only had 3 games all year that you can say they haven't played near exceptional level. And they lost one of them and survived the other 2. So Sparty can get them, but they just have to play lights out.
Well, and Michigan State has games coming up. They got to go to Purdue. They got to play Indiana. And I believe it's in Bloomington. So there are games that they can prove a lot. Because, okay, if Michigan is as good as people think they are, not winning in Ann Arbor isn't indicative of a team that can't make a deep run. But could Michigan State beat a Purdue and beat an Indiana in their barns to build up tournament confidence before they get there? Yeah, they can. I got to make sure on State's schedule here, but I'm pretty sure they go to Purdue and Indiana between now and then. They got Ohio State coming up. Ohio State got a good win last night over Wisconsin on the exact day that I leg humped Wisconsin and how good I think they are. They get smoked by Ohio State. Good timing, Doug. Nice call.
Well, it doesn't take away the fact they're still a pretty good team.
They're still a pretty good team, but yesterday I spent a lot of time building a case for them, and then, they basically went and laid an egg. Yeah, Michigan State's got to go to Indiana. David is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Good. Listen, you asked about that Michigan game. What's something that comes to my mind after sitting down and now waking up this morning?
Yep.
Too many simple turnovers. That's indicative of them all season long. Lots of turnovers. And, you get going in the tournament and stuff. Those things are going to hurt you.
They can, David. And it's weird because they were kind of in control most of the game, but there were moments that just made you go, that was careless. That also was careless.
It's wild when you look at the turnovers for both teams. If I told you that one team turned it over 14 times, the other team turned it over 6, you'd feel pretty confident the team turned over 6 won the game.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the case. They lost by 11. Michigan turned it over 14
Exactly.
times.
Something to be cognizant of. And if you're having a bad shooting day and you're turning it over too much, you make yourself vulnerable. Now, there are no guarantees. That's why the basketball tournament, the March Madness, the one and done nature of it, there's so much volatility that no matter how good you look in the regular season, there are just no guarantees.
Yeah, to me, the thing that stands out is the way they share the basketball.
Yeah.
And getting everybody involved. And it's great watching it in hockey. It's great watching it in basketball. When you see the passing, pass, open man's got it, and then that open man knocks it down or puts the puck home. It's great. It's not so great when somebody passes up on the opportunity to give another pass when there's a clear opportunity. At some point, you got to shoot it.
Right.
But that wasn't the case last night. They really did a great job.
College basketball fans, obviously, good time to be a Michigan and Michigan State fan coming off of last night. Spartan fans, do you see a team in there that can make a run? Michigan fans, what stood out most when the game was over and you texted your buddies? What stood out most about last night? The first thing you said to them. I got something again. See if anybody else says it. But we will get to that and more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Interesting news in the NFL, and I'm sure our Lions are paying attention. That coming up on the back half of this hour here on 97.1. All right, we'll get to this Lions thing coming up in a few minutes because something very interesting happened or announced in the NFL this morning that I mean, whether or not the Lions are paying attention, I'm sure they're paying attention. They're working on the same thing, but fans should be paying attention because it's really insightful. But okay, so I'll give you what I think my number one takeaway from last night's game. Purdue's really, really good, but every time they made a run in the second half, Elliot Cadeau stopped the run. That kid hit so many big buckets that killed momentum in that building. And, there's a reason why West Lafayette and Mackey Arena have a reputation. Anybody that's followed Michigan State for years, there are certain arenas that are you just feel like they're nightmares to go play in. Williams Arena at Minnesota. I feel like bad Minnesota teams win big games there all the time. Whatever it is, the State Farm Center at Illinois. That spaceship in the middle of the fields out there feels like a tough place to play. And Mackey Arena, an incredibly tough place to go play. And when the hubris in the building when it was loud and it was chaotic and they were trying so hard to get behind a Purdue run, I felt like Elliot Cadeau 3 times in the second half shut it down with a big 3, a big drive to the basket. He had so many big moments. And Cadeau, what's interesting, and this is why I said at the beginning, it feels to me like Dusty May and this roster have an answer to all the questions. When Michigan came from 16 down against Northwestern last week, they did it by benching Cadeau and Namari Barnett at like the 16-minute mark. Barnett came in at the end of the game for like the last 30 seconds. I don't think Cadeau came back. And they basically let Trey McKinney and LJ Kaysen run the backcourt for the rest of the game. And they did throughout the comeback. I mean, you can have a day where all 9 of your guys are off. But that's the thing why I say they seem to have answers to all the questions is when your starters aren't stepping up, there's just no drop-off when you go to the bench. So Cadeau, who wasn't a factor, and Burnett really wasn't a factor against Northwestern, Cadeau was last night against Purdue. And Burnett also has a 31-point game a couple weeks ago against Penn State. So it's nice to have that because most teams don't have that fallback position. Now, you could have a day where all 9 guys are off, but that was the first thing. I thought Cadeau slowed down any Purdue momentum. That was a big part of that game. All right, we do have some feedback on this. Regarding Michigan's win last night, it's composure. They never seemed to get bothered, and they just continually kept playing hard. It's from an unnamed texter. Greg in Beverly Hills, Trey McKinney is a rising star, is going to be a game wrecker coming off the bench. David Evan says, when I turned the game on, the second half was only a couple minutes in. I thought Michigan was unable to put Purdue down. They let them stay in the game. Where a run or missed shots by them, while Purdue makes a few, it's a different game, along with Purdue crowd who was really into the game. Well, Dave, if you missed the first half, you missed them building a 20-point lead. And then, they rode it home. And Purdue cut it to 10. And what was the final? The 11-point game?
Yep. 91-80.
Yep. Terry in Whitmore Lake says the one word that stands out for Michigan is resiliency. They were. Could be fun stretch run here for Michigan and Michigan State. And who knows what happens in the postseason.
Well, I guess the unknown for Michigan really is that they haven't faced much adversity. So I mean, resiliency comes because if somebody hasn't knocked down shots, you stick with it, and eventually he'll start to knock those shots down. Or if the team isn't knocking down shots as a team, all of a sudden they'll have the confidence to come back from it. But as a team, I mean, how many minutes has this team been trailing this season?
Not many. Northwestern gave them their biggest deficit at 16 points, but not many. Wisconsin took it to them, and Wisconsin did it on a day where 1 through 5 they were knocking down threes, and everybody had to guard the perimeter. Michigan would collapse in the low post and leave somebody open from behind the arc, and Wisconsin would just drain a shot. But lots to get into there. College basketball fans, 248-539-9797. Okay. So news this morning in the NFL. Adam Schefter tweeted out the Kansas City Chiefs restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract this week, lowering his salary cap number from $78.2 million to $34.65 million for the upcoming season and creating $43.56 million in salary cap space, as Jason at Over the Cap reported. This is now that is a ton of cap space to create for a restructure. It basically went down 56%. His cap number goes down 56%. Now, it's the 4th straight year that the Kansas City Chiefs have restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract. And they keep kicking the can down the road. And next year, his cap number is like $85 million, which is going to be like 30% of the cap, unless they just do it again. I asked John Jansen today, as an NFL player, is there any disadvantage to the player? And he basically said, really, no. Players get either extra years on the end of the contract or more money up front in a signing bonus. As a player, he loved getting restructured. So taking the number of 56% cap reduction, applying it to the top 3 Detroit Lions contracts, Goff, Amon-Ra, and Aleem McNeil.
I'm so glad you've done math.
I've done the math.
I'm so glad you have.
If they do that to Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Aleem McNeil, in that one fell swoop, the Lions will go from being roughly $10 million over the cap to $57.6 million under the cap. Now, do you do it for your top 3 players? Do you do it for everybody? I don't know. Goff alone would create $39 million.
I mean, but what it does is it creates a problem down the road.
Well, yes, eventually you can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened in places like Green Bay. There was one other team that got up against cap hell because they kept doing this, and I can't remember who it is, but we talked about it. Maybe it was Buffalo. Buffalo had to release a bunch of guys. Buffalo. But, you know, we sit here and talk about the offseason, and we don't know how much money they have yet. But it's a stark reminder when you see Mahomes' cap number get reduced by 56%. A significant amount of cap space can be created. And, you know, they have their own guys to sign, and we have to talk about which one of those guys you do go after. And then you talk about players that you're just going to outright release for cap savings. You can create a boatload of cap space.
Yeah, and that's just with restructuring the 3 deals. Then if Taylor Decker decides to retire, you end up freeing up like $11 million there. If they move on from Graham Glasgow, they'll free up another $5 to $6 million there. They could trade David Montgomery to get a draft pick, and that's going to free up another $4 million. There's money to be had where you can do things like that. So they're going to have to. And in the meantime, they've got other decisions to make with the players they drafted a few years ago. They're entering their 4th year. So those second-round picks from the Brian Branch and Sam Laporta, this is their 4th year, their last year.
Yep.
And this is typically the time that you would see an extension offered. Are they going to offer either player an extension? How is that extension going to look? And on top of that, then you've got the first-round players from that year that you're going to say that you're going to pick up their 5th year, or do you go ahead and give them an extension to get ahead of that? And you're talking about Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep.
So they've got there's some real juggling that still has to be done aside from what we could look at and say it's just a simple restructuring for first 3 contracts. There's more to it than that. But that's likely what's going to happen is they'll restructure at least one of those and probably 2 or more.
All contracts aren't created equal. There's probably a break-even point with a player that they don't want to restructure that much. In Mahomes' case, you know, I don't know if he's doing the organization a solid or if this organization is doing him a solid or if it's a win-win. These are questions for Mike Disner, the capologist for the Detroit Lions. And every team can do this, right? I mean, every team can restructure and create cap space. But the current restrictions that it feels like the Detroit Lions are under because of their cap situation, they aren't 100% as paralyzing as they feel when you see a team that's over the cap. Now, here we go. Your team and your players just have to get the job done of doing the math and making sure it is indeed a win-win. And some of this might fall a bit on the players too. Like that's a tough position to be in. As a player, how much do you want to help the organization out and help the team win? You know, as a fan, what we care about is winning, right? And for a player, it's their livelihood that they hope, you know, that they can take care of themselves and their family with generational money, which, you know, it's as much as it feels like it's easy for us to say, you could give a millionaire, you give a few back. Yeah, I mean, sure. But I hope that the players are as enthusiastic to do it as apparently Patrick Mahomes appeared to be. If they have to give up anything at all. That's why I asked Jansen, do you like being restructured? Yeah. Yeah, as a player, there's a lot of benefits to the restructure. So 248-539-9797. Then it comes down to what do you do with the money? And if they can do that, so it's plenty of money to go after a Tyler Linderbaum if you want.
Yes.
But you have to be the highest bidder, not just have I mean, you don't have to be the highest bidder, but you have to have a competitive offer. And in-house business to take care of and other positions of need. But it is reassuring to see that number with Mahomes. 248-539-9797. Open lines, it's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Here's some stuff from Twitch. Hellborn Elfchild writes, yeah, the Ren dude is legit an angry rebounder. Elliot Cadeau was back and filthy.
Yeah, he had 7 offensive rebounds in the game. 12 total, but 7 of them were offensive.
Yeah. He plays the game as if he's a dad playing against his kids. Stingray 1222. The first thought I had after the Michigan game was, holy crap, this team might have a real shot at the national championship. Risei says, I thought Wisconsin was really good. They're an interesting team. Feels like they are way better than what their ranking shows. Most impressive things, Hellborn Elfchild, most impressive thing last night seemed like every time Purdue fans had something to cheer about, Michigan unceremoniously answered. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot there, but hey, man, an impressive win, and now they got Duke. What an interesting time to play Duke late in the season. 1 versus 3 neutral site.
Kind of weird.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Okay, so the crazy thing about the NFL offseason is you have to wait until the dust settles. You have to wait till the dust settles on how much money a player, a team has, and which players are truly available. Because there are players that get cut as cap casualties that are currently on other rosters. Right now, there's somebody going about their business on an NFL roster in another town that will likely be a Lion next year. I don't know who that is. We don't know who that is. But there's somebody right now who's going to be a Lion that's getting paid by another team and expecting to get paid by another team. And maybe they realize that they might not get paid by the other team, but there's a Lion on another roster is my point. And ESPN put together lists, and we just did the math. The math that we did was creative and vague, to be fair. We are not reporting that the Lions have $59 million in cap space.
No.
We are reporting that what Patrick Mahomes just did to create $43 million of cap space by himself, if the Lions applied the same formula to their top 3 players, made some cuts, they'll have plenty of cap space.
Yes.
But it still has yet to be seen which players will be asked to restructure and which players will be cut. But that's why we mentioned that the dust has to settle.
Yeah, and the other thing that look, there are some players that it's more beneficial to the team if they're cut after June 1st.
Yep.
Than beforehand. So you may hang on to somebody for a little bit longer. There's an understanding of what's going to happen. It's all so very convoluted, which is why I hate the NFL salary cap and why I love the NHL salary cap, because the NHL salary cap is as transparent as can be.
Hold on. Let's be specific for you. The NHL salary cap is pretty much simple math. The NFL salary cap is more algebra trigonometry.
Without question.
Yep.
But it's also, there's so much finagling that has to be, I don't like finagling, is what it comes down to. I don't like looking for loopholes and try to figure things. We don't need that. Just be straightforward with it. And that's what I hope that baseball ends up going to. But
just to be clear here, because there is finagling and loopholes and workarounds, you want the Lions to do it.
100%.
But you
100%.
you just prefer.
I mean, we don't need to get a whole discussion about salary cap systems. Or math, for that matter. Just suffice to say, I don't like the NFL system because it does make it very convoluted. Nonetheless, we've laid it out there why, even though they have no cap space, they have negative cap space right now, it could turn into positive cap space like that. And Jared Goff is without a doubt going to be getting a phone call from Brad Holmes or whoever the capologist is with the Lions saying, hey, listen, we needed to sit down and talk about
it seems like there's a high probability
your situation.
All right, here's feedback coming in. Bill and Warren says Kansas City just showed the Lions the blueprint to their offseason by converting $54 million of Mahomes' 2026 salary into a signing bonus, creating $43 million in cap space. It marks the 4th consecutive year Mahomes has restructured his contract for the team over the cap. Goff and ASB can save $60 million immediately. I don't think it's that much. I think Goff and ASB. Well, again, my math versus your math. I had a 53.
The Goff cap hit is $69 million. St. Brown cap hit is $33 million.
Yep.
So I don't know.
What'd you say the Goff cap hit was?
69.6.
Okay, because I think a 40 to 56% reduction takes him down to 39, and ASB 56% reduction takes him down to 14.6. What'd you say ASB was?
33.1.
Okay, yeah, I think my math is right.
I trust your math.
Yeah, well, either way, whether Bill and Warren's right or I'm right, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money if they follow that template. Next text. Are we still confident that Brad Holmes will do all the right things in the offseason? I can say I am not, especially when it comes to signing free agents or making that big splash move like the Rams did when he was with them. Well, a couple things about it. If Brad Holmes has hard and fast rules that he will only abide by those hard and fast rules, I think that's a mistake. Every roster needs different things. Every offseason provides different opportunities. So some off seasons, the players that are available for the big splash don't make sense for you. Some off seasons, the players that are available for the big splash can make a ton of sense for you, right? I mean, Darnold became available last year. Made no sense for Detroit. Made a ton of sense for Seattle. Linderbaum is available this offseason. That makes way more sense for Detroit.
Yes.
So you have to align your needs with the specific players that are available in an offseason. So our guy here is not confident that Holmes will do it. If Holmes is going to be stubborn or just too adherent to what got him here, yeah, I think that's a mistake. But there's very little about Brad Holmes that leads me to believe that he's not smart.
No,
I think he's way more smart than he's not smart.
Yeah, I think he's very smart, but this is it's not a crossroads, but it is an interesting dilemma of an off season he's got to work through, because it's a different stage altogether what he's dealt with before.
And by the way, they took a step back last year.
Yes.
What they have done has been very good, but not good enough. And that's not to say anybody's on the hot seat or should be fired. But, we all have those moments where we'll try something on the show and it'll bomb.
Yeah, they ain't all gems.
No.
A year ago, after there was a Dave Burkett article today about Brad Holmes, and it mentioned that in January, just a couple days after they lost to Washington in the playoffs, that Brad Holmes was talking about the season. He said, we're really close, is what he said, really close. And then they put up a 9-8 season, missed the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've gone through the reasons why, and I think a big reason why is the health of the team, and then there were other mistakes that were made along the way that they should have won games they didn't win, and they missed the playoffs. Here it is a year later. Are they that close or not? And it feels like it's tougher now because they still have injuries they're dealing with that are going to linger into the upcoming season, and now you add cap restraints as well. So there's different challenges this offseason for Brad Holmes than he's faced in the past.
Now, does past behavior dictate future behavior? In some cases, it does. And I'm not sure, the best use of the cap money, if you can get Linderbaum or you can get a starting safety and a replacement, another replacement center and El-Quadin Muhammad back at the same price it would cost you Linderbaum, those are tough decisions.
Yeah.
Because the splash move is Linderbaum. But what makes more sense for the team? And, you can make a case for both. You can make a case, wait, I can knock out 3 positions for the same money it would cost me to get this center.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's about priorities and where the needs are for the team and everything. There's a lot to look at. And I think one of the things they have to look at is how many centers do they view on the free agent market that aren't just upgrades, but they're vast upgrades over what they had at center last year with Graham Glasgow. No offense to Graham Glasgow. He's a better guard than he is a center. So if you've got 4 or 5 guys that you deem are definitely better than what you had last year, then target those guys. Go get one of those guys. And if it's the cheapest one of the bunch, it still works out because then you can save the money elsewhere and help to spend it on a safety that you need.
All right, so once they create cap space, and we talked about the players that are on other rosters that could become available, ESPN put out a list of those players, which makes sense in Detroit. We will get to that today at 11:02 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Team USA men's hockey is getting ready to face Sweden in their quarterfinal matchup today, just after 3 o'clock. Red Wings' Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond will face each other in that game. Slovakia took down Germany in the first men's quarterfinal game this morning, sending Red Wings defenseman Mo Seider back home. Finland and Switzerland will start at 12:10, followed by the USA-Sweden matchup, which should be a good one between two teams who had a heated battle at the Four Nations face-off 366 days ago. That was a 2-1 win for the Swedes. Right now in the quarterfinal round, Canada is taking on Czechia in the 1-versus-8 matchup. That is a 1-1 game with just under 9 minutes left in the first period. In other Olympic news, Michaela Shiffrin won the gold medal in women's ski slalom today, the second gold of her career and the first in the event since 2018. Here's how it sounded on NBC. Dan Hicks on the call there. Shiffrin won by a combined 1.5 seconds. If you add up the margin of victory between gold and silver from the last 7 Winter Olympics, you'd get 1.51 seconds. Team USA now has 7 gold medals in these Olympics, 24 overall. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Harsh, alongside Scott Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, open the show with lots of college basketball talk, Michigan and Michigan State. If you want to continue on that front, the questions for both fan bases. Michigan State fans, can you see a run in this roster? Is last night an example of seeing a run in this roster? And there are other games, right? Illinois, the absolute annihilation of Maryland. Can you see a run in this roster? That's one. 2 is for Michigan fans, when that game was over last night and you texted your buddies, what's the first point you made? Like the biggest thing that you took away? For me, it was, I thought Elliot Cadeau was brilliant in the second half at just killing any momentum that Purdue was trying to build up. And we know how when a building gets rocking and everything's working into the favor of the home team in a big game, it's tough to stop that momentum. And Cadeau seemed to have the answer so many times. What is it for you? 248-539-9797. We were talking about the move made, and just recently we were talking about the move made by the Kansas City Chiefs to free up, 40-something million in cap space with Patrick Mahomes, and so that it's just a reminder how it can be done with the Lions. They got a lot of money that they could restructure and create cap space to be, be able to go on a chance to fill the roster holes. They can perhaps do that in free agency with one big move like a Linderbaum. Yeah, they could create Linderbaum money. They could also create Al-Quadin Muhammad money, a safety money, and another center all in one fell swoop. Like there's a lot of potential here for this offseason. And I mentioned players on other teams' rosters that could become available. I'm going to list, ESPN put together a list of a player on every team that needs a change of scenery. And I'm going to name some of them here. One of them is Trey Hendrickson from the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, he's gotten a lot of discussion here in Detroit. It just feels to me like this is not a chance, a risk that I want to take on a player at 32 when production goes down. If he ends up, getting a contract somewhere else, if it's cheap, sure. But is there a chance he's not going to get a big contract?
There's a chance that, I think there is a chance because of the injuries. I think that maybe teams are going to be reluctant to give him 3 or 4 years, and maybe he just ends up signing a deal. I mean, there are rumors that he might be signed to some sort of one of the tag. I guess it wasn't the tagging started yesterday.
Yeah, he could get tagged.
He could still get tagged. Cincinnati does have a lot of cap space. Do they want to allocate it there, or do they want to simply let him go and they'll draft his replacement in the first round because they have a higher draft pick?
There was a lot of Trey Hendrickson enthusiasm during the season.
Yes.
We are not getting a lot in the offseason. And I think I personally think maybe this fan base is wisely saying we'll stay away from that injury risk and that potential big money sinkhole. But then again, all right, what's your cutoff point? Trey Hendrickson's out there on the market and offers aren't coming in, and you have the same money, say El-Quadin Muhammad or Trey Hendrickson. Now, Hendrickson would have to basically get passed over by everybody to probably get into this this range, but then you might consider, all right, we'll take the risk on a high risk, high reward move. If it's El-Quadin Muhammad or Trey Hendrickson, maybe you take the risk.
Well, it'll be one of the things to watch it play out. Now, last year, there were a flurry of signings by the Lions. We were out at Twin Peaks last year for the tournament on the Thursday and Friday for both of those days. It was March 20th, March 21st.
Which, stay tuned.
Yeah, maybe a return engagement. But on the 20th, that Thursday, the Lions signed Khalil Dorsey and Rock Ya-Sin. Then on the Friday, they signed Avonte Maddox and El-Quadin Muhammad.
Right.
They had signed 3 corners within a 24-hour period. And it's a few weeks into free agency or a couple weeks into free agency at that point. That's what happens. You get the big names go early, then you kind of wait around, and then, okay, we need to get a flurry of guys in the secondary. Let's go and spend money here. And they weren't huge contracts for those players, but those players ended up, in some cases, unfortunately, they played a lot of snaps. Now, it paid off for a couple of those guys. I think Rock Ya-Sin played really well for this team. El-Quadin Muhammad had a career year. And unfortunately, Dorsey was hurt, and Maddox had his moments too. But there were a lot of signings a few weeks into free agency that end up making sense, that you get guys cheap. Is Trey Hendrickson one of those guys? No. But Trey Hendrickson, if he's unsigned after when you go into April, I mean, that would be curious to see what he ends up signing for, because that would tell me that teams are afraid or reluctant to give him the long-term deal, and certainly reluctant to give him anything, market value, which might be $28 to $32 million a year.
Another player on this list that it maybe needs a new change of scenery, Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle from New England. Now, he is a potential cap casualty, as they can create $12 million in cap space if they move on from him. He was a productive player in the middle of their defensive line, but he's also facing assault and battery charges, and the Lions seem to avoid players with a bunch of nonsense. Another player that Detroit fans talked about a lot at the trade deadline, Joel Bitonio. He could be a guy that gets a change of scenery in Cleveland. Now, here's what they wrote about it. Bitonio's still a top caliber guard in this league, but deserves to play for a winner before his career is over. He's played his entire 12-year career in Cleveland and has been in the playoffs only twice. Bitonio is a free agent this offseason. He makes a lot of sense as a one-year plug-in for a playoff contender that needs an upgrade at that position. Could it interest Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers? Well, could it interest Dan Campbell and the Lions? But here's the thing about Bitonio. He's a guard. He's never played center. Now, that doesn't mean you can't move Ratledge to center and bring in Bitonio.
Unless they saw enough out of Ratledge at center last year in training camp. We're like, there's a reason we switched him back to guard, which is his natural position. But there's nothing that says you can't look at a guard anyway, because you may not like the situation you have with your guards. You don't like the starting quality. The depth is okay, but are any of those guys really high caliber starters? Maybe you don't like Christian Mahogany.
It's really intriguing because between Mahogany Frazier and Tate Ratledge, a lot of youth, a lot of potential, a lot of upside. It's not been realized yet.
No.
And, when you're trying to win a Super Bowl, how long do you wait for these players to get better? When you could potentially go get Bitonio right now.
I mean, and we know that the Lions coaching staff likes their guys. Like how many times that Dan Campbell has talked about Coyote Awosika, that they like him a lot. But when it comes to the offseason and you get ready to hit free agency, how much do you really like these guys versus other players that could be had?
Interesting name here on the list of ESPN players that need a change of scenery, and each team has one named. Jonah Ellis, edge rusher from the Broncos. They write, this is not an issue of a player who's not properly developed. Instead, Ellis is a talented young pass rusher who doesn't have a path to start behind veterans Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper. Last season, Ellis had a 14.1% pass rush win rate and a 12.12% pressure rate, Both numbers were above average for edge rushers, but he only played 38% of the snaps for which he was active. Jonah Ellis, young player, kind of blocked there in Denver. Change of scenery could be coming for him. Let me give you his numbers as far as cap and availability. He is under contract this coming season. He makes no money. I think you'd have to really get an aggressive trade offer in to get Jonah Ellis.
I was surprised to see his name on the list, Doug, because he is a young player that doesn't make a lot of money. And yes, they do have two solidified starters in front of him, but you can always never have enough depth, especially a young guy who could develop into a starter when maybe one of those two guys, they have to move on because of age or just contract issues. If he's actually a possibility to be on the move, as this article suggests, maybe benefits from a change of scenery, I'm the Lions. I'm looking into it. I think this is a type of the under-the-radar type Roy Lopez type signing or trade or acquisition that could help this team, especially under this coaching staff who seem to develop a lot of younger players, right? They draft well, but they also develop well. You don't have to draft all your players and develop them. You can acquire from other teams and then develop them too. And I think Jonah Ellis would be a nice fit opposite Aiden Hutchinson, at least part of that rotation. And everyone's obsessed with edge rushers around here. And I think that'd be a guy, if he's on the move, like I said, I'd look into it for sure.
How do you get him?
Exactly. I don't even know.
And I'm doing this show in Denver. You got this promising young player that makes no money, that comes in when you need to spell a starter and gets pressure. I mean, would you trade? If I'm in Denver, I guess I'm asking for like the Lions' second round pick.
I mean, you'd really have to like him to offer up something like that, right?
Yes.
And then if that's the asking, then you almost have to pencil him in as a starter.
Well, you'd have to.
Yeah.
You'd damn well better be, because the way that I'm looking at this draft in the first and second round, I think the Lions can get two starting players there. So,
yeah, I wouldn't give up that much for him, but like I said, I don't know the situation over there, right?
Yeah,
and
you're right.
Why
is he on this list?
Why is he on this list?
Yeah. Good player, buried on the depth chart. The ticket in Denver. I'm Dougie Denver, and that's Bronco Scott. Are we accepting a second round pick for Jonah Ellis? I don't know.
if he's not playing, I mean, if you're not playing, I'd take it if I was.
Would you? Yeah. Okay.
But if I'm the Lions, I don't know if I want to.
I don't know if you want to give up a second round pick, and they don't have a third round pick. Is there any player you could move Denver would want? I'd have to look at their depth chart. And
probably not. Put it this way. You're talking about if, let's say, the Lions go out and they get Akeem Messidor with the 17th pick.
Yep.
All right, the edge rusher from Miami who's a stud.
Right.
Ready to play, mature player. And then in the second round, they can get that tackle from Arizona State that I love.
Yeah.
You guys, last name
You'd
I
rather
can't
do
pronounce.
that than give up.
I'd much rather do that.
Yeah, I understand. Other player on this list, the Giants guard Evan Neal. His name came up a lot at trade deadline. They write the 2022 first-round pick has been a disappointment. Neal washed out a tackle and was supposed to make the move to guard, but last season he dealt with a hamstring injury and wasn't active for a single game. He almost assuredly headed to another team this offseason, or perhaps he could be useful as an interior lineman elsewhere. Okay, that doesn't sound all that promising, but a repurposing of a player to another position at a cheap price can sometimes be a brilliant move.
Well, he's 25 years old, projected to make his market value anyway. His market value, according to Spot Track, is $4.3 million. So that would be on the cheap for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Again, for a team that I don't know if the team's hunting down a guard, but if they're hunting down somebody who could have the ability to play center, then yes. But do you know that or not? Something I always keep in mind is players that come from teams that the Lions have had joint practices with over the last couple of years.
Oh.
And the Giants are one of those teams. They've seen a lot of players. Whether you look at the Giants, who else was it? Jacksonville and Miami. I think of the three teams they played in the joint practices in the last couple of seasons. So always keep an eye on those guys.
Interesting. If you have any opinions on any of those guys, would you get super aggressive? Anybody else? These are players on ESPN's list that need a change of scenery in the NFL as we await to see cap space, who's available. It's a long off season and a lot of dust has yet to settle. 248-539-9797. Yesterday we said there had to be more to this story, and then by the end of the day we found out there was.
Oh, there was more.
We'll get to that at 11:20 here on 97.1.
If you've been thinking about a new ride, now is the time to get to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The deals are big and the savings are real. Right now, you can drive a brand new Chevy Equinox for just $999 down and only $249 a month. If you want to save even more, and who doesn't, you can go electric with the all-new Equinox EV, just $999 down and only $149 a month. Now, that's $100 less every month, plus you're going to save at the pump. And if you need a truck, how about a Chevy Silverado for just $999 down and $199 a month? Powerful, capable, and ready to work. And here's the big part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they need your trade. So right now, they're paying top dollar, even if you don't buy from them. So bring it in, get it appraised, and see how much it's worth. SUVs, EVs, trucks, the deals are happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. So stop in today, and together, let's drive.
Okay. We'll get back to some NFL stuff a little bit later on. If you want to keep talking college basketball, 248-539-9797. Additionally, I wanted to follow up on a story we had yesterday, and that was the story of Tony Clark stepping down as the Major League Baseball Players Association executive director. You know, we thought, okay, is there more to this story? Timing was odd. There was some discussion that there was an investigation going into some misappropriation of funds. We thought maybe there's more to this story, and sure enough, there was. By the end of the day, it was being reported that he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who was brought on as a employee of the MLBPA. And ugly situation, family situation. Don't like getting too much into people's family situations on the show. It is in the public forum. And of course, ever the producer, Kang asked the question, sister-in-law, huh? Is this his brother's wife or his wife's sister?
Oh, boy.
I think we were all thinking it. We weren't? First of all, I was, of course, shocked like you guys. I'm like, what? And then I was like, wait a second.
First thought King has. So which one?
What?
What do we got? Did you do the deep dive to find out if he's got siblings or what?
I did not. But they didn't specify in the story either.
I feel like Doug's doing the deep dive right now to find out.
I can't look at Tony.
Tony Clark siblings?
Clark,
Does he have
siblings?
Neither is good, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Just want to make that clear.
Both are going to damage your marriage. Yes. Or just they're both going to damage your marriage.
Yeah.
Is one worse than the other though?
I think so.
Yeah.
After I gave this some thought, because that was my first thought.
It's definitely worse than the other.
Tony Clark's brother Greg played college basketball at Long Beach State in Washington.
Is he married?
We don't know. I just asked the question if he's got brothers or sisters. Brothers, I guess. Oh, could be sisters.
I'm uncomfortable. But
Hey, it's not you're not in the family.
No, I'm not. It's not my family. You're right.
It's worse if it's his brother's wife, right?
I agree. Yep.
Can we all agree on that?
Either way, your marriage is in trouble.
Exactly.
You got some rocky road to navigate, but
Yeah, either way, your marriage is in trouble, Doug. So you don't want to lose a brother also.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That relationship. So I think just losing the one is the better option of the two.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's look,
it's the better option
of the two.
They're both awful options. Yep.
I don't know. We haven't seen the. No.
It's funny because there's a story on a website that basically doesn't say who it is, but points out that he is married and he has a brother.
Oh.
But they don't really say anything about.
They just
point out that he is married.
Does she have a sister?
Yeah. And I guess I don't know if she has a sister, but I'm comfortable either way. And like this is.
Do you think Tony Clark's going right now? But guys, I spent inappropriate money over here. Like over here, I messed up all that money. It's gone. What did I do with that?
Let's talk more about that
over here.
Listen, there's an investigation going on. I think we should pay attention.
Yes. Where'd the money go?
I'm ready to talk about that.
Right.
Let's get down to the crux of the issue. I should be fired because of this.
Right.
This is too bad. If this is true, it's too bad. Because
Yeah,
Tony
dude.
Clark, as I remember back in the day when he was with the Tigers and covering the team for a short period of time while it was like his last year with the Tigers. Good guy, well liked.
Yep.
Really interesting athlete when you go back and look at his upbringing. And didn't he play college basketball? And he was like outstanding at it, or played like a community college or junior college or something.
I have to go back and look.
I think he was an outstanding basketball player, if I recall.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. He was a two-sport guy.
And was a massive presence at the plate because, he was like 6'7" or whatever he is, and kind of hulking out there.
Yeah, he played college basketball at Arizona.
There we go.
And San Diego State. Led San Diego State in scoring. Pre-transfer portal. So he sat out a year, I guess. Weird thing was...
High school, he averaged like 35 points a game.
Yeah. None of that relevant to the current story.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just too bad.
He's a baller.
Well, look, I think what most people care about is, does this mean good or bad things for a lockout? Because we just want whoever.
I don't know if most people are thinking that. But
Well, maybe not. I'm us fans.
We are.
We were yesterday
Yeah.
thinking about, okay, how does this impact?
Because we didn't know about the other
No.
story.
And we want a negotiator that walks in and immediately says, let's sit down at the table and get this thing banged out with no work stoppage, and 19 tequilas later, you have a deal.
Careful with word banged out. Want somebody with good faith.
Right.
And they're going to have to move on.
How many deals was Clark negotiating here, man?
Oh, boy. Listen, if he thinks he's done negotiating, he's got another thing coming, man. Negotiations have just started for Tony Clark. And it has nothing to do with baseball.
But then you get back, some families are different.
I knew somebody.
Did you?
Yeah, who got involved with a brother's wife, his own brother's wife. That did not go well.
No.
For anybody involved.
But, in some relationships, the wife might know and not care about the extramarital affair.
Yeah.
That's true. It's hard to imagine that the wife wouldn't care about the extramarital affair if it were with her sister.
Yeah. Or sister-in-law.
Well, it's hard to imagine that a brother wouldn't care that your brother's affair was with your wife. Good God. I feel, those boards that people put out in investigation that tie strings?
Yeah, yeah.
This is an ugly one with a lot of crossing strings that
What happened here? Oh,
Yeah.
goodness. Wow.
Anyway. Well,
good luck, Tony Clark.
Yeah, good luck to him. And this is the mad media scramble now. Who's going to unveil who the sister-in-law is, which shouldn't be that hard because one of them was an employee for the Major League Baseball Players Association, and you can start time. And I guess goes back to all alleged, none of my business. But we did say what's this all about yesterday, and by the time the day it ended, we found out. And it's that's what one might call a mess.
Oh, that's a mess.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Okay. Yesterday, a Tiger insider said something that we were trying to figure out this morning whether or not it was significant and a bit of foreshadowing or nothing at all. We'll get to that today at 11:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines 248-539-9797. Michigan and Michigan State, impressive wins last night. Opened the show talking about that. And, of course, both teams improving. Michigan affirming their number one ranking. Michigan State improving. Maybe just fans' overall feeling about that team. Look, a win over UCLA isn't like earth-shattering, but the way they did it is is the best version of Michigan State. And they got some games coming up. They shoot that way at Indiana. They shoot that way against, Purdue in their next few games, and certainly at Michigan. Could change the perception of a team. And what would indicate that they could do it differently? Actually, here's one thing that has changed, and that is Jordan Scott's getting more minutes.
Yeah. Getting more minutes, and he deserves it. Not only is he knocking down 3-point shots, but he's playing some pretty good defense too. And that's the key to Tom Izzo's heart, is if you're going to play some D.
Mm-hmm.
But last night was just one of these crazy nights where they knocked down so many of them. 14 3-pointers made. Over 50% of the shots behind the arc went in. Cohen Carr was 2 for 4. Now, Cohen Carr has been working on that shot, and I think a lot of Spartan fans kind of cringe when he goes to shoot it. But he has knocked them down at a better than 30% rate. And if he's able to add that to his resume, look out. I mean, he's just was he a sophomore, I believe? To think that he's got at least another year in him at Michigan State. I hope he doesn't go pro, and the way things are with NIL, that seems like guys want to stick around. The players that stay at Michigan State get better year to year to year. And he's got a lot to improve on.
Well,
he's already impressive.
Everything, I feel like everything's year to year now. But look, Indiana, who they've got coming up, is going to be a bubble team at Bloomington, looking for securing a bid kind of win,
signature win.
Yeah, and that could be a really, really tough game. Oh, is Bloomington a tough place to play? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Anyway, Spartan fans, you see a tournament run in this group somewhere, and Michigan fans, what impressed you most last night going on the road to West Lafayette? All right. So I mentioned before the break, a Tiger insider said something that, something or nothing. That's a classic Stoney, right? Is this something or is this nothing? And it came yesterday. MLB Network had Jason Beck on, Tiger insider. And a bunch of stuff about the Tigers, but at one point he was asked about Kevin McGonigal. Some people think the best prospect in baseball, infielder, hits the cover off the ball, but still hasn't played beyond AA. And he told this story, which was interesting. Okay, a few things about it. One, if you didn't catch that audio because it wasn't the best ever.
No.
Did it sound like he was in a bathroom quality? Sure. But what he had to say.
Get out of the bathroom, Jason.
The content, the content was, he looks.
Sorry. What, are you doing an interview? I'm sorry.
The content is, he looks the part, which every reporter is saying, that Kevin McGonigal looks the part. The question I have is, AJ Hinch making him stand up in front of the team to introduce himself and field questions? I've never heard of this. Maybe it happens all the time. Is this something or nothing?
I think it's interesting. I think maybe it's just something that they do with the minor leaguers that they've actually invited to the spring training camp. I mean, minor leaguers are always at the camp, but they're not always invited. So I imagine that the same thing is going to happen with Max Clark. Would love to be a fly on the wall, or maybe they got video of that, of Max Clark answering the questions, because I'm fascinated with Max Clark. But McGonigal, you look at this guy, he's 21 years old, and he does not look like he's 21. He looks way more mature for his age. He's already got those Major League Baseball forearms are huge. He's got this compact build, and everybody talks about his his bat to ball skills and how he's that advanced as a hitter. And the question is, can he field the position? Is he going to stay at shortstop? I think the Tigers have a real interesting situation in spring training here, and it's with Javi Baez. Javi feels great. He talked to reporters yesterday and says he feels great. You know, ever since he had that surgery a year and a half ago, he's felt better. And he starts the season last year, and it was kind of a lark. Hey, we need you to play center field. Okay, goes and plays center field because of injuries they had with Parker Meadows, slow to get out of spring training with the injury and all that. And he looked flawless in center field. And, oh, by the way, he was hitting. It wasn't hitting with a ton of power, but he was hitting and getting on base and all this and making a difference that you could see. Because Parker Meadows has been, inconsistent to be nice at the plate, there's no guarantee that he's going to make the team. Javi Baez is under contract for this year and next year at a decent amount of money, over $20 million. I think they would love for nothing more than to have Kevin McGonigal make this roster. And if he does, they got to play him every day. Otherwise, there's no point in having him up here. So if he's going to be the everyday shortstop, then what does that do to Javi Baez, who they're also paying? It's big for Javi to get off there and have a good spring. And it may come at the expense of Parker Meadows, and Zach McKinstry is another one who just seems to be a jack of all trades. But I think that the Baez part of the equation is a real interesting one.
So Baez currently is listed on the 40-man roster as an outfielder. Does that mean he's an outfielder? Probably not exclusively. There is a variable here that is wildly unpredictable that everybody deals with at one point or another, and that is injuries. And the infield is listed on the 40-man roster are Jace Young, Colt Keith, Hao-Yu Lee, Zach McKinstry, Trey Sweeney, Spencer Torkelson, and Gleyber Torres. Outside of Spencer Torkelson, if any of those other guys get hurt and get put on the DL, the 40-man roster replacement might be Kevin McGonigal. Now, that doesn't mean he comes up. You can be a 40-man roster player and playing at AAA. Yeah. But
there's like 16 of them.
Yeah, exactly. But you have to be on the 40-man roster to get called up. So he's a guy who is one sore hamstring away from any of those guys other than Torkelson of potentially being a 40-man roster guy. And, there's a lot. They haven't even played a game yet, okay? Let's be clear. He's going to get big league at bats.
Saturday.
Yep. I don't know if he's going to play Saturday. Bet he does. But they start playing games on Saturday. And it's something I think noteworthy that they may as well, my guess is what AJ's doing is, let's go through this camp like he's making the team. And then in the end, if he doesn't, that's fine too. But in case he proves himself that he's good enough or somebody gets hurt, let's have him prepared. I mean, there's no downside to saying, hey, we want you to prepare like you're coming north because we think you've got a chance. So everything we do with you is going to be preparing you to be on our roster on opening day. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. The whole skip AAA thing, I understand the hesitations about that.
Yeah.
And yet, there's a lot of promise here. And we talk about every once in a while, you have the rookie of the year. You go get the rookie of the year. The rookie of the year is yours. And if he's rookie of the year good, that would be really helpful for this team.
It would be. And, the advantage he's going to have this year is that he's starting spring training with the Tigers. So he's going to get at-bats against Major League pitching. And if they start him in games, then he's going to get 2 at-bats against Major League pitchers. And you can see what he's like against Major League pitching without having to go to AAA and then make that jump. And it'll have a big determining factor of whether or not he's going to be here. But the other thing, when you talk about the injuries, if they wanted to safeguard and say, look, maybe we'll wait for an injury to bring him up as opposed to him making the team out of spring training, is that on the injury front, would they be more inclined to promote someone like a Hao-Yu Lee or Max Anderson because they don't want to bring up Kevin McGonigal until Kevin McGonigal's ready to play for the rest of his life at the major league level because he's that high of a prospect. They don't want to do the yo-yo game with him.
There are players that you have on your roster that don't need to play every day. And Kevin McGonigal, there's no point in having him here as a non-everyday player, right?
Right. And I don't know if Hao Yu-Lee is looked at as a guy who's going to be an everyday major league player.
I've been building the case that he is. And the reason is everybody raves about him except us here in Detroit. I find it to be very odd because I feel like he's a forgotten prospect in the mix here.
He's young.
Yep.
He's versatile in the infield. And I guess you want to see how well can you hit.
Anyway, something or nothing, I don't know. But as we are on the brink of opening spring training games, God, I'm fired up. Absolutely fired up.
Yeah, I'm getting there, man. I'm watching videos that come on Twitter, people posting. There was some this morning of Justin Verlander popping the mid of Dylan Dingler out there in the bullpen session. And oh, boy. Now, I haven't heard that yet about anybody. Haven't heard that. Like, oh, Best Saber was like, now, Javi did say that he feels great, but he did not say the best he's ever felt. We had Will Birchfield say, look at Max Clark's calves, that they're they can rival mine, which is impressive. Thank you.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard best shape of the life. But I did read that quote about seeing the Twitter post about Verlander hitting the glove of Dylan Dingler.
Oh, he's hitting the glove?
He's hitting the glove.
I hope that's the bare minimum.
Yeah, right? That is the bare minimum.
Hey, but when it comes to spring training overreactions,
that's there.
We blank and love them. I mean, we had a calf breakdown. We were talking about Max Clark's calves, and we meant it. So if you want spring training overreactions.
Jeff Seidel, Justin Verlander finishes a bullpen that lasted more than 25 minutes and was one of the most vocal I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm. Most vocal he's ever heard.
One of the most vocal he's ever heard.
Love it.
And another guy. Oh, here we go. The Detroit Times. Justin Verlander throwing gas.
There we
All
go.
caps.
Yep.
There it is.
Didn't take us long. Games haven't even started yet.
No. We're talking about a 43-year-old starting pitcher. Throwing gas.
No, dude. Some people think these are ridiculous, and those people are right, and we are still going to do it. It is Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1. We got this from Scott regarding our spring training overreactions. He writes, forearms, calves, mitts popping, best shape of his life. Bats hitting balls sounding like cannon shots. McGonigal hit a ball through the fence. It came back. He hit it through the hole it previously had made. Yep, that's what we do.
You saw the same video. Okay.
Let me tell you what happens once a day during the show during a commercial break. And maybe it's not once a day. Maybe it's 4 out of 5 shows. Gator will go to, is it first-pick.com?
No, this is profootballnetwork.com.
Okay. Where they allow you to execute a mock draft as a GM of a team. Where essentially you're picking for that team and they will do the entire draft leading up to your pick and after your pick. It would also make trades available.
Yes, thankfully.
And Scott does the same thing every single mock draft.
Not every time. I mix it up every once in a while.
Most of the time, it strikes me.
It's more fun. The way
what Gator does every single time is when he's on the clock at 17, it shows you trade options, teams that would be willing to trade up, and what they deem acceptable trade offers, and Gator always accepts them and moves back. And he'll say, all right, I did a mock draft. I walked away with 13 players in the first 4 rounds. And I always think
harder to do with the Lions.
The Lions don't need 13 players in the first 4 rounds, but you just did another one.
I did.
Yep.
I did, and I traded way back.
Did you?
I moved out of 17, and I don't have
I just
a
want to
pick.
know.
Yeah.
You did 4 rounds worth?
Yeah.
And how many picks did you make in because the Lions have 3 picks through 4 rounds.
That's correct.
How many picks did you end up with?
7.
How many times did you trade back?
I traded back a couple of times, but the first one was a big trade back. But I traded back from 17 and I got 53, 81, 88 or something like that, and a second round pick for next year. So I thought the value there was good. Plus, I want to test the depth because what we've been talking about with the depth at certain positions. I wanted to test that theory.
So that's edge rusher, cornerback, and quite frankly, interior offensive line. I think is a pretty deep group.
I think just offensive line in general.
So you're trying to take advantage of the deep positions and saying, okay, if the Lions want to just hoard picks and then hoard corners, edge rushers, and O-linemen.
That's right.
Okay. What'd you walk away with?
So the first pick was the 53 overall. I took the safety from Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Then my pick at 60 was Parker Brailsford, the center from Alabama. 81 was Caleb Tierman, the tackle from Northwestern. 85, I got the edge rush from Penn State, Danny Dennis Sutton. 88, I took the tall corner from Texas A&M. He's 6'2", Will Lee the third. Then at 100, I took the running back, Katron Allen from Penn State. And at 126, I took the tight end from Vanderbilt, Eli Stowers.
Oh, pretty good player.
Yeah, but what I missed out on were the 2 guys I really covet in this draft, which would have been the tackle from Arizona State and the edge rusher, Messidor from Miami.
Okay, well.
It's a risk you take.
Yep.
But the depth, I think, of what I was able to get out of that, I like it. But I don't love it. I like it.
This happens every other day minimum, usually 4 out of 5 days. He tells me how he traded back and who he walked away with.
It's not as fun to do with the Lions because it's the 17th pick. It's a lot more fun if you use one of the top 5 teams in the league because the trade offers you get are insane.
You've had times where you told me, all right, I got 18 players in the draft.
Yeah. Sometimes you get a great offer.
You just keep trading back.
And then you recognize that you had like 5 offers and okay, I'll take the best one and then I know I'm going to get another great offer because there were 4 other teams that wanted to trade with me. So I enjoy it.
All right. My favorite one, I just looked down at Twitch, one of the feedbacks. We're never getting that first round safety at 53. Dude, somebody's going to be available at 53 that nobody thinks is going to be available. Happens every single year.
And I don't know if he's a first round safety. I've seen him occasionally get in the first round.
Yeah. Okay, with that said, I saw something that Gator, we've talked about on this show, and it led to a lawsuit.
Oh.
Yep.
Should we not talk about it?
No. We've talked about the topic, and then somebody eventually sued over it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. A Illinois man named Aleem Hallam filed a lawsuit in March of 2023 claiming violations of the Illinois Consumer Fraud Act over Buffalo Wild Wings calling them boneless wings instead of chicken nuggets. And Kang has said forever, they're just adult chicken
Adult
nuggets.
nuggets,
Yeah. And you don't like wings because they're sloppy, but you prefer the boneless.
I do.
Yep.
I do. I like to dip rather than have them tossed. And yeah, it's just easier to maintain and manage.
Yep.
Cut them in half real easy, stick with a fork, dip in the sauce.
You also
Wow.
hate frivolous lawsuits.
I do.
Yep.
Really do.
And so my man sued B-Dubs over boneless wings not
Tell me-
being called chicken nuggets.
Please tell me he lost.
He lost.
Thank God.
He lost.
Sanity in this world.
Mm-hmm.
What a stupid lawsuit that is. What a dumbass lawsuit that is. Did the judge throw the book at him too? Like, did he
throw him in jail?
Yeah, well, no.
he,
well,
he threw wet naps at him.
Did he fine him for wasting the time? Because that's a waste of time.
In a lighthearted opinion packed with poultry puns, U.S. District Judge John Tharp said that the plaintiff's complaint had no meat on its bones and failed to show that reasonable consumers are deceived by the name. So, there you go.
Was that the only pun, or did he go all Scott Boras?
Well, I
and
didn't
start
read the
going
entire decision, but that's the one that was thrown in there. The judge likened boneless wings to other familiar food nicknames, citing a recent Ohio Supreme Court ruling that noted the difference that diners don't expect chicken fingers to be made of actual fingers.
Did he follow it up by saying, "You moron"? Because I feel like that needed to be in there.
Are you right? I've never thought about it. The chicken fingers. Who would ever have thought the chicken fingers were actually chicken's fingers?
Chocolate mousse is not actually moose meat with chocolate. I don't know if you knew that.
Exactly. So there you go. That ruling went against Hallam. But Kang, I almost feel like Kang wishes the guy won because you just sit there going, they're just adult nuggets.
Well, also in the ruling, the judge said they're essentially, even though they are essentially chicken nuggets. So the judge said that, but he didn't rule for the plaintiff, of course, here. But yeah, I mean, eat your chicken how you want. Like, I've eaten boneless wings, as they call it. They're able to be called now, according to the judge, right?
Right.
But there's nothing wrong with it. I just prefer the flavor of the traditional wing. And I don't mind the mess.
And that's fine. And I know at Hooters, at least they used to take the meat off of the bone.
They would do that for you?
They would do that for you if you want.
I know they would peel the shrimp for you if you wanted to.
Oh.
The peel and eat shrimp.
There you go.
The judge also commented that despite his best efforts, Hallam didn't drum up enough factual allegations to state a claim.
He stayed flat on it?
I guess. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Hallam's case, a wing and a prayer.
Oh, boy.
Were you the judge, Doug?
No, I was not the judge.
Part of me wants to engage in the pun, as you know.
Dude, I will tell you,
know
if
that
one
my
of us
mind
was
is
the,
racing right now, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to.
one of the most likely things, you would be a great judge. You'd be a great judge for a case like this, right?
For a case like this, I would really sink my teeth into it. Yes.
Somebody just said, "Don't get me started on grape nuts." Our audience is hysterical.
People want to know about dino nuggets.
Actually,
Are those really from dinosaurs?
I'll sue. It's false advertising.
Who knew that you can get a triceratops out of a piece of chicken?
There you go.
Who knew?
All right, the soundbite that had everybody talking last night after the Michigan State UCLA game. You will hear it for yourself today at 12:20 on Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
We're checking in on the Olympic men's hockey quarterfinal round. Czechia and Canada are on the ice right now in the 1-8 matchup. Canada, the gold medal favorites, but they trailed in the second period 2-1 after this power play goal in the first period from David Pastrnak. Brendan Burke and TJ Oshie on the call for NBC. According to Elliot Friedman, that marked the first time Canada trailed in best-on-best Olympic play since 2010, spanning over 800 minutes of ice time. However, moments ago, Nathan MacKinnon scores on the power play midway through the second period. It's 2-2 now with just over 7 minutes to go. Earlier this morning, Slovakia blew out Germany 6-2 to advance to the semifinals. That set Renwigs defenseman Mo Seider home. Finland and Switzerland is coming up in about 10 minutes in Italy. Team USA will play Sweden this afternoon, just after 3 o'clock local time. The Americans are hoping to avenge a 2-1 loss to the Swedes in the Four Nations face-off almost exactly a year ago. Red Wings Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond will be featured in that matchup as opponents, of course. Speaking of the Wings, they returned to the practice ice yesterday for the first time in 2 weeks. Tom McClellan said injured defenseman Simon Edvinsson will be good to go for Detroit's first game after the break, which is next Thursday in Ottawa against the Senators. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so look, noon hour, we get a lot of people just getting out for lunch, tuning in. And the biggest stories today, there's one that pertains to the Lions, and then there's the college basketball story with Michigan and Michigan State, both impressive wins last night. Starting with the Lions story, and it's not really a Lions story, but it's a helpful story to understand what the Lions have an opportunity to do. And that is the restructure of Patrick Mahomes' contract. Adam Schefter tweeted out this morning the Mahomes contract his cap number was lowered from $78.2 million this coming season to $34.65 million, creating $43.56 million in cap space, a reduction of 56%. If you do that to some of the Lions' bigger contracts, and we did the top 3 contracts, reducing them by 56% with a simple restructure, it left the Lions with $57.6 million of cap space. They're currently over the cap by like $10 million. Now, the math is comparing apples to oranges potentially. The contracts are different, written different. There's only so much you can do and so much a player will agree to. I asked John Jansen about how much do players care about this, and he's like, a lot. Players like restructures because it either adds years or bonus money up front or whatever the case may be, and that's awesome. But every team can do this. Some are more motivated to do it than others, and your cap space is only important relative to what everybody else has. You could have $56 million worth of cap space, but if everybody else has more than that, well, you're still at a disadvantageous position. But at least you can make an offer. At least you can make an offer for player or players that you want. Now, we have yet to hear anything about the Lions. I kind of hope we hear something in 3-2-1 about who is going to restructure. But that kind of restructure, to kind of at least provide some context of what they possibly could do, that's it. What the Chiefs did with Mahomes.
Yeah, and it's something that they're going to have to do, without question. Someone's going to have to restructure, and I'm going to guess it's Jared Goff because that's the biggest contract you can go after to restructure and free up the most money. And once you restructure, yes, it frees up that money, but the money's going to go quickly because you've got to make decisions on players to give extensions to. Mm-hmm. And the 2 players that are the immediate need of the extension are really tough to gauge right now because it's Brian Branch and Sam Laporta, both guys coming off a season-ending injuries. One, a back injury to Laporta, and the other, the Achilles to Brian Branch. Branch isn't expected to play anytime soon. I mean, you're talking well into the season before he's likely to suit up and play. And, Laporta, it's a back injury. Those are always kind of tricky, but he's expected to make a full recovery. But when? And, once you get into it, how much money do you really want to commit? Because he could set the market or come close to setting the market for tight ends, which I think the market was just reset recently. So do you really want to spend that kind of money on a tight end? Or do you just want to ride it out for the season?
It's tough.
Do what they did before, which was trade T.J. Hawkinson before T.J. Hawkinson got to be a free agent. Or do you ride out the season with him, and do you draft his replacement this year?
There's a lot of tough decisions to me, and there's probably going to be some, I shouldn't say probably, there's a chance we're going to see some painful cuts or non-re-signings because that's just the way this thing works. And, hey, look, at some point you can't afford to keep everybody, but restructures help and help a lot. And the Mahomes deal is certainly is turning into a template. And then ESPN put out a list of players that need a new scenery, a couple of guards, Joel Bitonio and Evan Neal, an edge rusher, Jonah Ellis out of Denver. We didn't mention a couple of those guys, and we'll get to those a little bit later on. But certainly that's a big story in the NFL. And like we said, every team can do this. We just await to hear what the Lions, how they might choose to create some cap space. The other thing is the college basketball games last night. We'll start with the Michigan game because I want to get to some Michigan State stuff as we promised at 12:20. Dude, to go into Mackey, build a 20-point first half lead, and then fend off every Purdue run was awfully impressive. They've earned the number 1 ranking. It's another statement win. They have Duke on Saturday. And that felt like one of those games that Dusty May and his roster, they seem to have an answer to all the questions. They can shoot the three. They can get in the lane off the dribble. They can score with their back to the basket. They can defend you. They run the floor. They can play in the half court. The only thing that stand out, and the first thing that came to mind that could be problematic is free throw shooting. They're not an elite free throw shooting team. And we got a caller saying the turnovers scare them, and they are one of the teams most turnover prone in the Big Ten. If you mix a bad shooting night with bad free throw shooting and a bunch of turnovers, it creates vulnerability that was not shown last night. But at the end of the day, an impressive win.
Yeah, but they have yet to really show that this year where all 3 ingredients to that recipe show up. They've been awfully impressive all season long, 25-1. They haven't really been tested this year. The Wisconsin game, obviously, they lost it. But beyond that, there hasn't been a whole lot of testing of this team. They haven't had to come back from too much adversity. They did in the Northwestern game, as you pointed out. There was a 16-point deficit just a few minutes into the second half. But then they flipped the switch and realized, wait a minute, we're Michigan. That's Northwestern. Let's take care of this. And they won handily, as they've done most of the season. There's only been a couple of games that have been some harried moments. But they've overcome those. And the reason is they're outstanding. They've got multiple players that are go-to guys. They had 6 guys scoring double figures last night. To walk into Purdue, into that atmosphere, it's not easy to win there. It's not easy to win there, particularly when one of your players sounds off about Purdue, and you've already got that attitude heading into the game where the crowd already hates you.
They let them know.
Yeah. And they did. And they responded. Michigan responded. His teammates responded. They shared the ball. They had 24 assists on 30 made shots. That's impressive.
Michigan had a stretch of 4 games early in the year where Penn State got a shot in the air, a 3-pointer in the air at the buzzer to beat them and missed it. They came back and lost to Wisconsin. Then they went out on that West Coast trip to Washington and Oregon, where they had dogfights deep into the second half. Won both games by double digits, but had dogfights deep into the second half. Since that stretch ended, they're kind of back to themselves and playing really well, which, that stretch of 4 games, if that happens in March, it can cost you. But as of right now, they are looking dialed in, and, we'll see how much they can carry it over. Michigan fans, we asked the question earlier, when you texted your buddies last night, what's the first thing you texted about this team? The first thing that stood out, and I mentioned that mine was every time Purdue started to put something together in the second half, make a little run, the crowd got into it. It felt like Elliot Cadeau shut it down. He had a very good second half and hit some huge buckets. And there was a lot that went right, but that was, I thought, a huge part of stemming any Purdue comeback and killing any in-building momentum. So what is it for you, Michigan fans? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, Michigan State has been searching for something, and UCLA, good team, not a great team, but a good team. And we've talked about how the old Pac-12 teams struggle coming east. And yet, if Michigan State can shoot, you can see how good they can be. And that was an example of it.
Yeah, last night they shot very well. They knocked on 14 to 27 from beyond the arc, and it was a really good shooting day for this team. And we haven't seen them shoot that well from three-point land in a long time. It was the most three-pointers they had made in 3 years in a single game. Jordan Scott is gaining more confidence as he's gotten more minutes and knocked down all 3 of his three-pointers last night. Jeremy Fears was 4 for 8 from beyond the arc. If Jeremy Fears can hit that shot with some regularity, if he can hit it at 40%, which might be asking a lot, but if he can, that's unlocking something with this team because they don't have that guy that's been consistently good, and he's the leader of this team. And it feels like in games that I've watched on, which is damn near every game for Michigan State this year, they've had so many wide open looks at 3, and they just don't knock it down. And Fears in particular, he's had so many looks, and he's not knocking them down. Last night he did. It's one night. You got to build off of that. But if they're able to build off of that and continue to play Spartan basketball, which is sharing the ball and playing good defense, they can make a little run in the tournament. It's a good basketball team that has potential to be great, but we just haven't seen enough of the greatness all season long.
248-539-9797. So our question for Spartan fans is, can you see this team making a run? Can you see this team making a run? Love to get your phone calls and feedback on that. But when the game was over, UCLA head coach Mick Cronin said something that made SportsCenter. And we will play it for you if you haven't heard it yet today at 12:20. Interesting interaction with the media. That coming up shortly here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. In this state, respect is earned, not given. They spent 5 decades earning yours by fighting for what's right. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, Kang and Kenny behind the glass, taking care of business, keeping the show on the air. Always a good thing. And we were talking a little college basketball, Michigan and Michigan State and their big wins last night. Also discussing the cap situation with the Lions and the fact that Patrick Mahomes just freed up like $40 million, $40+ million in cap space for his team. There is a brewing story in the Olympics, and it's not Clobbo related. This is a very Clobbo-friendly show.
It is a Clobbo-friendly show.
One of the greatest cross-country skiers of all time. Canada's in a dogfight with Czechia in a 2-2 game in the second period in medal round play, and Sidney Crosby is hurt. And this is every NHL fan's nightmare. Yeah, it's cool. The Olympics, the NHL players in the Olympics is cool, but Sidney Crosby is hurt. And the severity is unknown. He left the game and hasn't returned.
Yeah, it looked like a lower body injury, as they say. Something to do with the leg, but he was kind of limping off the ice.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good. I don't want to see that. But this is the risk that happens when you get to the Olympics and allowing professionals to play in the Olympics in the middle of the season.
Yep. All right, so look, there were a couple of sidebar stories last night in the Michigan State UCLA game, and when something ends up in the national news out of one of our college basketball games, we're going to talk about it, even though it came from the opposing coach. The coach is Nick Cronin of UCLA, and one of the sidebar stories to last night's game was Xavier Booker's return. And Xavier Booker left Michigan State on good terms. And Tom Izzo encouraged people to not boo him, because sometimes when players transfer, they just instinctively get booed when they have to come back and play. And, sometimes players leave that it's really working, and then they leave and the fans are mad that he left. And sometimes it's not exactly working, and it wasn't exactly working with Xavier Booker. And he left on good terms, and Izzo wanted to make sure that that the fans didn't just punch button boo him. And so good for them. They followed and didn't boo Xavier Booker. And after the game, and I wasn't there and you weren't there, but according to reports, an MLive writer was working on a sidebar story about Booker's return. I believe is it Matt Wenzel? Is that his name?
I think that's what it was.
Okay. Yep. My apologies if I got that wrong. But, he asks Cronin a question about the Izzone cheering for Booker. And Cronin has been known for some post-game rants and getting
real prickly.
Yeah. And so here's the exchange. We have the question with this. Sorry, Kang. Do we have the question with it or just the response? Apologize. Maybe double check that. The question, I'll just give you the question just in case it's not included in this. But he basically said, hey, the Izzone cheered on Xavier Booker. We do have it with the question. Okay, here's the exchange and how it went down.
I think it's an unfortunate exchange because I think Cronin started responding to the question before it got all the way out of the mouth of Matt Wenzel, because the question was going to be, what did you think of the student section chanting for Xavier Booker and showing him some love, basically, is what the question was about, because that's what the Spartan Izzone did. They were chanting for him because they wanted to see him and they wanted to show the reverence to the guy who used to play for Michigan State. The way I took that response from Cronin was he cut it off before he started answering it before the question was done. as if to say, what do you think about the Michigan State? What do you think about the ISO, the student section? And he just starts to, I don't give a rat's ass about them. Well, that's not, I mean, there's more to the question than that. And he didn't let him ask it. And then he turns it on the reporter and asks him about him raising his voice. He looks like a complete toolbox because of this. I get that you can be a feisty and emotional coach and you have these moments that go viral throughout your career, and this might not be anything new, but do dial it down a little bit, okay? Because he was asking a very innocent question that was giving you an opportunity as a coach to kind of calm things down a little bit, because there were other questions I'm sure people wanted answered, like why did you kick out Stephen Jamerson, immediately eject him yourself to kick him out of the game because of a hard foul on Carson Cooper late in the game that after you watch replays, it really wasn't all that bad, but you kicked him out. I mean, I'd rather hear about that and then all of a sudden this erupts. You're like, what just happened? Talk about a mountain into a molehill for no reason. That's uncalled for.
If Cronin is not an absolute tool, it's hard to believe. Because there's examples of him having rants. I don't cover the team. I'm not around him. And I've come to discover that when somebody has a bad moment publicly, people judge that person by that one moment when there's a lot more that makes up that person. And when you're around a team, and let's face it, I'm around the Michigan Wolverines a lot, I get to know players and coaches, some of them well, some of them bad, and some of them have proven to be bad dudes, and others are thought to be bad dudes and they're not. And I've been fooled, and sometimes I haven't been fooled. But at the end of the day, you're exactly right. Wenzel, not really to his fault. Okay? I don't think this is his fault because he's working on a story about one of Cronin's players. And the story, and Cronin doesn't know that when he's asking the question, but he didn't let him finish. If he knew that Cronin was short-triggered and going to go off, he would probably say, I'm doing a story about one of your players. And the fact that he was welcomed back here in East Lansing, which is kind of hard to do in this day and age.
Yeah, and it's
kind
a storyline.
It is a storyline. And it's about your player. And while you might not give a rat's ass about the ISO, I'm sure you give a rat's ass about your player.
I hope so.
And, leaving one school to go play for another and having it not be acrimonious is kind of a unique story. But Cronin never let him finish. And I don't blame Wenzel for asking the question the way he did. But then are you raising your voice at me? Worst question I've ever asked. Kang, you pointed out something that, coaches have done, and you have a retort when they do.
Well, yeah, you see it and hear it all the time when a player or a coach responds after a reporter asks a question, well, what do you think or what do you care, right? My response would be, people want to know what you have to say about it. That's why I'm asking you the question. You can respond however you'd like, but I'm asking you because people want to know, not because I want, people don't care what I think about it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I thought Cronin was obviously overreacting, and I don't know why you have to walk around eggshells. Does he have to explain his entire story to him before he asks him a question about it?
We don't want to waste people's time.
Yeah.
You can.
But that's a question. Even if he's working on a story about Xavier Booker coming back to Michigan State in that capacity. Fine. But you know what that is? That's not out of the blue crazy storyline. That's actually one of the storylines because Izzo made it a point yesterday during the day to remind people, hey, let's be respectful about a player that's coming back that we really liked and we parted on good terms. Let's show some respect to Xavier Booker. And they did. And that's all it was. But my goodness, Cronin just took it to 11 real quick for no reason, and then belittles the reporter for no reason.
Well,
now he and Izzo are supposed to be kind of close, I guess. I wonder if we're going to hear an apology from Cronin at some point today. Would be nice if he did it today and said, look, I reacted.
Snapped.
I should not have behaved in that way. He was asking an innocent question about one of our players that was returning back to East Lansing, and I should have I should have dealt with it better. I apologize. Hopefully he does something like that. But if he doesn't, he's the jackass. If he doesn't, because there was absolutely uncalled for the response that he had.
The response he
to that
had is
question.
if he was asking him a question that had zero relevance.
Right.
He didn't ask him how many jelly beans in this jar.
No,
You know,
if the question were simply, hey, what did you think of the IZone? What was your experience like with the IZone?
Right.
Right. And then it comes out, I don't give a rat's ass about that. That's fine. That's appropriate. But that's not what it was.
No.
What did you think of the IZone and how they were? And then he cuts him off. And it was about how they were going to react to Xavier Booker.
Well, then, like, again, I don't know that people really particularly care about how the media gets treated, and that's fine. But it was on SportsCenter. And, you know, we're not doing UCLA radio here, but then you've got the thing with, like, do parents want to send their kids to play for this guy?
Well, and then you've got the whole issue with Stephen Jamerson.
Well, let's get into that.
Which is another one that was kind of strange as it happened.
That should have been another feel-good story, Jamerson. His background is amazing,
Yes,
and
is.
it should have been another feel-good story. And it turned
Good
into...
luck getting anybody to ask a question about that after that happened.
We'll get to that at 12:32 here on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it comes time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to window and siding. Now, here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like their family. So every roof that they install, it comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That's key. That's absolutely key. And they've also earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the right job and the job done right. So if you're in the market for a roof or new windows or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. So go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding, Michigan's name that you can trust.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so look, we're talking about Mick Cronin, the head coach at UCLA, and what happened last night, and he yelled at MLive writer who was trying to do a feel-good story about Xavier Booker's return, but he wasn't going to engage in any question about Michigan State student section when all he was trying to say is that the student section was chanting Booker's name, one of your players, coach, and coach didn't let the question get out and just belittled the reporter. And I mean, it really seemed quick triggered. And I guess, we had two pieces of evidence last night that Mick Cronin indeed is quick triggered. Another feel-good story that's kind of an awesome story is that of Stephen Jamerson, plays for UCLA, who actually started in college as a student at Michigan State and tried to walk onto the basketball team and didn't make it. So he applied for a position as a student manager and didn't make it. And then somehow, some way, he transfers out. I believe he's an LA area kid, goes to UCLA and makes the roster as a walk-on. It's crazy. And now he's coming back to the place where he first started and gave it a shot, Michigan State. And it's a pretty cool story of perseverance. And he was the player that fouled,
Carson Cooper.
Carson Cooper, thank you, on the breakaway late in a 25-point game. And Cronin yelled at him, pulled him out of the game, yelled at him, and then sent him to the locker room.
Like pointed to the locker room. Go.
Yep.
Get out of here.
Yep.
And I thought at the time when I watched him, like, okay, that's a foul, and I don't blame him for fouling. It's late in the game, and Carson Cooper's about to make this explosive dunk. Go ahead and foul him. But you don't want to foul. You don't want the hard foul. Cooper got up and got right up in his face, didn't make contact, and neither did Jamerson. Jamerson stood there, kept his mouth shut, and just kind of stared at him. And the referees got between them, and everybody got separated, and nothing happened. And maybe everybody's worried about the temperature because of what happened a few days earlier in one of the games over the weekend where there was a near brawl out on the floor, or there was a brawl on the floor in a college game. So I can understand that. You want to get them separated. Then the referees review the play. They call it a flagrant one, and then gave both players fouls or whatever. And Cooper, split the pair of free throws. Michigan State got the ball. Upon review, the first time I saw the review, I'm like, did he get all ball on that block? And then I'm like, no, he hit the hand. But I didn't feel like he made a ton of body contact with him. It was a hard foul to the hands of a guy who's going in for a dunk. I didn't think it was that bad. And as a fan watching the game, what Cronin did by kicking him out, I thought was crap. And it also robbed me of a moment that I wanted to see. You know what that moment was? I wanted to see Jamerson go through the handshake line and see what Izzo would do.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling Izzo was going to be, hey, good job for finding a way to get onto a roster of one of the great college programs of all time.
Yeah.
Way to go, way to persevere and do it. Because that's the kind of thing I think he would have done. And I wanted to see that moment, and I'm robbed of that moment because the coach overreacts and tells the kid, just go. Like, what? For a hard foul? This wasn't ugly. You're making it ugly. But now is where, and I didn't see any of the post-game stuff until this morning. So I didn't know that Cronin had made those comments until before the show. And then when I watched it, I was like, you got to be kidding me. This guy is out of control. And he is out of control. It's two things against Cronin. And then I don't know if he was able to, if he was asked anything about it after the game, because all the attention is going to the reaction that he had about the Izzone instead of the game itself. So this coach is just lost it last night.
As we said, if we're to believe that he's not a total jerk, if we're supposed to believe that, he's providing plenty of evidence to the contrary. Let's just say that there's two examples of being way quick triggered last night. Did he overreact to Stephen Jamerson, and did he overreact to the reporter? Yes and yes. And, two feel-good stories that the coach basically turned himself into the story in both accounts. And, look, Maybe it's something that there's a history there, and he had talked to Jamerson about it. We don't.
There could be something
there
else
could be
to it.
something else to it, and we typically try to give the benefit of the doubt to people, but you stop when you get multiple examples of somebody giving you evidence to the contrary. And I don't know, not our problem. UCLA basketball's problem, but national storylines that came out of last night's Michigan State pounding.
And he shamed a player that it was no need to shame the player.
Yeah.
Publicly like that.
Yep.
Crazy.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. Obviously, that coach has never heard your show say treat each other with respect. That's from Brandon.
Clearly.
You know,
apparently he didn't hear Izzo say it yesterday.
These are rules to live by, and I don't think we're always successful with it. You do your best, but I think we'd all do better off collectively as a society.
I mean, it did call a guy a jackass.
Yeah. You're giving Cronin too much credit. The guy's a tool, and there's no other way to look at it. There is no way he will apologize. Maybe not. Logan in Southfield, I don't follow college basketball much, so I don't know how good of a coach he is. But if I'm a UCLA fan, I want this guy gone. It's a horrible look. What a tool. Somebody else says, Chump of the Week, UCLA basketball coach. For the win, okay? For the win. The website. Headline, is Mick Cronin trying to get fired? Maybe. I don't know. But weird story that came out of last night.
Really weird story. Strange. Really strange.
Yeah. But if you, I mean, I've seen some Cronin post-game press conferences, and it's starting to connect dots and going, okay. He gets mad a lot, and he doesn't mind. He doesn't hold back, and I don't know how this is endearing in any way. But you know what? Some people want a coach to be tough on them.
Well,
right?
you like the hard-nosed coach, right? Is this Bobby Knight, the modern-day version of Bob Knight?
Right.
I mean, disciplining a player in front of the whole crowd to see, like Bob Knight. I mean, Izzo's done some of that too.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not pristine. But at least with Izzo, you know that there's something behind the scenes too, that he also builds the guys back up. And he'll admit if he's been too harsh on players. I mean, we haven't heard anything from Cronin at this point. I don't know if we will.
Well, given that it's UCLA and they just played 2 games in the state of Michigan, which means their plane probably took off last night around 3 in the morning, 2:33 in the morning. They landed in LA. There's a very good chance he's still asleep.
It's 9:39 right now.
Yep. Let's go to Ray in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ray.
Hey, man, you guys are scratching your head on this UCLA coach. I think the coach was doing a teachable moment. He was trying to show Izzo how do you handle an out-of-control player. That's what it was.
Did you think he was out of control?
Well, not out of control, but the hard foul. He was like, hey, man, you got to handle this stuff. You can't let fears go around kicking people in the groin and tripping people, you know, causing an injury. He was trying to show Izzo, this is how you handled it.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. I don't know if I would have chosen that moment to do it if you're going to show up Tom Izzo.
I don't think, Ray, the one thing is, didn't Izzo buy him dinner the night before? Like, they're close to that point that Izzo got Cronin dinner?
At the pizza.
Well, that has nothing to do with one thing or the other.
Maybe not. I just think, I don't know that they have a bad relationship.
You guys are overthinking it.
We might be. I mean, I don't know. And we might be giving him too much of the benefit of the doubt, although not too much.
I guess if you watch if you had given yourself a chance to watch replay or had one of your assistants watch the replay, would you have deemed that as an unnecessary hard foul or something was nefarious?
I don't think it was that bad. I mean, sure, maybe a tech, but I've seen a lot worse.
I've seen it a lot worse. I don't think they even should have been a technical.
248-539-9797. 3 teams in the league got an A grade. Our team is one of them. We will explain next at 1246. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with 0 down. Go now to 17.5. And Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Just want to wish a happy birthday to my oldest child, who is turning 24 today.
24.
Yep.
Happy birthday, B Shizzle.
You met a good kid who really, really looks up to Gator and Kang. My kids think Kang is the coolest MFer ever.
You said good kid.
I know.
All right.
Yep. But they,
I bet you that's going to change. I mean, they don't know my life now, man. It's not the same as when we met originally.
I wonder if I like Doug's kids more than I like Doug.
well, they like you more than they like me. That might be changing a little bit with the 24-year-old. Like it's funny. He said something about when he comes home now and sees us get into arguments with our daughter who's still in college and our son who's going to enter college next year. And he says, I find myself agreeing with you guys more. And I'm like, yep.
That's going to bother him because that's going to happen a lot more now that you know how it is. Yep. When you get older, you start to, and then you have that realization like, wait a minute. I remember Dad saying that to me and now I'm saying it. Mm-hmm. Oh no. And then you hate yourself for it. But that's what happens. Life experience creeps up on you. No.
Yep.
But happy birthday. He's a good kid. I like all three of your kids.
Well, thank you very much.
Which one do you like the most?
It probably is B Shizzle, but it's a close route. I haven't spent as much time with the other two. Although the daughter, I really like her very much. She's awesome.
If kids love, they always want me to rank them. And so currently it's little dude first, daughter second, my car third, my future pet fourth, an empty space fifth, and B Shizzle sixth.
Wow.
And that makes them laugh. The best thing they laughed about it was the empty space. I put an empty space before I ranked him, but he still will challenge me quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to rank him, Ken, because I just haven't spent a whole lot of time with the other two.
So you don't have to see them.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the youngest I haven't spent, I spent the least amount of time with, and he's great.
The ranking of the parents, however, right now, I rank ahead of my wife. I think I rank ahead of my wife with my daughter, but the two boys definitely like my wife better than me.
Well, she's probably more of a softie.
No.
No?
In any way.
None?
No.
If they ask mom for something, do they get it?
Well, maybe, but it's not because she's a softie. She would never be described as a softie.
Maybe that's the wrong word.
But anyway, yes. Not to get too carried away. Happy birthday to my oldest son, Brendan. All right. So ESPN.com handed out grades to each MLB team's off season. 3 teams got A's: the Boston Red Sox, the LA Dodgers, and the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Yeah, 3 contending teams, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Huh. I wonder where this rating or the letter grade would have been, say, a week and a half ago. And I'm guessing we wouldn't have to dig too hard to find grades that were given out, off-season grades from a week and a half ago, and see that the Tigers would have been given like a C- or a D. And now they're an A. Huh.
Well, here's what they wrote about the Tigers getting an A, one of the 3 teams that got A's. Now, some teams got A minuses, but the highest grades went to the Dodgers, the Red Sox, and the Tigers for their offseason maneuvering. And it says the Tigers salvaged the offseason with a late signing of Valdez and Verlander. But their most important move was the one they didn't make, trading Tarek Skubal. There has been some warranted criticism about not addressing the offense that struggled to make contact in the playoff series loss to Seattle, but I think it made sense for them to prioritize the pitching. First, the offense improved 76 runs from 2024 while being one of the youngest groups in the American League. Now the Tigers will be adding top prospects Kevin McGonigal to the infield, and at some point Max Anderson could also join the lineup. Given youth and McGonigal, there is reason to expect the offense to be solid again. The pitching and defense gave up 49 more runs than in 2024, and the rotation ranked just 22nd in innings. Adding a starter like Valdez, who averages 192 innings the past 4 seasons, is a huge get. Verlander, meanwhile, isn't just a sentimental signing, especially after terrific final 13 starts last season in San Francisco. I'm less enthused about Jansen and Finnegan moves for the bullpen, but in the end, the Tigers kept Skubal and increased payroll some $62 million. So there's why they got the A.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, they needed to add a stud pitcher to the rotation, and they did. Mm-hmm. And then they went out and added Justin Verlander as well. And if Verlander pitches anywhere near like he did in the second half of the season last year, that's an excellent rotation piece. And it really solidifies there where now they have depth in the rotation and they can, take their time and seeing how they want to, deploy that depth when they want to use a Cater Montero start. How they're going to use Troy Melton is still to be seen. Is he going to start the year at AAA and keep starters innings up and build up the arm, or is he going to stay with the major league club and occasionally get a spot start but typically come out of the bullpen? Don't know. They've got lots of options, let alone the Drew Anderson aspect of this and other pitchers that are waiting in the queue to get their opportunities, at Jake Miller or Ty Madden.
What a difference a couple of weeks makes.
Yes, 100%.
And, I think we can sit here and say that there are, I don't want to use the term impatient, because impatient implies that you aren't justified in growing uncomfortable with a team's lack of moves. And I don't mind people, hey, are the Red Wings going to do anything? Hey, are the Lions going to get aggressive this offseason? It's okay to ask those questions. It's okay to want. I think where I take issue when people trash a team for not making a move, and you go, okay, then you definitely are, I just want to make a move for move's sake. When you're mad about a move that a team didn't make, and you don't even know what move was on the table, you wanted to make a move for move's sake. And, if you don't care what the cost was of making said move, you want to make a move for move's sake. And nobody ever says, I just want to make a move for move's sake. But in the case of everybody else, this might be a great example of, hey, that team that you don't think is ever going to make a move, they might do it.
Well, the easiest sport to do it in is baseball, because the lack of a salary cap, and when you get to free agency, it's like, yeah, okay, if you're going to make a move in free agency, you're going to make the move to improve the team. So when the Tigers spent big on Framber Valdez, it's unquestioned a move that's going to improve the team. Mm-hmm. And then you go ahead and back that up with Justin Verlander replacing the injured Reese Olson, who we weren't sure how much he was going to be able to pitch anyway this year. Turns out not a pitch. That's another competent move that they've made. And it flipped the narrative. Overnight, it flipped the narrative on Framber Valdez. And then a couple days later, hold my beer, here's another move. And it's like, what just happened? They just improved themselves dramatically in pitching. Hitting, you can still make the argument that they can use another bat. And I'm not convinced that they've got this roster set. I could still see them making a move and trading for a player because they have assets to trade before the season gets going. But they may just be simply, hey, Kevin McGonigal made the team out of spring training. Or one of these other guys made the team out of spring training, and they're getting something out of that. If McGonigal makes the team out of spring training, it's because they envision him beginning his major league career and getting 450 to 550 plate appearances this year. Like real time, because there's no way they would just bring him up to be platooned with a couple other guys at different positions. And hey, he might get 200 at bats. That's not going to happen with him.
Now, if you want belief that now is our time, and it kind of has been the Tigers' time in this division, the Kansas City Royals, their offseason, they get a C. The Chicago White Sox, their offseason, they get a C. I'm scrolling down here. The Cleveland Guardians, their offseason, they get a D+. The Minnesota Twins, their offseason, they get an F.
Wow.
That's our division. Nobody else got higher than a C, according to these ESPN offseason grades.
What did the Yankees get?
The New York Yankees get a scroll. There's a button where I can just jump to a team, and I didn't execute that, which was stupid. And the Yankees get a C+.
I mean, you start thinking about the teams that are contending teams in the American League. In Seattle, what does Seattle get?
A-.
A-. So that's a pretty good baseball team there, and they make some moves.
A good team to begin with, and a plus offseason.
Yes.
You know what's interesting about the Yankees? If
everything, Doug. It's New York.
Right. The Yankees, if they got a C+, I can imagine that New York is losing its ever-loving mind, the Yankee Nation. If things aren't going well for the Tigers, there's your Herschel Walker trade. A team that had an underwhelming offseason in the Big Apple, in a no-cap league, with a possibility of there being a cap instituted moving forward, an impatient, unhappy fan base that's not used to getting overshadowed, that could be the team that the Tigers, if something goes wrong, which is always possible, if something goes wrong, That's a team that might say, okay, you can have these 3 or 4 top prospects that we weren't going to depart with. We don't want it to go
No,
wrong.
I don't want anything to go wrong. I want this team to be adding at the trade deadline if they need to. And it'd probably be, my guess is early on, it would be a bullpen arm that they would add at this point. But if they can add something before the season begins, if they get involved with Isaac Paredes or something like that, I'm all for it. Let's get this team as good as they can get and win a World Series.
Okay, straight ahead, a Lion posted a picture on social media, created quite a stir. We will get to that today at 105. Open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Canada and Czechia are in the midst of an intense battle in the quarterfinals in Italy right now. Czechia took a 2-1 lead into the second period after a late first-period goal from David Pastrnak. Then Canada trailed in an Olympic game for the first time in 26 years, but that was until Nathan McKinnon tied it midway through the second period with a power play goal, and just moments ago, this happened. Brendan Burke on the call for NBC. Andre Perlot puts Czechia in front. Just over 4 minutes to go. Still 3-2 there in what could be one of the biggest upsets in Olympic hockey history. Also, Sidney Crosby injured in that second period. Hockey Canada has announced he will miss the remainder of that game. Finland and Switzerland on their way in the quarters as well. The Swiss lead it early in that one. Team USA coming up against Sweden at 3:10 local time. A couple former Michigan Wolverines are in NBA headlines today. Caleb Houston earned himself a standard contract with the Atlanta Hawks. He was previously on a two-way deal. It's some unfortunate news for Michigan's Franz Wagner, though, as Shams Charania says he'll be out indefinitely with a high left ankle sprain. Wagner had missed the last 25 of the last 29 games for the Orlando Magic. Also, a local product, Myron Gardner, was promoted from a two-way deal. He's from Detroit. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so this has gone viral, and I think it's real, but in this day and age, you never know. And I want to get your impression, because if it's not real, then we'll find out very shortly.
Right.
But the end of a cross-country ski race, an Olympic ski race, a local dog ran on to the course near the finish line. And there were two skiers coming down to the wire, and a dog comes sprinting in behind them.
I think it's real.
You think it's real?
Yeah.
Kang, have you seen this?
Yes, I've seen it.
Is it real?
Well, you know me. The first thing I always think is this is not real.
Yep.
But now I kind of think it's real.
So this dog sprints to the finish, and the end of these cross-country ski races, these people collapse.
Yeah.
And a couple things happened. One is the track camera that slides next to the course picked up the dog and sort of slid along with the dog as it went towards the finish line.
It's a beautiful dog. It says this. It's a local wolf dog. Now, if I were skiing and I saw this thing chasing me,
yeah, you would think you were skiing for your life.
Yeah, because the dog looks like a wolf, and then the first thing I would be looking at would be around the neck. Is there any kind of collar or dog tag? And there is, and it's pretty prominent. So I'd feel like, okay, it's a domestic dog. This is not a wolf coming out to attack me. And I mean, it's a friendly looking puppy. Comes up and sniffs you.
Well, that's the funny thing is one of the skiers, and I don't know if there's a male or female race. If it's men or women. I think it's women. I think it might be this mixed. It's team sprint. So I think there's men and women, or maybe they're just women. I don't know. The dog does what dogs do. Like, there.
The dog's name is Nazgul, Nazgul.
Mm-hmm. Now, Gator, you're a dog guy.
I am.
Could you see Lois your dog Lois sprinting down the finish of a cross-country ski race?
Yes.
Yeah. Chasing the skiers?
Yes. Yeah. Only to want to hopefully see the skiers stop so that she can get some attention from the skiers.
Jumping up on the skiers?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Jumping, but it's not see, her jumping on people, I tell people, because she's poorly trained, it's hard to train a dog not to jump on people when you're by yourself. If I have somebody to train a dog with, it's different. But I've had a hard time getting her not to jump on people.
Mm-hmm.
So what I say is I try to hold her down when people come into the house. And then I say, look, she's a jumper, but she's harmless. What she'd like to do is really just jump and latch onto your hips and give you a hug is what she does. And if you want to pet her, she'll just do that. She's not going to keep trying to get higher and higher.
If you want to see the video, it's been retweeted for our account at Doug and Gator 971. So you can see the video. The other thing that's great is the Omega Timer camera that is used when there is a photo finish. Got a snapshot of Nazgul, the wolf dog, crossing the finish line.
Crazy.
In the they have sort of those pictures always have the like lines through them because they're like frozen frames in time. There's Nazgul crossing the finish line, apparently in bronze position.
Good puppy.
Yeah. All right.
Not good to be. Probably should be more controlled. Like the owner is probably embarrassed as hell that he lost control of the dog and the dog got onto the track. Can't have that happen.
Has that ever happened with Lois? Like the most embarrassing thing that Lois got into? Because Lois famously jumped out of your moving car.
Yeah. Yeah. That was terrifying for me. At a busy intersection after 5 o'clock. That was terrifying for me.
Yep. Sorry.
She's gotten out of the house more than a handful of times, although knock on wood, it's been about 4 years since that's happened. But the last time it happened was when I was having renovations done in the house. And apparently the crew was chasing her all over the neighborhood and across a couple major streets to find her. And she was just happy. She likes to explore. But yeah, it gets to be problematic. We famously did the show one time when I was doing the show at home, and somebody had opened up the gate that was working in the yard, and the dog got loose, and I didn't know because we're on the air, and my phone rings, and I answered the phone, and it was one of my neighbors saying, "Hey, I think I've got your dog." I'm like, "Hey, can you hang on to her for another 4 minutes? I'm still on the air. I got a commercial break coming up." Yeah, okay. It
was quite a tease.
So that was awkward.
All right, so before the break, we mentioned that a Lion posted something on social media, and it got everybody talking. It was Kirby Joseph on Instagram posted a picture of his knee getting acupuncture. And people were freaking out because they think the knee looks swollen, which it may be. I don't know that that's unusual. I don't know that it is swollen. I don't know what his knee normally looks like. But, people, we're scared for Kirby. Let's face it. We're scared. What do you say?
I'm looking at the picture.
Do you think it looks swollen?
I think it's a little bit misleading because you're seeing the upper part of the thigh, which is going to be big and muscular, and then you see the knee. And I mean, I think there's some swelling in the knee for sure. But just seeing about 15 needles in and around the knee is a little unnerving too.
Do you feel like seeing acupuncture is that's fine, standard operating procedure as far as recovery? Or do you think of acupuncture as desperate?
Like voodoo stuff?
Yeah.
Get a shaman involved? No, I think it's legit. I know somebody that practices it, and I think it's absolutely legit. And some doctors are going to be willing to say, "Hey, you want to try something? You can go ahead and try some of that, other medicine that's available to you, and the acupuncture works. Okay, if it doesn't work for everybody, works for some people, give it a shot." I've thought about it with my back issues. I've thought about particularly when I'm going through it right now. There are times like there got to be some way to relieve the pain that's going on, and acupuncture is a way to do that. But you better trust the person that's doing it, and that person better be licensed. They better know what the hell they're doing. Otherwise, you have issues. When people do the dry needling, and then all of a sudden you've got a collapsed lung that has happened on a couple of occasions with NFL players over the last several years. Is that what happened with TJ Watt? Did he have that issue?
Yeah.
Kang, did he have it was the dry needling that it went awry?
Yeah.
So you got to hopefully you've got people that have done this for a long time.
I think Kirby Joseph found this person on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
Actually, so who knows?
Just seeing it. I mean, how many there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
I want some,
like 16 needles.
Is there an authority out there that can tell us it's going to be okay?
Oh, well, we have internet doctors, so
That's true.
Someone can just look at that. I mean, this is the way I look at it, guys. I don't think he would post it if it was really bad news. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's just giving people an update. Hey, I'm doing some acupuncture on my knee. I think he's at that age too where, you're in your 20s. A lot of people post everything they do. He knows people have a vested interest in his recovery. I think the next couple of slides that he posted on Instagram were also like of him saying there's videos of him running, doing drills. I don't know if they're recent drills or anything like that, but I think he's maybe saying, I'm going to get back to this, like, hey, I'm doing everything I can.
I think the problem I have with this and seeing this is recovery stuff. This isn't like this is going to make him better or cure his cartilage issue or lack of cartilage issue. That's not going to happen. This is like maintaining and going to be part of his regimen, I would assume. It's not like all of a sudden putting needles in your knee is going to regrow cartilage. That's not how it works. But if this is something that keeps the pain away, awesome. And if it works for him, great, because Kirby Joseph is a difference maker in the NFL.
Well, I certainly hope that this works. I hope that everything works, of course, with Kirby Joseph. Did he have a caption or anything?
No, the next one, I think the next slide was something like he'd do it all over again. So I don't take that for what it's worth. I don't want to try to decipher his code. You know what I mean? What he's putting out there.
It's a dangerous thing to do, and yet we all do it.
Acupuncture, yeah, my wife's done it. I've seen it done on her, and it's it works for some people. It doesn't work for others. I wouldn't call it a desperate, move or anything like that. If anyone's thinking that, but I think you should, exhaust all options, right?
Yep.
Especially, the man went from day to day to week that he didn't play the rest of the season. So who knows what's going on, man?
Well, it's anytime there's any news on a Lion, something like this.
But it affects the, how early do they draft a safety? I know, Gator, you've been talking about possibly 2 safeties or, because Branch ain't starting the year next year, and we don't know about Kirby Joseph.
All right, well, 248-539-9797. Maybe some acupuncture expert can tell us, hell yeah, it's going to work. Make us feel better. How could they do that without even knowing what the diagnosis is? We asked for the impossible, and hopefully we'll get it. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. We're talking everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
All right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Bit of a challenge, for us here at the Carson Anderson program. There's been great drama playing itself out at the Olympics in an event that I will. Hey, if you don't want spoilers, promise me something that you will tune back in at 1:30. Because we don't want to spoil it for anybody, but we also don't want to tell you to turn your radio off. Counterproductive for our jobs. So if you don't want spoilers, turn your radio back on at 1:30. And if we're still going to be talking about it, we'll warn you then too. But
leave it on and just make a sandwich.
Turn the radio down. In the medal round of the Olympic hockey, Canada, in a dogfight with Czechia, just scored in overtime to survive. They were trailing, I believe they were trailing 2-1 and 3-2 in this game against a team that has about half their roster, if that, is NHL players. Canada, of course, all 25 guys on the roster are NHL players. But in Czechia has only about half the roster as NHL players. Czechia felt like they were having their miracle on ice moment. They scored with less than 10 minutes to go in the third to take a 3-2 lead. The U.S. scored with less than 10 minutes to go, or right around 10 minutes to go, to take a 4-3 lead on Russia back in 1980. And the United States held on and won. Czechia could not.
No. They have a dozen NHL players on their team, but no, they were not able to hang on. Get to the overtime period. 3-on-3 hockey, and Mitch Marner, I mean, what an individual effort when you get a chance to see this. Splitting the defense, or splitting the forwards, I guess, and then being pushed right by the defenseman, throws a backhanded shot, glove side, far side, past the goaltender.
Mm-hmm.
It's a phenomenal play by Mitch Marner. And oh, the irony. The Mitch Marner, who played those years with Toronto, couldn't help out Toronto, but he's going to help out Team Canada.
Yes, he did.
Finally scores a meaningful goal.
Yeah,
and does it in the Olympics here, and now vaults Canada one step closer to a potential medal.
Now, so we've been doing the show with TVs on, concentrating on what we're doing on the air, taking great interest in what was going on. Kang, you and Kenny had the game on back there.
Yeah, me and Kenny have been watching it. It's been wild action, especially the last period and overtime, of course. But you could tell that they were so close, man. And then Canada, they were pouring it. It was like DEFCON. Which one's the bad one, 1 or 5?
I don't know.
All right, whatever the bad one is, DEFCON 5. Let's just go for it. They knew their butts were tightening, and they put everything, and every player out there on the ice was just pushing for that game-tying goal, and they got it, man.
Kenny, your thoughts on this? I know, obviously, big hockey guy, our station's Kenny.
Yeah, no, it was a wild ending. I agree with everything that Kang just said. It felt like Canada put it into overdrive the second that they realized, oh bleep, we might have a problem. Crosby going down was a big shot to them. I feel like that it took a little bit briefly wind out of their sails, but then they just went immediately in full DEFCON 5, 6, 7, whatever the worst one is.
I was said to Doug during a commercial break and had a chance to watch some of the game, and it felt like every time Canada had the puck, and we both came up with the same word, swarming.
Yep.
They have so much talent on that roster. It's sick. And absolutely swarmed, and every time they possessed it, you thought, well, they're just going to score here. They're just going to score here. And then eventually they end up winning it. And I think the reason they won it is because Rieger started trolling on Twitter.
He did?
That's what Stoney came in and said like an hour ago. Rieger's trolling. I'm like, of course he's trolling. And then I just said to Doug, I wished I'd paid more attention to that, because the second Rieger starts trolling is the second you start betting the other way.
Betting the other direction. Yeah. So I will say, in principle, I'm very happy that Canada won, because I want the U.S. to play Canada for the gold, because it's great theater. There's a better chance that the United States will lose to Canada than probably anybody else in this tournament.
Well, U.S. has the work cut out for them. They play the Swedes this afternoon at 3:10.
Yes, they do.
So if they want to advance, They got to win today, and that's it's a tall task. The Swedish team is pretty good too, but United States is awfully good.
I mean, do you prefer that we play Canada with a chance to lose if we make it, of course, or would you prefer Canada's out to try and clear a path and make the U.S. the favorite?
I'll sell it to myself either way. I mean, obviously it is what it is right now. So I just want the United States to win a gold medal in hockey. That'd be awesome. If they end up beating Canada, that's the best story ever. If they win the gold medal without having to play Canada, that would have been fine too.
I am intrigued because we understand that this radio signal carries into Canada.
Yes, it does.
And we have a lot of Canadian listeners and Canadian friends. This story, I would imagine that entire country has spent the last probably hour freaking out.
Yeah. And now a massive sigh of relief, and now they can go out there and have some some mongoose, or what's the beer you like? The something strong.
Wildcat Strong. I don't know if it's still available, but
maybe that
the best Canadian beer I've had is Kokanee, but I didn't have any Kokanee because it was not. I think it's a Western Canada thing. I don't think they have it. We didn't have it at Blue Mountain over the weekend.
Canada's so good at hockey. I feel like they should just have citizens play on the team, not any players, and see how good they do.
They probably do decent. If it were the beer league championships, Canada would finish like 1 through 10,000.
Yeah.
And then we'd put a team in there. But no, I bet there's some Canadian listeners that can tell us what the freak out level was in Canada as this game was coming down to the wire. Because I'll say this, I just spent the weekend in Canada. When Canada hit the ice for Olympic hockey, my Canadian relatives got off the hill, stopped skiing, went to the condo to watch the games. And those games were usually at like 10:30 in the morning. So the chair starts spinning at 8. Actually, it was 9, but they would start early. Felt like they were starting around 8. But so you get up, you do 4 or 5 runs, and then they were taken off to go watch hockey. I can imagine Mo and Googe and Mary Eileen and New Guy and Big Mountie. I bet they were losing their stuff. 248-539-9797. Cousin Mikey, OB, probably losing it. Oh, let's go to Brian. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, Doug Gator? Kang, DEFCON 1 is the highest.
Okay.
Severe level.
Thank you.
But anyway, my mother-in-law, an actress, and it has some health benefits, but there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Like most people, they faint. If you do it wrong, you can paralyze whatever body part, or you can paralyze the whole body. There's infection risks. So I wouldn't recommend it, but it's good for pain relief when it works, but I would never do it.
So we're talking about, just for the record, we're talking about this because the picture circulated of Kirby Joseph getting acupuncture on his knee. And for you said your wife does it?
No, my mother-in-law.
Okay, I'm sorry. She gets acupuncture treatments.
No, she does it.
Oh,
she works at a health clinic and does acupuncture. And there's good for pain relief, but again, a lot of things can go wrong. Like for Kirby Joseph, God forbid, if she does, whoever's doing it does it wrong, they can paralyze his knee or his whole leg if you hit like the wrong nerve or anything. So
right.
There's a lot of downsides. I would never myself do it ever.
You don't trust your mother-in-law?
God, no. when I go to holiday functions, I have a paper in my pocket that says I want an autopsy, just in case.
Oh, man.
Wow. Wow. That got ugly in a hurry.
And it's laminated, so you know it's real.
Right. That was a DEFCON 1.
Yeah. No, I don't. No.
Funny.
I get tattoos, and that's about as much needles as it's going to go in my body. That's it.
Wow.
Fair enough.
The guy who gets tattoos is not willing to do acupuncture. That says something.
Mm-hmm. Well, that didn't make me feel better about Kirby's situation.
I think he's fine.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox about the restructuring that we've been talking about because Patrick Mahomes freed up $43 million in restructuring money. They've got to restructure Goff and St. Brown. If that frees up $50 million, it's enough for 2 impact players like Hendrickson and Linderbaum. In 2 years, when it's causing cap problems, we're probably moving on from Joseph and McNeil contracts anyway. It's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. The problem right now with the Lions, they've blown so many draft picks on Tesla and Broderick Martin that we don't have much to offer in trades anymore. The term blown so many draft picks on Tesla and Broderick Martin. Broderick Martin, unquestionably. Tesla, I don't know that I would say that they have blown so many draft picks on him. It cost him 2 third-rounders, which is a lot. But I would say that was a relatively promising start to a third-round receiver's career with a 6-touchdown rookie year. It's pretty good. Now, he doesn't have a ton of targets because of who he plays behind, but I think that career arc might be pretty off to a good start.
Well, we'll see. Again, he was used sparingly. I think that he was gaining trust as the season went on, and obviously he catches just about everything that's thrown to him. He's made some spectacular receptions as a Detroit Lion. I like what they have with him, but he's always going to be connected to the fact that they traded up and used pretty good resources to get him, and yet I don't think we're going to see him be the guy that people expect him to be if you move up that much to get him, because he's still going to be playing behind St. Brown and Jamison Williams, and likely a tight end when it comes to the targets, and likely a running back when it comes to targets. So he's already starting off at best as the 5th option.
Yeah, and there might be a plan for him that sees an increased role.
Well, unfortunately, injuries can also play a role.
Well, that's true. 248-539-9797. All right, I just sent a text across Canada to my Canadian relatives. The aforementioned Mo, Goosh, Big Mountie, new guy, cousin Mikey, OB. See if we how the last hour's gone for them. That Canada Czechia hockey game. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Welcome back, those of you that we said turn the radio off so we didn't spoil something that happens in the Olympics, that just happened in the Olympics, if you were going to try and watch live tonight.
So I should mention what I was going to say.
What do you want me
I'm
to
not
turn
allowed
off
to talk anything about.
You're talking about Clabo.
No, I was going to talk about the hockey game, but I can't talk about the hockey game now. We just gave it the one.
I mean, okay. Do you want another 5 minutes to tell them that too?
No, it's not. It's just
I did ask for my Canadian relatives' reaction.
There's a comment.
All right,
that
just do it. Hey, turn your radio off, but come back. Promise us you'll come back.
In 3, 2, 1. So Covers has the highlight of. They have the video of the highlight of the goal. And
yep.
just strikes me as funny the way that they caption it. What a goal from Golden Knights legend, Mitch Marner.
That's funny. Hey, look, this is where it gets super interesting. The Olympics, and you get into this part.
So you got Switzerland's beating Finland right now, 2-0 in the second period. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I'm not sure who ends up matching up with who in the next round, but you're going to have Canada is one of the 4 teams. Slovakia is one of the 4 teams. And right now, Switzerland, halfway through the game, they're up 2-0. And then you've got the winner of the United States, Sweden, to finish out the Final 4. Interesting.
Okay, so I got a first response from one of my cousins.
Okay.
I'm in tears. The coverage is so well done. I feel like everyone on the team is my kid. LOL.
Oh boy.
That is from cousin Mary Eileen. And this is how seriously they take it.
Do you think they'd be happy if Snoop Dogg were doing the color commentary? Or they're all into the CBC coverage?
Yeah, I'm sure they're on the CBC coverage, but Gator is not interested in Snoop Dogg, who will be on the call for the U.S. game. Is that right? We don't know what role he's going to play.
I love Snoop Dogg. I don't want him. I want to be locked into the game.
Well, hopefully there's different networks for if you want to listen. If you want to watch Snoop Dogg, you can do so on one of the Peacock streams. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But nonetheless, obviously usually there are multiple options. So Scott writes in, Canada, I didn't want them to lose, even though it would help the U.S. chances. I really want to see U.S.-Canada in both gold medal games. Well, we've got the ones already set, right? The women are playing tomorrow. I believe the women are playing tomorrow. The U.S. and Canada will play tomorrow for the gold medal. So now can the two men's teams come through? Now the U.S. is playing Sweden on the same ice, right? So they're just going to warm up and then it's our turn.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a while before they play. They don't play until 3:10. So
I will say this about the United States men's Olympic hockey team. The sweaters are iconic. They're awesome. With the shadow boxed USA across the front, red, white, and blue. It is a great old school look.
I think all the uniforms this year
Yeah.
from all the nations are pretty great.
Canada all red with the black maple leaf. That's a good look.
I think that the Latvians had a great looking jersey as well. Sweden's the classic with the 3 crowns, and it's all been pretty great.
Yep. Well, there you go. We are enjoying this as it goes on. Also, we're enjoying the college basketball last night. Another statement win from Michigan. They got Duke on Saturday. Michigan State takes care of business against UCLA, hoping that they're trying to get that mojo back for a late season run. That Michigan-Duke game, great interest. Weird college basketball scheduling anomalation, Scott, with one playing 3 and 2 playing 4 back-to-back on Saturday. Houston plays Arizona at 3. Michigan plays Duke at 6:30. It feels like a bit of a Final Four type of a Saturday, but it's just a regular season Saturday where the schedule fell where it did. We asked Michigan fans, what stood out last night to you in that win over Purdue? And one way to ask that is when you texted your friends after the game, what's the first thing you guys brought up? Or if you were sitting with people and you did the post-game analysis, what's the first thing you guys talked about? Michigan State fans, yes, it's one game, and they haven't looked that good probably since the Maryland game, although the Illinois win's pretty big. Let's not discount that. But is there a March run in this group?
I mean, there can be. If they can shoot from the outside, then they'll look like a complete team. But it's going to take everything. We have to get back to the beginning of the season, the first 10, 15 games when we saw that there was an inside-outside presence, that Cooper and Cole are inside. We're a force. And then you just kind of freed up Cohen Carr to do what he does, be the human highlight reel. And meanwhile, you've got Jeremy Fears leading the point, and he's just dishing out assist after assist after assist. And he's on a tear with that. But were they able to shoot from the outside? Last night they were, but typically throughout the season, they have not been this great outside shooting team. They've relied on everything else to get them where they're at. Good rebounding, good defense, and knock down your free throws. And that's what they've been able to do. Last night was the example of of how well they are capable of playing, but we just haven't seen it enough all season long where they're clicking like that. I mean, that's a crazy game. 14 out of 27 from 3-point range. It's the most 3-pointers they've made in a basketball game in 3 years.
And it's the one thing that Spartan fans say over and over and over again is that outside shot. We documented yesterday how much better it would be had the way the team had constructed 2 key components left. Now, if Trey Holloman stays, does Jeremy Fears develop the way he did, or could they survive in the backcourt at the same time? Holloman's shooting over 40% down at NC State. Jace Richardson, like, how would that backcourt look with those 3 playing, the 1, 2, and 3 and finding some way to make it all work? Jace Richardson developed quickly and probably left before they ever imagined. Replacement possibly got hurt. A couple of guys got hurt. Jordan Scott has been, perhaps with more minutes, that could be a legitimate answer than more than just, hey, they had one hot shooting night. Although he was pretty hot last night too. But
he and Kurt Teng are the 2 guys that you're hoping can knock down the shots consistently. But Scott's been counted on to play some defense too, and that's the calling card to get playing time at Michigan State.
As far as Michigan's concerned, what stood out to me was I just thought every time they built this impressive run where it just felt like everybody was playing well, they were shooting it well, they were getting stops in as hostile environment as it could be. And what happens? Purdue invariably, they're going to make a run. They made several mini runs to get it down from 20 to 11, 20 to 13, and 20 to 12. And every time they did, it felt like Elliot Cadeau came up with a big basket. And he's a guy who had his ups and downs at North Carolina. I don't really know. I didn't get the sense that North Carolina's were sweating when he left. But he made some big shots last night.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys they got that are first-year Michigan players, it seems like they were decent players their previous stop, but maybe they didn't get the opportunity that they're getting at Michigan. I think with one exception. But they're definitely, whether it's the Illinois transfer, North Carolina transfer, UAB, you got all these transfers, and they're coming together this season for sure. And it's unselfish basketball. And unselfish basketball goes a long way when you've got an inside presence and an outside presence and a team that's willing to share the basketball. You're gonna win a lot of games. And they're 25-1 for a reason.
248-539-9797. Wolverine and Spartan fans, if you want to get in on this. More answers coming in from my Canadian relatives.
Oh, nice.
Scott. Cousin Mo said, my heart has restarted. Way too close for comfort, but proud of our guys. I got one from a relative who said, don't read it on the air. So they know, and I will respect that. But 248-539-9797. There is obviously a big story in the NFL in that it's Patrick Mahomes freed up $40 million in cap space. And the Lions have to make other decisions on guys. David Montgomery, El-Quadin Muhammad, Branch, Laporta. Do they go early on Jahmyr Gibbs? They go early on Jack Campbell and try and get those guys locked up long term. It'll be a lot easier if they free up a ton of cap space, which is possible. Plus, the Pistons are back on the floor tomorrow night against the Knicks. The last time the Pistons crushed the Knicks were shorthanded. This time, the Pistons will be shorthanded. We'll preview that game coming up today at 1:46. Open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1. Okay. A couple things here. One is we talked earlier today about Mick Cronin, the coach at UCLA, who short-tempered, like total short-fused multiple times last night, one throwing his player out of the game, his own player, which seems, based upon how harsh that foul was that he had in a 20-point game with a few minutes left, seemed like an overreaction to us. Then he snapped at a reporter, yelled at him when he didn't let the reporter even finish the question, misinterpreted what the question was even about.
Right. It seemed like he misinterpreted it.
Mm-hmm. And we trying to be as fair as we can to Cronin when he comes across looking like a total
jerk.
Yeah, thank you. Greg Doyle, reporter for the Indy Star, gave him no benefit of the doubt and just tweeted out, UCLA's Mick Cronin, the cruelest coach in college basketball, humiliated a player and a reporter last night at Michigan State. He's even meaner behind the scenes at practice. NBA scouts told me. It's in here, and he's got a story about it. So apparently the giving him the benefit of the doubt, according to Greg Doyle, not really even worth it.
Interesting.
Yep. And we weren't trying too hard to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's just,
well,
he short-fused it.
It's also Greg Doyle, who's had some interesting things to say in the past that don't really care about. So we can make up our own minds about it.
Yeah. All right. So we mentioned before the break that the Pistons are back in action tomorrow night against the New York Knicks. How big of a game is it? I actually think it's a sizable game because I'll tell you what, the Pistons have beat the Knicks soundly twice this year. I believe it's still true that the Pistons have held the Knicks to their 2 lowest point totals of the season. 80 points in that loss in Detroit a couple weeks ago when they were shorthanded. And I think it was 90 points in one near the beginning of the season. Oh, I can't find that game, but they really held them in check earlier in the year as well. I think this game means a lot to the Knicks. I think if you're the Knicks and Detroit has beat you twice, and really, I mean, the first game was 121-90. The second game was 118-80. 2 blowouts. I think the Knicks probably want to win this game pretty badly, especially with Detroit shorthanded.
Yeah, I would imagine they definitely want to win this game. They've been humiliated, and they've got here they are in their own home court. The last thing they want to do is lose again to Detroit on the home court. And at this time, if you're the Knicks, you got to take advantage of this. They're without their 2 big influencers on the inside. Now, we're going to see a lot of Paul Reed, no doubt. But I'm curious to see how Paul Reed plays tomorrow night. He was the go-to guy in the last game going into the All-Star break, and he was unstoppable in that first quarter, and he had 16 points and then calmed down significantly after that. But by that point, the damage had been done. The rest of the team is able to do what they're able to do. It's also a game to see, okay, without the 2 bigs, an opportunity for Cade Cunningham to show his leadership abilities and other players to step up. And who's going to be the other player that steps up in this one? Because we saw it last time, we mentioned it was Paul Reed. Are we going to see Paul Reed step up again? Are there going to be other players in addition? Are we going to be watching this and say, wow, there it is. It's Marcus Sasser game, or it's, Karis LeVert game. Who's going to be the other player that complements things? I expect that Duncan Robinson's in the mix already, but I want to see somebody else do it. Is Ron Holland coming back to the team after his absence with the personal situation? And what's Asar Thompson going to look like? Is this team going to look refreshed after the break?
Ken, what do you make of this game?
I mean, clearly this game should be more important to the Knicks at this point. It's funny because the first 2 times they played each other, I think we were questioning how important it is for the Pistons to show that they can beat the Knicks, even though it's not a playoff series. It's just to show, hey, we can hang with the team that took us out of the playoffs last year. And they did more than hang. You mentioned the 2 scores, 2 blowouts this year. I think Knicks fans, and nationally, I think the people are going to look at this game. If the Knicks can't beat the Pistons this time around without Jalen Duren again, I think they start questioning, all right, are we in trouble here? If we see these guys in the playoffs, we got spanked, or at least the first 2 times, and we lose a third time, we might have to make some changes as far as it comes to playing the Pistons, because the Pistons' strength seems to be, other than Cade Cunningham, obviously, is the depth of this team. And whoever's on the court shows up. They always do.
Yeah. It's a fun way to start this post-All-Star break, is to come out with a big game like this on the road, and a lot to prove. I mean, there is a lot to prove for Detroit. It feels like if you're the Knicks, because usually I think veteran teams, they don't live and die by regular season success. But when you're coming up,
yeah,
you every chance you have to prove yourself, you try and prove yourself.
Well, and build confidence. Build confidence that, hey, we can get this done while we're without 2 of our brothers in arms, right? We're missing our 2 enforcers out there. It's okay. We got this. We can still go out there and play. Let's show each other that we can still go out there and play. It's going to be hostile territory. You know, you're going to see Jalen Brunson do his unethical scoring bit, the whole thing. And let's curious to see how that matchup looks like.
So CBS Sports came out with something really interesting. They ranked the NBA front offices after the deadline. Okay.
All right.
Where do you think the Detroit front office ranks?
Well, they didn't. I mean, the move they made wasn't a strong move at the trade deadline, so I don't know if it moves the needle too much. So I would have to look at it from a perspective of moves they've made going into the season and where they're at. I mean, the fact that they've got the best record in basketball, if they're not near the top, then I don't know what's going on other than, well, they didn't make the move at the trade deadline. Well, yeah, but they didn't take anything away from their team either.
Yeah.
So I imagine that they're in the top 5.
Gang, what do you think? Where do you think the front office is ranked?
I'll go 6.
Okay. Here are the criteria. Says we are obliged to share at the beginning of each set of rankings. There are more smart teams than ever. Do not treat a below average ranking or even a ranking in the 20s as condemnation of your front office. In many cases, the teams in that range are either working off of a very small and therefore difficult to judge track record, or they're being dinged for recent decisions that haven't panned out. They ranked the Pistons front office 16th post-trade deadline because of the underwhelming move.
I mean, where's Oklahoma's City rate?
1.
What move did they make at the trade deadline?
McCain, right? I think they got Jared McCain.
They say the Thunder have topped every set of these rankings we've published.
Well, because they've done everything right. I mean,
yeah, but I mean,
just in general, I'm talking, yeah.
But did they make some big splash move at the trade deadline? And the answer is no, they didn't. So the Pistons didn't either. So you got that disparity from 1 to 16, and teams made a similar move.
Well, they're saying their latest breakout player, Ajay Mitchell, was a number 38 overall pick, and the only two substantial or substantive external additions here were Isaiah Hartenstein, whom they wisely nabbed on a front-loaded deal, while their core remained cheap and protecting themselves on the back end with a team option, and Alex Caruso, whom they acquired for a former lottery pick no longer that fit into their plans.
I'm sorry, did they mention anything about Paul Reed?
No, they didn't. Let me go look and make sure they didn't mention anything about Paul Reed.
Dennis Jenkins?
They mentioned Jenkins, one of the better two-way finds in the system's young history. He more or less played Jaden Ivey off the Pistons roster. And Langdon wisely used Ivey to get a small but meaningful 2026 first-round pick swap with the Timberwolves. It's a nice way to generate upside out of a bad situation. So they do add this. Would have been easier to judge Langdon in a somewhat near future if he had, say, traded for Michael Porter Jr. Patience in Detroit's case has been a reasonable virtue. So take it for what it's worth. One person's opinion doesn't really matter. But Pistons big game against the Knicks tomorrow. Big game against the Knicks tomorrow. So go at 7:30. By the way, it's a Prime Video game. So I don't believe that game will be carried locally.
So we had the question about the Snoop Dogg situation.
Yeah.
Front Office Sports has tweeted out, says Snoop Dogg will headline an Olympic altcast as networks continue to experiment with alternative broadcasts. NBC will air a Snoopcast on Peacock during the third period of Team USA's men's hockey quarterfinal against Sweden, which is about an hour and a half away from right now.
Okay. So
just the third period.
And you don't have to watch it.
Yeah. I don't know, although I may tune in for a minute. I love Snoop. I do. I mean, the video that goes on of him from the Summer Olympics with the dressage or whatever it was with the horses, where he and Kevin Hart are commenting on it,
Right.
is hysterical.
But you don't care about that sport.
Right.
And you do care about the hockey.
Exactly.
Yep. So, for a sport you care about, but I give them credit. They did something outside the box that I think works with Snoop. It's not for everybody, but it's like a la carte. You don't have to watch. You don't have to sample it if you don't want to, right?
Correct.
So, anyway, Team USA, big hockey game coming up this afternoon. I think I know what's going to take up your day.
Yeah, well,
taking on the Swedes and Lucas Raymond. And certainly he has been a great.
He's had a big Olympics so far.
Yeah, which is cool to see. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being with us here. We'll do it again tomorrow, of course. And go USA. Let's try to set up a big showdown later in this tournament.
Make sure you tune in on Twitch and YouTube to see how many the leftover punch keys that Rico's going to take down.
Yep, that is straight ahead. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Tigers pitcher Justin Verlander threw a bullpen today for the first time since being back with the team. They also announced that Jack Flaherty will make his first start of the spring Sunday. That marks the home opener at Joker Marchant Stadium. Tarek Skubal and Drew Anderson will throw Monday against the Braves as well. The Red Wings were back in the practice ice for number 2 of their mini training camp today. Simon Edvinsson has missed the last 7 games, and he revealed he had surgery. Michigan State football announced their spring game will be April 18th this year in East Lansing. Green Bay men's basketball coach Doug Gottlieb has been suspended for their game versus Oakland this week on Friday for the post-game rant criticizing the officials last game. He apologized on Twitter, saying he'll be better moving forward. The Olympic men's hockey tournament continues today. It came down to the wire between the Czech Republic and Canada earlier. Mitch Marner scored the game winner in overtime. Sidney Crosby left in the second period with a lower body injury and did not return. Team USA faces Sweden at 3:10 in their quarterfinal. Detroiter Myron Gardner has signed a standard deal with the Heat after performing well on a 2-way. The Pistons back on the court tomorrow against the Knicks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the vacationing Michael Valenti, I am Michael Stephen Stone the 8th. He is Rico Beard, Kenny Cott, David Hull. Happy Wednesday to you, and we'll get into it later. But to our neighbors in Canada, we felt the exhale of relief all across the Detroit River as Canada survived defeating Czechia in the Olympic hockey first game of the medal round, quarterfinals, 4-3 in overtime. Mitch Marner with an incredible goal, and they were down 3-2 was Canada, but they nice tip in by Suzuki, and Canada can exhale, relieve themselves basically. Because there was a lot of tight sphincters going on in that country, as there should have been, because they're a wagon, and the wagon almost got derailed. But like I said, we'll get into the Olympics later. The U.S. does start at 3 o'clock against Sweden. Anyway, what's up, Rico?
What's happening, Stoney? Good breakdown of the game.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Everybody was glued to the set. But
Yeah.
we'll get into that.
Yes, indeed. Now, you were there. Well, first of all, just mention, nice college basketball doubleheader on Peacock last night. And, of course, the Michigan game, it wasn't a blowout at the end, but still they kept with it. So I didn't realize you could go find another Peacock thing to watch the start of the Michigan State game. I had to wait till the Michigan part was over.
NBC channel.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, I always forget about that, too. Yeah. NBC Sports 1 or whatever it is. Anyway, Michigan, they just did what they did, or did what they do. Didn't make a difference. It was a home game or road game. Yeah.
You shoot 56% from the three-point line.
Yeah.
You're going to walk into Mackey. You're going to walk into any place, and you're going to beat anybody. And
they're really
the thing
good.
It wasn't one particular person
No.
early on. It was Mara gets the offensive rebound, kicks it out to random open guy, whether it's LJ Kason.
He's playing
whether
really
it's
well, Kason.
Barnett.
right now.
Just knocked out. LJ Kason is really going to eat up some minutes from McKinney.
Yeah, and McKinney hit a 3 as well. So look, they're just really freaking good. But the controversy, if you even want to call it a controversy, took place where you were at the Brez, where Michigan State just manhandled UCLA. UCLA looked like they didn't even want to be there. And a lot of that is attributed to how really well the Spartans shot. I mean, if Jeremy Fears can shoot like that the rest of the season, they're going to go places. Jordan Scott can keep getting better. They're going to go places. It's weird because, early in the season, it was their big guys who were carrying them, Michigan State, Cooper, Kohler, and that lot. And they've kind of stepped down a little bit, especially from the outside. And, now all of a sudden the other guys, especially last night, stepped up from the outside. And if that continues, Michigan State's going to be formidable.
Well, look, if you really want to hear the deep dive to this, go check out the latest 5-Star Zone because it was also 2 other Big Ten games that were really interesting that I'm sure most fans doesn't care about.
Right.
But I broke those down as well. MSU goes as far as Jackson Kohler. When Jackson Kohler plays well, scores early, they don't fall behind, and they win. But then last night, like I said, they went on an 18-0 run.
Yeah.
Game was pretty much done. They held UCLA from scoring for like 9.5 minutes. But then the funny thing happened in the game. So we're sitting there and we're looking at the score, and Michigan State's up like 27 points, and we're all saying, well, why does he still have his starters in? Why does Tom have his starters in? Heaven forbid, Fears rolls an ankle.
That's my
hurts his hand, does something that he has to miss the rest of the season. You got to answer for that. And then there's a breakaway play. Carson Cooper gets the ball. He's going down. He goes up for a dunk. And Stephen, I think it's Stephen
Jamerson, right?
Stephen Jamerson.
Jamerson, yes.
Stephen Jamerson II goes up along with another player, and there's contact. And then all of a sudden, Cooper takes exception to that. He gets up. They separate. And, you know, it's like a basketball fight. No punches thrown. No punches are ever thrown in basketball. Referees step in. They huddle up, and they're going over to the table to see, let's review this, what type of play it was. That's not the strange thing, Stoney.
No, I know.
All of a sudden, Stephen Jamerson gets called over to his coach. His coach is yelling at him, and the next thing you know, coach is pointing to the exit.
Throwing him out of the game. I thought it was one of the most. I can honestly say, I've never seen anything like that before.
Stoney, nobody had.
I know.
And it was like, okay, did the refs say something to the coach? Because he's already telling him to leave. And the kid is like, are you serious? So then he goes walking down. He's walking out. It looks like the scene from Game of Thrones where Cersei Lannister, the only thing missing was the woman yelling, shame, 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 as he has to walk past the Izzone, past the band, through the tunnel, as all the Izzone people are now hanging over the tunnel, letting him hear it as he's walking out. And then the refs come back and say, well, we said it's a flagrant one. It'll be Michigan State's ball. And then they gave each of them a tech, Cooper and the guy a tech.
Right.
And I'm like, well, why'd you throw him out the game? And the rest, we didn't throw him out the game. Coach threw him out the game. Izzo in the post-game press conference. I haven't seen this before.
No.
I've never seen. I mean, if anything, here's the thing. We'll get into whether it was a foul or not. That's David's thing.
Right.
David is ready
It's
to
kind
be
of irrelevant
unhinged.
to the story, but it's interesting, especially the way we reacted here.
If you're Mick Cronin, you just bench your kid. If you feel that strongly, son, go put your warm-ups on. You're not going back into the game. Plain and simple. Now, a little bit of a backstory to this. This kid apparently was an MSU student who really hadn't talked to the coaches, wanted to walk onto the team, didn't make it. Then he wanted to be a student manager. He didn't get that job either, so I guess he left angry. So I don't know if he had some venom in him with that hard foul. Like, I'm going to show you should have had me playing here. But in the end, if you're Cronin, you just put him on the bench, man.
Yeah.
You didn't have to make him do the walk of shame.
Well, he is.
There's 4 minutes left in the game.
Cronin's
You all were about to do the walk of shame in 4 minutes.
Cronin's a dude where you go online and you happen to see like a little clip. Oh, Mick Cronin says something at a press conference, and it seems to happen once every 3 or 4 UCLA games. I mean, I remember early in his UCLA career, because he coached Murray State and then Cincinnati, I think, where they would just show his father in the stands every game, right? Wasn't that him? They show Mick Cronin's dad every game, and he's got a good relationship with Izzo. I know that, but it was just he's so freaking weird.
Stoney, he's weird, and the problem is he's weird and he doesn't win. So you can't have both.
Right.
He
did make a Final Four a few years ago.
Right, but that was a long time ago. That was that COVID, which was the year that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Because they knocked off both Michigan State and Michigan that year, and then COVID year.
No, the COVID year they canceled. Remember?
Well, I mean the year after.
Yes.
The year after when you had to.
Yeah, COVID year.
It was
COVID year is the year Michigan State.
Year, I'm sorry,
Michigan State would have won the national championship.
The 21 year, because State was in the play-in game and they lost in overtime to Johnny Zhuzhang and that team, and then
they beat Michigan after that.
Right,
like
and they beat Michigan in the Elite Eight.
Yeah,
and they went to the Final Four off of that. But he's weird and he doesn't win, so you can't do if. You can't complain and do all of this stuff and you don't bring anything to the table. And I think that's what people are looking at him like, dude, just shut up and do your thing. But that's just me. Watching the because I only got to see it once. I didn't get to see it in super slow-mo.
Right.
I didn't get to see it the way David saw it.
You didn't have to see it in super slow-mo to come to the opinion that I've come to.
Well, we watched
No,
it.
David, watching it in real action, it was just like, oh, wow,
it looked like a hard foul.
I could see where they were huddling up to see. Now the refs are going to go look at it. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, because they look at everything.
I said he's probably going to get a flagrant one on that foul because it looked like a breakaway, and he went after him because it was a breakaway.
But then when you look at it, because David said I wasn't even a foul, so I said, all right, I got to look at it again because I watched it, live, but I didn't really pay attention to the replays. So just minutes before the show, we found the play and went pretty much frame by frame from each angle. And the actual play doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things because we're going to get to something else Cronin did in a second. But man, to me, it was Cooper went up, right? And from behind, Jamerson, he tries to block it. No, he didn't try to block the shot.
He
blocked
it.
the shot.
Yes.
How is that even considered a foul or B, a dirty play? I just couldn't figure it out for the life of me. And, when you watched it in regular speed from a different angle, you can say, okay, I can see there's some contact, but when which is what they do.
People are leaning into the direction of it being a dirty play because of Cooper's soft reaction. He gets up and wants to go after Jamerson. I'm sorry, son. The ball was blocked. It wasn't a dirty play.
No.
So I'm going to let you guys behind the curtain here of why this topic. So I'm sitting there as I'm just trying to peruse and see if any breaking news happened before the show. And all of a sudden I go to X and I see David and his comment from last night. And I'm like, hey, David, were you trying to be a Jeff Rieger being a troll right this, or is this how you really felt? And I'm reading David. Cooper's reaction is soft. UCLA player was going for the block. Nothing dirty. Okay. You know what I got to do now? Let's read the replies.
Yes.
And watching David go back and forth with Spartan fans like, wow. So then I asked David, and then David wants to go after me. I'm like, David, hey, I'm just asking the question, man. Kenny is over there laughing because he can give less than a damn about any of this, and he finds it so funny. And I'm like, whoa, David, I'm just asking, are you being serious? Right? He's soft. And if you think that, you're soft. And everybody's soft. And we live in a soft society. Okay.
So then I bring out the Zapruder tape with the microscope, right, or the magnifying glass, and I came to the same conclusion basically that David did, that he blocked the ball. You actually see him blocking the basketball.
One angle looks worse than the other.
Yes.
I saw the angle that looked like, oh, you know what?
It was a hard foul.
That's going to be a hard foul. That's the ref's going to look at that. I didn't see the other angle because when you're watching it live, you only see it one time.
Right, but when they go to the table and they go for every freaking angle there is, you can say, okay, that was a block shot. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, there's more from that game. Mick Cronin goes, I wouldn't say bonkers, but I think he loses his mind a little bit. 97-1.
Let's talk about something more positive. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. Get into Hamilton and find out why they are the best. And you'll hit the road in style with their great deals on massive inventory. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox EV $199 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yep, you heard me right. And EV Equinox for under $200. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Go visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney here in for Mike. And congratulations to us. We've extended the deal with the Detroit Lions for the foreseeable future for years and years, so you can hear the great tones of Dan Miller, Lomas Brown, TJ Lang during the game. And it says in this press release that Wojo and Birchie and Dan Miller, the Lions Review, is back as well. So, way to go. Not you, the king of the trolls. He did it again, by the way. When the United, he wants Canada to lose. So, of course, Canada was losing 3-2, and Rieger got all excited. And the next thing you know, Canada wins the game in overtime. So, shut up, Rieger. Because every troll you do, it seems, goes the other way. Anyway, we were talking about last night in the UCLA-Michigan State game. Before we get to the Mick Cronin press conference, do we have any text, David, on the play that really wasn't controversial? We kind of made it controversial.
Yeah, someone says I'm a Spartan grad and think Cronin was wrong there. Yes, it was a hard foul for sure, but if you're upset with your own player, then just sit him on the bench instead of embarrassing him like that.
Yeah, you know what? Look, I think that he should have sat him on the bench, but here's the thing. I look at Cronin and I'm like, yeah, he's one of those coaches that he came up in that Bob Knight, Tom Izzo kind of cut where I've seen Tom Izzo grab players.
Aaron Henry, remember that
It was
one?
Aaron Henry, because they remember afterwards, it was like, well, Aaron, you know, when Tom got in your face and grabbed you and said all that, and Aaron with a straight face was like,
So what?
no, he was like, which time?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you know what? He's like, yeah, I don't remember. He does it all the time. It was Gabe Brown. He caught Gabe Brown coming out the tunnel, and he was yelling at Gabe, and Gabe was like, it wasn't even me. It was him. You're yelling at the wrong person. And he did that. And I
That's
remember
why they
was-
have such a great relationship with his play. That's why they keep coming back, whether they get yelled at or
Right,
not.
but the thing is, how do we know Cronin doesn't have that with his guys? That he could say, you know what, you can go, and then afterwards
That's
they
true.
sit on the plane and they fly back together.
But
and
it's the fact
play
he,
Uno.
but the fact he bitches like at press conferences all the time about scheduling and starting times and
Have
things
you
like that.
not heard Tom Izzo press conference?
No, I understand that.
He hates. He's like Mike. He hates Twitter. He hates his schedule. I don't know why I do this. My players.
But
and
he's
all
not
of this.
he's not belligerent about it though. For instance, last night, a intrepid reporter for one of the Michigan State fan sites, right? Is that where this person worked for?
Yeah, M Live, I believe.
Well, so that's not a fan site, but anyway.
No, it's not a fan
But he
site. It's M
covers Michigan State for M Live. It was the return of Xavier Booker. It was, big game. The Izzone was what the Izzone is. So after Cronin talked about all the other stuff of the game, this intrepid reporter decided to ask this question. First of all, when he came out, I've heard far worse questions than that at press conferences.
Yeah, I believe that was Matt Wenzel of the
M Live. Okay.
Yeah, of M Live.
I mean, really? Do you have to? I know you got belittled because your team played like crap and got its ass kicked. But did you really have to belittle the reporter? And look, it was a stupid question. At the time and place, maybe. I mean, I personally don't care that he did it. I'm not going to hold that against him. I just thought it was actually from a fan perspective who viewed the press conference. It was funny as hell. I mean,
to continue going after him,
yes,
saying are you yelling at me and
right,
all
that was
stuff?
because he really wasn't raising his voice that much.
Didn't. No. But the initial question to me, not trying to be mean, but I also have a problem with the question. If I'm an opposing coach, I also don't care about the Izzone.
I guess it was the fact that I guess he didn't look. I can't speak for Matt.
Well, he was asking about the response
The
from
fact
Mr.
that they
Booker.
kept chanting all night long, "We want Booker," and whenever they would do the chant, Booker would get back into the game. So it looked like, okay, every time they chant, you put him back in. They chanted again, you put him back into the game. So yeah, you asked that question. Now you simply just say, "Guy, that's a dumb question," or you know what, I don't want to answer that question. And you move on.
Or even after he answered the first part, he didn't have to go on.
Right. Your job is
continue.
now you're trying to belittle the reporter. And then, okay, it's the dumbest thing ever. You've asked the dumbest question ever. And then you move on. No, let me stop and turn. Now he turned a 1-day story into a 2-day story.
Right.
Because had he said nothing else, this is a note. Nobody's talking about this, but now he goes back. he says his thing, and then he's like, "Are you raising your voice at me?" He's like, and if you know Matt, Matt's a mild-mannered guy, so no, I don't think he was raising his voice at him.
He obviously didn't do his research, because after the Michigan game on Saturday, I guess it was, or so, whenever they played, somebody was asking Cronin about how, whether Michigan's, how good are they or whatever. And he said, I don't care about Michigan. I only care about UCLA. And he goes, I understand you're from Michigan, but I don't care. I'm worried about my own team.
Here's the thing. Sometimes you don't ask the fanboy questions. Sometimes you got to ask real questions, and the coaches don't like that. But you're not working for some fan website where you're done. Hey, coach, wasn't that awesome when you did this? No, you know what? Every time they said something, you put the guy in. So, he asked a question about the crowd. Yeah, it was just a coincidence, and you move on, plain and simple.
All right, David,
that's how I see it.
David, let me ask you this, okay, before we get to Kenny. You have a child, now he plays football, but if he was playing basketball and Mick Cronin recruited your son, would you let him play for him?
Yeah, sure would. I don't care. Because there's transfer portal now. I get there a year, don't like it, he can leave.
Well, why waste a year then?
Huh?
So you're going to the school knowing my kid's going to transfer out?
I'm joking about that, but I'm saying I don't care. I really don't care.
If he likes the school, if he likes the coach.
If he likes it, go.
As long as he knows what he's getting into, right? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I always get people like, well, why would you go play for this coach? And I didn't like the coach. Like, okay, I understand most students are just following the bag.
Correct.
But guy, do a little research. You use your phone for something other than sending inappropriate text messages, and Google some stuff and find out about the coach. Because I always laugh when I hear parents and stuff. Well, Tom Izzo's tough. Like, yeah, no bleep.
Right. This is your research paper. Do it now.
I've sat through his practices. I know exactly what he says in practice, and he doesn't hold back.
Right, and then every kid is not meant to be coached by people like Tom Izzo and I guess Mick Cronin. Some kids have a personality that they don't react well to being yelled at and other kids need it and love it.
Right. It fires them up. It motivates them. And then some coaches come across as the all shucks. Like Coach K was the most foul-mouthed coach I have ever heard in my life.
That's why I can't stand him, because I thought he was fake.
Thank you.
And nobody knew that because Grant Hill was my favorite player.
Yeah, get in front of that camera and he's fake.
These guys.
Yes.
He did what Michael Jordan did. I didn't realize until I sat behind the Duke bench once, he drops his head, and you're thinking he's just disgusted. No, he is cussing you out left and right, but he knows there's cameras on him, so you can't read his lips. So he drops it like Jordan would just grab his shorts, and you would think he was tired. No, he was talking trash to people. That's Coach K. So you got to know the coach that you're going to. So David, you're saying that we could ask the question to the people if you want, but 248-539-9797 is Mick Cronin a coach that you would allow your son to go and play for, or that type of coach? Is that something that you saw that and were like, oh, you were turned off, or you saw that and was like, you know what? That guy cares.
And granted, it's a different time period, but you always hear the guys who played for Schembechler always say, I hated it when I played for him. But afterwards, I realized how important and how good it was for me to play for him. Yeah. And there are tons of coaches like that, and you don't realize because you're
Custoni now.
You're 17 through 21, and it's different now because of the money.
Right, but now if you yell at the guy, I'm leaving. You hurt my feelings. I'm going someplace else. It's rare that you can actually establish a relationship with a player.
That's what makes Izzo so great.
And be so tough on them and then turn around. But yeah, I look at his reunion days. Everybody shows back up. Everybody's there. And then people are like, oh, look what he did to Jaren Jackson Jr. Oh, there's Jaren walking through the door.
Right.
Saying, hey, you know what? That was my fault. I screwed up in the Syracuse game.
Yeah, no, whether I have a kid that was going to play for the guy, I don't have an issue with that. I just think he comes off as a big baby in this situation. That's how I look at it. Don't berate the reporter. And by the way, you're the coach of a major program. If you could ask a question that you don't find to be tasteful, cry about it. Don't berate the reporter. Oh, you raise your voice at me. Shut up.
All right, our telephone number 248-539-9797. Would you want to play for a guy like Mick Cronin? 97.1. The venerable Mick Cronin, ladies and gentlemen, who I got to think his days at Faber are numbered, as they would say in the movie Animal House, because they need to start winning at UCLA.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they're actually a bubble team.
Yeah.
Right now. So it's not like they're this god-awful team where they can't get anything done. Now, unfortunately, they had a rough weekend in Michigan, but every West Coast team, Stoney,
I know.
I think they're 6-19 making these trips out here. Hey, congratulations. Hope you enjoyed the money.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if they get, yes, the regular conference money. Yeah, they do get that, but the players don't get any of that.
No, I'm just saying, but yeah, you don't get to complain saying, we got to make all these trips. It's paying a salary, man. You should have told your AD, I don't want to be a part of the Big Ten. I want to stay out and keep local.
Yes.
But yeah, every West Coast team, when they travel east, has just been having the worst time ever.
Look, there are a lot of coaches out there who, in the professional ranks too, who you might not love with all their tactics, but they're winners, and in the long run, they're good for you. I mean, how many things did we hear about Scotty Bowman? I mean, Scotty's like a weird ass, but, when push came to shove, his way worked out pretty damn well. They won, to a lesser extent, although he won Babcock, but he went crazy with the treatment of guys like Johan Franzen and
every coach
Chelios at the game in Wrigley where he's from.
You can't guard my mother.
Right.
She's in a nursing home. You can't. It wasn't for the camera. He just said it. Now, the funny thing is his mom, I guess people took AI photos, and his mother now has a mural in her house of her dominating Kurtang, like 5 different photos that Steven Izzo posted. But so, do these types of coaches turn you off? 248-539-9797. David?
Text here says Mick Cronin is insufferable, throws his player under the bus more than any coach I've ever seen, including last night. Another one says, I'm on the other side. You mean you guys are perfect at your jobs? I.e. David? Well, okay. Then it says the reporter did raise his voice.
Yeah, but he didn't do it in a belligerent way. He was like questioning more than anything else, right?
Correct. Then someone else says, come on, guys, give Cronin a break. It's got to be hard buying suits from Oshkosh Bagosh.
Oh, you know what? No.
As a Cincinnati fan, I remember when Mick was there, former players would talk about how they loved playing for him, so sort of like the Izzo thing in his former players.
That's part of the reason they have a very good relationship.
I am no Cronin fan, but come on, a coach loses big on the road and you ask a silly question. He didn't deserve the response, but there is a time and a place.
But I'm not trying to stick up for the media guy here because Cronin did go overboard, but the question was basically about Booker, a former Spartan. It wasn't some out of the blue question that didn't deserve to be brought up to him. I didn't think. Did you?
No, like I said, last night they chanted Booker's name constantly, and he would go back into the game, and they cheered him because Izzo said, hey, guys, don't boo Booker. He was once one of yours. And they treated him that way. It was entertaining because the game got out of hand.
Yes.
So now we were just saying, okay, well, let's see what kind of game he could have. He finished with 2 points and 2 rebounds. Not a great homecoming.
No.
I don't think the UCLA got their money's worth from getting him to transfer out to UCLA.
No, he's probably the poster child for, was he a McDonald's All-American? He was a 5-star at one point, right?
Yeah, he was all of that. No, he's the antithesis of the transfer portal. You see what Dusty May is doing. It's just like, oh, this thing works. No, there's a flip side to that where you spend a ton of money and it doesn't work. And now you're kind of stuck with this player who's not really helping your team out, and they're not going to take a pay cut. They're not going to give you any of that money back.
Yes, but he's also the fact of the matter is it just shows you in certain cases that star rankings don't, because he didn't play very well for most of his time in Michigan State either. So they took a flyer on him at UCLA that he maybe just needed a change of scenery to get away from a hard-ass coach who he really liked and respected and to go to another hard-ass coach. And it hasn't worked out. I mean, I was looking at his game-by-game log the other day, and it's pretty pedestrian, except he had that one game where he had 24 points.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they paid a lot for him. And, yeah, they won the bidding war. And I don't think they really won that auction.
No.
They're looking for the receipt.
Yeah, absolutely.
See if they can return them.
Well, you know, that's one of those guys. I mean,
now, I guess the question people should ask Mara about him because
Yes.
Mara came from UCLA
Right.
last year. So that's the question is people should ask him, what's Mick Cronin really like? Because that's the opinion I want to hear.
yeah. I wonder I don't remember the exact reason that Mara gave for, leaving. Because sometimes those guys are, for lack of a better term, pushed out by the coach as well. You might be better, if you go into the portal,
Right.
because I might have something better coming in. And Mara maybe just saw the way Michigan played with their two big guys last year with Wolf and Golden, right? So he thought, I could develop here. And he certainly has played better here than he did at UCLA.
He's played a lot better here.
Yeah.
He did. But, I mean, he was a shot blocker at UCLA as
Right.
well. But, yeah, he's on a better overall team here.
Yeah. I mean, and look, obviously anything can happen. That's why the NCAA tournament is probably the biggest crapshoot in all of sports because it just takes one bad game or one incredible performance by an opponent, and your season is over. And sometimes it's deserved. Sometimes it's just the way the ball bounces, and you'll go down in history as a flop, a failure. You only play one style of basketball. You're only used to how this is being reffed, and you get to the NCAA tournament, you think. That's that aside from right now.
Or you run into a Giddy Pot.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up.
I'm just saying, you
I
run
know.
into a guy like,
Yeah.
are you kidding me?
Yeah. Michigan is really good. And the reason they're that good, I think, is just how good defensively they are.
See, I think they're good because you can't really focus and shut down one person.
Right.
Like most teams, I'm going to take him out the game and you can't beat me. Okay, I'm going to take him out the game and then the other guys or people coming off the bench. Like the depth is there, the scoring is there, they're hitting shots. And you're right, they got the defense, the front court, forget about it. Because I thought maybe Purdue could match them front court because they got somebody who's like 7'4".
Yes.
So I was like, okay, nope, wasn't fun.
No.
You at the TV timeout and Purdue in Mackey is down by 20 points.
I know.
Yeah, I was just like, man, this is amazing.
The other thing, I mean, that the players get the credit for it, but that Dusty May is instilled in this style and they're so unselfish. And you look at you mentioned how good they are, the roster wise. Yeah, they probably have 3 to 4 NBA players on their team. They don't have an NBA star on their team, but they have 3 or 4 guys who you think is probably going to who could make or will make the league at some point. And that's good enough. I mean, obviously Yaxel's the big name, but there are games where he doesn't even look that great. So he's a good player.
I mean, last night, I thought for all the stuff that he talked, like he's going to go out there and drop 30, 12 points.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't need to,
He didn't.
No. They do
It's all good though.
Yes. All right. 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney in for Valenti on 97.1. Ladies and gentlemen, we had enough basketball for the time being, college basketball. Pistons play the Knicks tomorrow, Madison Square Garden. By the way, the new podcast, Restore the Floor, will drop shortly with myself and Evan Jenkins. But now let's turn to the skin of the pig, and let's go college football.
I love it. The skin of the pig. Oh, that's so amazing. I love that. So let's get to it. And I understand on surface, we are in a different era with college sports.
Really?
So we can have the conversation within it. But let's talk about college football's most compelling rematches in 2026.
Okay.
Start here in the SEC, where we had two matchups in the 2025 season. We had Georgia and Ole Miss. Georgia won 43-35 in the first result. And in the college football quarterfinal, Ole Miss got the revenge, won 39-34. The rematch for this game this year will be November 7th.
Where's the game?
It will be at Ole Miss. No coach, different coach for Ole Miss, different quarterback for Ole Miss.
Well, maybe not.
Right.
Oh, you're right.
Maybe not.
It's up to the judge.
I mean, I don't want to be the quarterback that Ole Miss brought in knowing you're a substitute teacher. Trinity Chambliss gets his job back. You hit the bricks and hit the portal.
And isn't Gunnar Stockton's back for Georgia, correct?
So this could end up being a good rematch when Chambliss comes back.
It is, but it doesn't have the same swagger as the other one because Lane Kiffin's gone.
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't there for the playoff game either. Yeah, I mean, will I be watching it? Yes, but I'm a college football slappy, so I'll be watching it along with Kenny because it just means more.
Yeah, I think there's going to be the common thread of this throughout this entire blitz of what's happening with the roster, what's happening with your quarterback, what's happening with your coach. How does this affect the rematch?
Not a true rematch, though, because, you're missing the coach and the quarterback may not be there.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So next, let's try this one. Ohio State at Indiana, October 17th. We know the result of this one was the Big Ten championship game where Indiana won 13-10. But do you believe in a strong rematch here when you have a different quarterback for Indiana?
See, I do. Because people fail to remember, it's not like Mendoza was there for 2 years.
A year? You're right.
He came in 1 year. I think that, once again, this game is what's going to make Indiana legitimate. If they win again, I think people are going to have to put down their swords and say, guys, Indiana football may be a football powerhouse. I know. I never thought we would say that 5 years ago. But if they beat Ohio State again, we got to stop making fun of them and just say this is a good team. This rematch I like.
You know, I think Ohio State, this game's where? In Bloomington?
It is correct.
In Bloomington. I think this is a game not as much as the Michigan game, or the Texas game.
But they're circling this game.
But they are circling this game because the fact that they are not Ohio State being the best team in the Big Ten the last year, that it's been Indiana. I think the fans and Ryan Day and their new coordinator, the great Arthur Smith, with Matt Patricia, I think they'll be ready for this. This is must-see TV.
Next one, we're going back to the SEC, and I want Kenny's comment on this one because it is Georgia at Alabama, October 10th. And on surface, yes, Alabama has a new quarterback. Gunnar Stockton is returning. But is this matchup more about the programs? And it doesn't matter who the coaches are. It doesn't matter who the players are.
I think, and you guys can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this or off base, but for me, I have a little bit of bias here. It's always going to be, until I see college football change even more dramatically than it already has, I'm always going to look at that game similar to how Michigan looks at Ohio State and go, we must beat these bleep holes. I don't care who their quarterback is. I don't care who their coach is. I don't care who's running the ball for them. It does not matter to me. I think until college football has devolved so badly, I will always hold that opinion.
Kenny, it's like Army, Navy, except for they'll actually be scoring. So yes.
Where is the game being held this
It
year?
is Georgia at Alabama, and they
Doesn't
face each
matter
other
because-
twice,
No,
but
I
they
know.
probably will do it again next year, twice.
Right, because they'll end up playing in the SEC championship game, and those two teams hate each other, and you're looking at NFL players in that game. So yeah, that's a game that I'm watching.
And the pressure on Kalen DeBoer is going to be pretty high this year.
I think pressure on both coaches because I gotta think that Georgia, this wasn't Kenny. Am I misspeaking? This is like that gap year. We're gonna act like this year didn't happen. Go back out there next year and win some games.
You best not let it happen again.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
I think both coaches, the loser of that game, is going to be sitting on an awful warm seat.
So I completely disagree when it comes to Georgia. I think Kirby is good for another 4 or 5 years as long as they're always
No.
a top 5, top 10 team.
Stoney, I think you're thinking Big Ten style.
No.
You're not thinking SEC fired.
How many years was Mark Richt there and he never did anything? Kirby's won championships.
Different era, Stoney. Think about LSU got rid of Ed Orgeron after a championship. Because, well, we lost the next year.
I think
You're thinking, Stoney, right now in the SEC, if you ain't winning, you're fired. And yeah, his seat will be warm.
So the last two here, and I don't think it matters at all about who's there. It's the circumstances that make these rematches important. It is Miami at Notre Dame on November 7th.
Oh.
We know why that's important.
Yeah.
And LSU at Ole Miss, September 19th.
Oh.
Doesn't matter what the result was of last game.
No.
It's all about the coaching.
Oh, LSU at Ole Miss?
Yes.
The Grove is going to have pornographic pictures of Lane Kiffin.
And Miami's
At Notre Dame.
Yeah, because that was Notre Dame did a whole lot of chirping. They did a whole lot of, you know what? We may have lost, but we were still. Wait, they're in the national title game? Okay, I guess we need to shut up and be quiet. So, yes, they did a lot of talking, and then Miami just kept winning and spiking Notre Dame. But, yeah, the LSU Ole Miss game, come on. I mean,
that's
in
going to
the
be one
first
of the
month of the season, too.
That's going to be one of the top 5 games of the
Let
year.
me just go ahead and tell you, College game day will be there.
Yes. That's going to be unbelievable.
What's interesting is that sometimes things just work out. It just worked out that they're at Ole Miss this year. That's amazing.
It is. It's great. The Grove's going to be nuts. All right. That's our college football prediction blitz on 97.1.
Red Wings star defenseman Simon Edvinsson has missed the last 7 games with a knee injury. He revealed to the media today that he had surgery. His goal is to play the first game out of the break next week against Ottawa. The men's Olympic tournament continues today. The Czech Republic gave Canada a run for their money until overtime. Call thanks to NBC. Team USA getting ready to face Sweden in minutes, pitting Dylan Larkin against Lucas Raymond once again. The Tigers announced that Tarek Skubal will make his first start of the spring on Monday. Today, number 3 prospect Jose Briseño homered off him in live BP. Green Bay basketball coach Doug Gottlieb has been suspended after his fiery post-game presser over the weekend, criticizing officials. It'll keep him out of the game versus Oakland on Friday. He'll return against Detroit Mercy Sunday. 97-1 and the Lions announced a new multi-year partnership extension today, keeping the game broadcast and other shows right here. And the Seattle Seahawks have placed on the open market for sale. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Damn, Doug Gottlieb's not going to be at the arena. He's afraid of Campy. But he'll be facing off against Mark Montgomery and the Titans, though, as they make their little 2-game escapade to southeastern Michigan. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Jeremy just gave in the update some of the Olympic results, and the hockey was fascinating. 2 of the 3 games that have been played already went to overtime. Finland beating Switzerland and Canada surviving against the Czechs. Down 3-2. Suzuki with an incredible tip in to tie the game with about 3.5 minutes left. And then in overtime, 3-on-3, Mitch Marner, who everybody in Toronto wanted to get rid of, can't play in the big games, with a beautiful goal to win the game, keeping the wagon alive, because Canada, obviously the number 1 seed. They advance. U.S. plays Sweden coming up momentarily. Now, the Olympics have always been, especially the Winter Olympics, something of a curiosity for many of us. Obviously, a lot of the guys out there, and ladies as well, love the men's ice hockey, and the women's ice hockey has been terrific too. It's basically there's only 2 teams that really matter, and that's Canada and the United States, and they'll play for the gold again. And the United States is the favorite in that one. But when it comes to the other sports, I guess the ladies more than the guys are fascinated by figure skating. But other than those sports, everything else is pretty much a once every 4 years I'll watch it and see what happens. Here we live in an area that's close to Canada, so we get CBC, so we're probably more familiar with things like curling more than other parts of the country who get fascinated with it right now. But the other stuff, the luge, the bobsled, whatever, we just watch for curiosity. The question I have is, for right or wrong, depending on your political beliefs, but Russia is not in the Olympics. And as a hockey fan, I think it sucks, because I'd love to see them play in the Olympics. Their goaltending alone, how do you choose just 3 from between Vasilevsky and,
Shesterkin,
Bobrovsky, and Sorokin's is Russian too, right? For the
Islanders, embarrassment of riches with that team.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous how many good goalies they have. Anyway, so without Russia in there, 248-539-9797. Is there a hate factor? Because in the older days, even not so old days when Russia was in, because of the way the world is, we always rooted against Russia, probably more than any other country. We have issues with China, but athletically, I don't think there's a huge hate factor in China because most of what they face against China is in the individual sports and, maybe in the Summer Olympics basketball, but, with the exception of Yao Ming, was China ever any type of a threat?
Right.
So I just want to know, do you have a hate factor at all in these Olympics? Because if we root for our own country, yes, but to me, hate watching is also a good part of it. Now, I was, first of all, a little background. When it comes to hockey, for years, and it was probably because the United States, even, pre-Miracle on Ice, but even, pre when the pros were allowed to play, I always rooted for Canada in all those international competitions because I appreciated how great Canadian hockey was. I was 13 years old when they had the famous Summit Series with the Soviets, Russia in 1972, and it was one of the greatest series of all time. And all of a sudden, this team from Russia comes in and basically on Canadian ice starts the series off kicking their ass in Montreal. And of course, those who study history, Paul Henderson's goal in Game 8 of the series gave the United States the 4-3-1 win because there were ties back there. But other than that, so I always rooted for Canada. I even have a Canadian jersey. I like Canada. They're good people. And I love hockey. So I always rooted for Canada. Now that I've been here for close to 40 years, the, shall we say, arrogance of the Canadian hockey fan has gotten to me a little bit, but I'll still root for them against anybody else besides the United States. Now, David stunned me, Rico, because he just hates them damn Canucks.
Why should I like them? There's nothing to like about Canada.
They're the Tim Hortons.
No, I'm good. If
Nothing?
they changed their logo and put a maple leaf on it, I no longer go to Tim Hortons. I'm good. Can't stand Canada.
What about the great the Canadian Ballet?
There's nothing to love about
City
Canada.
of Toronto.
The Canadian Ballet
Niagara
is wonderful.
Falls.
No, I'm good.
Nothing.
I'm good. They're fake people.
How are they fake?
They come off. They say they're nice. They can't be that nice.
They're very
That's
nice.
not real.
Okay, the only people who
That's
might
not
be nice
real.
are like hockey enforcers.
It's not real.
There's a little hockey arrogance. I'll
They
give
really
you
are
that.
that nice, David, but because we're so entrenched on, we're so cynical, it's like you got to be up to something. No, they're not.
Yeah.
They really want you to have a good day.
They're fake. No, they
really
don't.
are sorry.
No, they don't.
They're sorry.
They
can't really be that way.
They
They
should actually.
So if they were just going around being a bunch of a-holes, you'd be okay
Just
with
be
that.
real about it. Just say you don't like me, and I would say, you know what? I respect you for that.
Well,
Hey,
now
but that's just it. They do like you.
There's more of that now because, hey, we're going to build a bridge named after the greatest hockey player that actually one of the greatest hockey players actually played in your country, in your city. We're going to build it and pay for it eventually, and then you're going to get some residuals. But that got shot down too. So I understand.
I was about to say, it
why
may not be open at any
I
time.
know.
And I'm supposed to like their country because, the hockey, they invented hockey. The arrogance of them to go around and act like it belongs to them. Stop it.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't.
I'm like,
I thought Rieger just had this unhealthy obsession with Canada and especially Toronto.
Yeah, well, that's to me
But
that's
I
all
guess
good
David
fun.
and, like other people, like I don't hate Canada. Like when they play, it's good games. I'm sitting there and I'm watching it. It's like, yeah, I don't have that. You're right. Maybe it's because they're not Russian. Because we
Right.
grew up and you hated all the Russian teams. It's like, dude, that's Canada. That's like your neighbor.
Right,
Like,
Canada. I mean, Russia. They ripped us off in the 1972
So, David,
in basketball.
right.
They're scumbags. Those Russians.
David, do you send Canada a bill for the fireworks for the Freedom Festival? For their half?
I don't go to those anymore.
Yeah, you know what? Here's our half. There's your half. You stay over there.
As a kid, I always thought it was just Detroit's 4th of July fireworks that we're celebrating. And then I realized
a week
it was
early.
an internet. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. Don't go to it anymore. Don't watch it anymore.
You weren't a fan. You weren't a fan
like this.
You weren't a fan of like Donovan Bailey.
Why would I be?
I don't know. He was a great runner.
I'm good.
Ben Johnson, well, he took steroids, but so do American athletes.
Nothing to like.
Yes. By the way, there was another Ben Johnson, not the Bears offensive coordinator, not the Bears head
Yeah,
coach.
you're talking about Ben, you're talking about Ben
Yes.
Johnson, who had
Yes.
basically yellow eyes.
Yes.
He
Yes,
took
he
so
did.
much. He
did.
Like, bruh.
You
I
know,
mean,
what-
honestly,
you know what
he's-
I think it is, Rico? I think David's just a little jealous that Canada's even starting to take over the NBA with SGA and
Jealous.
Jamal Murray.
There's nothing there in Canada but just snow.
Oh, have you ever spent time in Toronto?
I've been to Toronto.
Have you ever been
Wonderful.
to Vancouver?
Ooh, so they have a science center. They have a theater. I can go see something and an arena. Everything I have here.
What about Vancouver? It's beautiful there.
Wonderful. That's good for them.
Oh, but okay, but so why do you hate them though?
Because there's nothing there to like. They're fake. Just tell me you hate me and we can move on.
But
don't be fake around my back and, hey, you're so no.
Hey, Pastor. What if they're not fake? What if they actually do like you?
That's what someone just texted in. Says, is David a reverend as opposed to like all of mankind?
Right. Like, what if they do like David? Every time I go to Canada, it's like once you realize, no, they just are that nice. They just really they care. They want you to have a good day.
Tragically Hip, Brian Adams, the Guess Who, Anne Murray. Oh, some guy named Drake. Do you hate him too?
Oh, I can't stand him.
okay.
Don't even. Are you serious?
Oh, so I didn't know. I
Stoney
didn't
in
know.
his wine-soaked pants.
That's right. That took place in Canada. You are correct. The Hockey Hall. Have you ever been to the Hockey Hall of Fame?
Why would I ever want to go to that?
Because you're a
Why would
sports fan. You got to go to Halls of Fame.
The
All right,
Hockey
you
Hall?
gotta-
No.
You got to show some respect though, because everybody I haven't been, but everybody that's gone to the Hockey Hall of Fame says it's one of the best like sports attractions you can find.
Although it is kind of in a mall, which is kind of weird. Where
Oh,
the
no, it's
setting of it-
Canadian. It's great. It's got to be
All
great.
right.
Being in a mall.
All right, 248-539-9797. Who do you hate in the Olympics? Do you have there's a hate factor without Russia? Or are you like David? Do you actually hate our neighbors to the south? 97.1. 248-539-9797. It is amazing because I, broached the question about, with no Russia in these Olympics, and not just hockey, but I mean, who do you root against? Who do you hate? And David Hall, the pastor, has this unbelievable hate for Canada. And I could see some of it, like the arrogance of hockey, but other than that, I mean, come on, Canadian bacon? Poutine?
I don't even eat that. So
Poutine? You don't even eat poutine?
No, I don't eat Canadian bacon. I don't do pork, so
okay,
can't do it.
I get that. Poutine, though? Do you like poutine?
Nah, I'm good on that.
Pigs come from Canada. Is that why? I can just see David getting up this Sunday for his sermon, starting it off. Anybody from Canada, get out. Just get out.
You didn't like Hockey Night in Canada?
No, I can watch that in America.
But not on Saturday night if the Wings aren't playing.
That's cool. I don't.
You don't like all that
It's just
stuff?
hockey. I can watch hockey here. I don't need to watch it on their channel. I'm good.
I mean, I could see maybe because two of their three major sports, the big four that they play, they've won championships more recently than Detroit teams have, right?
Yeah, Toronto Raptors.
And the Blue Jays.
Of course, you're going to play this.
Yes. Da, 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 da. All right. 248. The $1 Million Saloon. Cheetahs. Come on. And it's not named after Tyreek Hill.
Well, here's a text that came in.
Move on.
Here's a text that came in, and they make a good point. And I thank you, Canada, for this part. It says, David, Canada's where the Underground Railroad ended. Canadians don't hate you. Brian in Grosse Pointe.
I didn't want to go there.
No, you're not allowed to have it anymore, David.
No.
Take it away.
Don't
David hates
care.
it.
You can turn around and go back. I'm not going to Canada.
Who's fake now? Get out of here.
I mean,
all right, here's another reason to love Canada. They have the best national anthem in the world. No?
No, they don't.
Well, who does?
We do.
Oh, please. Please. Our national anthem is like an 8-octave scale. It's like written for a goose. The Canadian national anthem is awesome. It really is. Yeah. We're talking about a Civil War battle, basically, Francis Scott Key probably had a few cocktails and decided to write it. That's our national anthem. God bless America should be our national anthem.
Written for a goose is maybe the best line that I've heard in a while. It was written for a goose.
Oh, it goes all on. It's very difficult to sing. And the Canadian national anthem is so cool at hockey games when they play in Montreal. They start in French and then go to English. It's great.
Ooh.
Mike in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
Fellas, I'm going to take David's brother card back, man. Somebody just said it. David, how could you, as a pastor, as a Christian like myself, how could you dog Canada out when it was the end of the Underground Railroad, bro? I mean, come on. Let me tell you something. I'm about to 20 years ago today, because this thing about Canada and their friendliness and honesty is legit. Me and my wife got married 20 years ago. Honeymoon was in Niagara Falls. Caught the train from downtown Detroit there. Left my wallet on the train with all my money in it. Came back, and on our way back, I didn't know where I lost it at. They said, Mr. Henderson, here's your wallet. Growing up, going fishing over there, the whole thing about Canada, you got Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, man. Come on, dude.
We everything they have in Vancouver, Toronto, we have that here.
No, Mike, I would tell you this.
No.
Toronto is a nicer, cleaner New York.
Yes.
Yep.
Like, it's New York without the garbage.
Yes, it is. And not as expensive as New York or San Francisco.
Right, their dollars,
It really is.
their dollar is, our dollar's worth more over there. That's another reason to like Canada.
And their money's pretty.
Yes, it is.
And
Their money is not pretty.
And thanks for the call, Mike. And if you decide that you need a suit for your next sermon, or whatever, you just go to Frieds of Windsor. They take care of you. I mean, come on. What?
I didn't know they were still open.
Of course they are. Yes, absolutely.
didn't know that was
I
a
used to see
thing.
commercials all the time growing up.
Right, I didn't know that was a thing.
I used to do commercials for them all the time. Freed's where shopping sounds so good, or whatever the heck it was.
Yeah, it just makes no sense where I got to get over there and now I got to go with, a different speedometer, or I got to change my speedometer. Like, I don't want to do that.
You do realize
David's not a fan of the metric system, which, by the
David.
way, is all over the world except for here.
You do realize it's right there on your car.
Oh, I did it. No, I'm saying, but I don't want to. I want to just keep it the way it is.
When did you turn 80?
I know.
I've been 80 my whole life, if you ask my family.
I mean, granted, when you're driving on the, like the 401,
yes,
and you see the signs for speed limits, you do have to do a little calculations in your head. I get all that, but their people are not like Mr. Henderson. We just heard that he just talked about that.
It's a tourist
They
site.
call
Everyone
him his
loses stuff
name.
all the time. Of course, they're going to bring it back to you. It's a tourist site. It's Niagara Falls.
Okay, go ahead on Campus Martius.
No, you can't do it there. You know why? Because we're not fake.
And you know what? Drinks are on you.
No, we're not fake acting like we're so nice. We know who we are.
David, that's just being nice. That's it. Kenny, good thing David wasn't born a few hundred years ago. I could just see him with the sign. Just turn around and go back. Don't believe them. They're too nice. I know you think this is the end, but it really ain't. Turn around. Go back.
What about like SCTV? Didn't you love SCTV?
Nah.
John Candy.
So when you watch these
the
Olympics,
late but great Catherine O'Hara just passed away.
when you watch these Olympics, you just root against Canada for everything. Because when I watch these Olympic Games, I don't have that country where you're like,
right, that's the problem.
I need this country to lose.
Right.
I'm just out there. I don't have that hate because Russia's not in there. If Russia was in there, all right, well, they're the enemy, as you were always taught, Stoney. At least we were as kids. But now,
see, David's got me questioning it all because I'm rooting for the best quality product. Like, I know that Connor McDavid in the gold medal game would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for that because I'm rooting for the good product of hockey. And if that means rooting for Canada until they play us, I'm all for that.
Now, David, I don't even know the answer to this. Is the bad? I always forget which is good, which is bad. South or North Korea are both in the Olympics, because that would be the bad Korea.
North Korea is not in the Olympics.
Okay, all right.
It's
think North
just
Korea is
South.
the bad.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, North is not allowed, just like Russia's not
All
allowed.
right.
Yeah.
It's like the
Just
good
like-
and bad son.
Right, because you would. So if Canada is playing Russia,
The good son likes Canada, by the
all
way.
right.
And you know why? Because the good son has morals. The good son is going to break. He is just going to break that mold. He won't get tapped into that generational curse.
Hypothetically, David, okay? Hypothetically, Canada's playing Russia. All right?
Yes.
And Connor McDavid finds Nathan McKinnon. He's breaking in on Sergei Bobrovsky to win the gold medal. Do you want the shot saved or scored?
I know what you're trying to do here.
Yes, I am.
I understand what you're trying to do here.
Yeah.
But if they play each other and that is happening, then I am not watching. Don't tell me anything that happens, because I don't care.
How can you not watch if Canada's playing Russia in hockey?
You know what? Go Russia.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, wait.
You're a commie pinko.
Kenny, you know what to do. So let me get this straight. When I say I'm not entertained by the Army-Navy game, I'm Putin's kid, I'm everything that you guys can think about. You just said what you just said.
And also,
I don't
I'd
know
like
what
to-
you're talking about.
I'd like to point out David is also the person that's glued to the NFL Combine. And he's like, you got to watch this. You got to see what's happening. And if that hockey game happened, he's rooting for destruction and he's not watching.
He's not watching.
248-539-9797. I don't have a country that I hate in these Olympic
Right,
games.
because Russia's not in them.
I just look for good events. But do you have a country that you hate? More specifically, is it Canada like David over here?
Like Comrade over here.
Right.
You're gonna come in tomorrow wearing like a shirt with Putin's like face on it or something like that.
Like the I Heart New York shirt, I Heart Putin.
Are you at least tell me like Ukraine versus Russia? You're rooting for Ukraine?
You only gave me two choices.
Okay.
And I went with the choice I needed to go with.
Okay, so let's flip the script a little bit. So if Ukraine's playing Russia, you're rooting for Ukraine at least?
So you were rooting
Oh,
for
yeah, I would root for Ukraine.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
You were rooting for Drago in Rocky 4, huh?
No, because Rocky wasn't Canadian.
Right,
He was
exactly.
from Philadelphia, damn it. You'd rather have a person from South Philly win than a Canadian. 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls. We'll hear some of your text messages coming up next. 97.1.
The trade deadline is over, which means the NBA teams are gearing up for the playoffs, and so's Fanatic Sportsbook. Here's the deal, guys. You've heard me talk about the fan cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, whether you win or lose. So even when your bet misses, you're still stacking that fan cash. And fan cash unlocks value you cannot get in other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts from your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatic events like Fanatics Fan Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props like I do, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. Make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it's a good thing that Russia's not in the Olympics because Rico and I and every important person, or not even, every human being in this country would be rooting against Russia. You'd be rooting for Canada if they would be playing, except one person, and that'd be the pastor himself, Mr. Nice, David Hall.
Because I guess the people from Canada are just fake. They're just not really nice, even though they really are. But okay.
I know they're great. I mean, come on, Tunnel Barbecue.
I don't think I've ever had a bad time in a trip to Canada.
No,
ever.
I don't think David has either. He just has this ridiculous hate for him. Look, like I said, I understand they're arrogant when it comes to hockey, and sometimes it is laughable when they haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1993.
Very laughable.
Oh, yeah, and I wrote the Whoa Canada song that I thought I might have to sing
That's
today.
better than their actual national anthem. That's better.
Well, the tune's still the same. The tune is still written for human beings. Our national anthem is not very good compared to others. Whatever. I think we should use God Bless America or, America the Beautiful as our national anthem.
I always thought America the Beautiful should have been a national anthem.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go up to Shelby Township. Hopefully they like Canada. Armand, you're on 97.1.
How you doing?
Good.
Excellent. Years ago, the Montreal Expos, I believe, won the World Series, and I couldn't believe.
No, they didn't.
When I saw how was it another team?
The Blue Jays won a couple.
Okay.
Toronto.
Well, here's my experience. So I got the wrong name, but here's my experience. I couldn't believe how much in the celebration the hate towards we beat you Americans, because I always thought we're friends, but way back when I saw that hatred, so that's where I stand.
Well, I understand that part of it too. I will say, because we could be arrogant as well, and it's like us beating them in hockey. Like we revel in the fact that they haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1993, and I'm sure they revel in the fact that the Blue Jays won 2 World Series of our game, and even if you want to go even more recent, the Toronto Raptors.
So Stoney, who would celebrate more? Team USA wins in hockey over Canada, or Team Canada wins in hoops over Team USA?
Wow. Well, probably.
I think Canada would celebrate the basketball a whole heck of a lot because that's supposed to be our sport.
Right.
Right.
You see what I did there, right?
Yeah. I don't
Hockey's
think
their sport.
Yeah, but I don't think we as a nation, we are watching the game, we'd want us to win. I do think they might celebrate more because they're this has nothing to do with any collegiate references. They look at themselves, and a lot of us, like David, looks at them like little brother.
I don't look at them as like, I don't know. I don't.
David
I don't
looks
like
at them
that.
like they stole something.
Someone did ask me on the text here, says, Ohio State versus Canada. Who are you rooting for? I plead the fifth.
Okay, yeah. Let's say there was we live in hypotheticals. Let's say there was a prelim game. The Canadian national basketball team against Ohio State.
So you didn't
Flood
care.
the stadium. They don't get to play.
So let me get this straight. You didn't care for Nick Stauskas when he played for Michigan?
Great.
I see what you're trying to do.
Yes.
I enjoyed
Air
Nick
Canada,
Stauskas
right?
when he played for Michigan, but the minute he was done, that was it for me. Okay. Relationship was over.
Well, when he was done with Michigan, his career was pretty much
He was done
too.
with basketball, yes.
248.
Didn't see that coming. I actually thought he would have did well in the NBA. I thought his game translated.
Good shooter. Maybe today's game, but anyway. Gene in Belleville, what's going on?
Yeah, this is Eugene. I like Canada, but, it's just like America. I used to go over there Wheels End. It was a home amusement park.
But the only thing I could not understand when you go to a supermarket, they have milks in plastic, like bottles, not like jugs like we have, America have, but just like the way you got poured into another container. I could not get used to that. And then the metric system, the food, the boxes look different.
Okay, yeah, that's a good enough reason to hate a country.
Yeah, their milk is in bags. Very weird.
So you're not into ketchup flavored chips?
I don't like ketchup, so no.
Oh, okay.
And the fact that they put that on their chips, that tells you what to think about them.
When was the last time you were in Canada?
Last year, we took my family to Toronto for a spring break.
What happened?
And David let me guess, you sat there with your arms folded the whole time, just hate.
Well,
Dad, no.
Well,
Dad,
I did.
No.
I did because I chose the wrong time to go. They wanted to go. I chose the wrong time to go because it was March Madness.
Oh.
And I could not stream anything that I would do here there. So I'm like, here we go. Of course I can. Of course I got to buy their package.
Kenny, you do realize that this is going to be the trips that his kids will talk about. Yeah, Dad got on our nerves. Remember that year?
Yeah.
We went to Canada and Dad was just a big pain in the butt.
And we wanted to go to the Hockey Hall of Fame, and Dad wouldn't let us.
We wanted to go here. No. No. Why did you bring us here?
Everything we did there, we could have done here.
He went like reverse, like sightseeing. He's like, that sucks, that sucks, that sucks.
Right.
David was the kid who, well, all his friends wanted to go to Windsor because you could drink at age 19 at the time. David stayed home.
Yeah. Why do I want to walk over there? Go there. Go to Canada for what?
To drink.
Just do it here.
But it's legal there for that age.
Uh-huh.
You would take that opportunity of that chance of getting in jail rather than go to Canada.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I still laugh.
I get it.
David playing the role of Samuel L. Jackson. You guys don't need to go to Canada. You're fine here.
Look, Canada's not perfect. I remember
Django
all those.
Part 2.
Remember,
David starring David.
they're not perfect.
You don't need to leave. Just stay right here.
They're not perfect. Wasn't there a bunch of fans from Windsor who like ran onto the field at Comerica Park or something like that? I remember, or streaked onto the field, or would you say struck? That would be streaked. Is this Ivor?
Close enough, Stoney. Call me Ivor.
Ivor. Okay. What's up, Ivor?
So I'm going to try and convince David maybe to change his mind just a little bit. First off, I'm a Canadian, but I've been working on both sides of the border for more than 20 years. I'm in automotive. It's pretty common. So I know both sides really well. First off, David, I want you to think about why the two countries should be friends. Think about when 9/11 happened. A whole bunch of planes stuck in the air, nowhere to come down. They landed in a place called Gander, Newfoundland.
That is true.
And they were taken into the homes of the people there like their own family. There's a play about it called Come From Away.
Yes.
That's what family does for each other. When you guys went into Gulf War II, a whole bunch of Canadians went to Afghanistan to take your place in Kandahar province. My brother-in-law was one of them. So we back you guys up. Another thing to think about, a long time ago, 1979, in Iran, when your embassy was taken over, and a whole bunch of Americans taken hostage. A bunch of them were smuggled out through the Canadian embassy.
Wasn't that the movie Argo? They made a movie about that, yeah.
Yes, sir. So I understand if you don't like individual Canadians. Stoney's right. We got a bit of a little brother, big brother thing going on. It's hard to avoid. And I don't want to talk politics, but right now that doesn't make things any better.
I agree.
But we've been friends as countries for so long, longest undefended border. And I get it if you don't want to come across the border, and that's your prerogative, but it's not a reason to hate us, man. And you might have a bad trip with a couple of Canadians got a chip on their shoulder, because there are some of us like that, but most of us aren't. And yet, nice. Sometimes we're too damn nice. So, maybe you just think about it a little different from a guy who's been a Detroit fan his whole life.
Let me ask you.
I'm thinking differently right now. I'm thinking differently.
Ivor.
Here's David.
Ivor, let me ask you a question, though, and this is going to be up David's alley, but I don't support this, but I'll ask you the question anyway. With no Russia in the Olympics, do you root against the United States? Maybe not you personally, but do you think most of your country roots against the United States?
Canadians do root against you guys, but not me, not at all.
Okay.
A lot of my best friends are Americans because, like I said, I've been crossing the border for a long, long, long time, and I don't see much difference between the people of both countries at all. There's some differences, but not much, not compared to, pick too many other countries in the world. There's probably less difference between us and you guys than there are between those other two countries, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think when you include everything you said and the Underground Railroad, I think I would just stick to hate and enjoying that you all don't have a Stanley Cup. I think I would just leave it at that. You've done some great things. Thank
you know what? You got a point. We hate the fact that we haven't won it since '93, and I guarantee you, if someone like, I don't know, Edmonton is back in the Cup, I'm in Windsor. I'm still going to root for them. But you know what? As long as it's a good series, that's what brings us back.
I'm like, I laugh about that, but as long as it's not Toronto, that's all I care about.
Hey, look, Stoney, I grew up being a Toronto Maple Leaf fan because of Hockey Night in Canada, but everything else, I'm a Detroit fan through and through. So, yeah, it's God's punishment because I'm a Maple Leaf fan, for crying out loud. It couldn't get any worse.
Yeah, well, it could. You could be a Lions fan. Although, yeah, the Lions are 10 years and 57 from their last championship. The Leafs are 1967. Telephone number is 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. By the way, the United States, the red, white, and blue, taking on Trey Kroner, Sweden, 0-0 after one period of play. Pretty good game. I think every single player in this game is a member in the National Hockey League, is what I've been told. I could be wrong as far as the Sweden thing goes. All right. We're talking about who do you hate in these Olympics, and it got onto a Canadian bashing thing from one David Hull. And I don't understand all the hate for our neighbors to the south of us. Let's go to Gerardo. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, you know what? I'm laughing a lot. I'm listening. And of course, you know, when you start hearing somebody discussing certain things and you start remembering whatever. Well, one thing is, the gentleman there, the Canadian hater, I guess everybody's
David.
calling him that.
His name's David.
Oh, okay.
Or
Well,
you know what, Gerardo, you could just call him Vladimir.
Or Davidsky.
Vlad. Well, people used to remember. They used to call God, what's his name? The Red Wing. They used to call him Vlad the Impaler.
Oh, Konstantinov.
Yeah. So because he's the cheap shot. But anyway, that was the fun. David, you never went to Canada to experience the fireworks on the river, especially because they would have a carnival and you could spend the whole day there.
Yeah, I was on the Detroit side. I always thought growing up it was the Detroit fireworks.
Yeah. Well, that too, but we shared. We had no choice. I mean, it's like we couldn't put up a big blinder and you can't watch because you're Canadian. Also, too,
that'd have been great.
Tell no barbecue. Oh, wait a minute. Wrestling. I mean, because there used to be championship wrestling, which was the better one, even though big time wrestling was here. But yet they had Dick the Bruiser would cross over to championship wrestling, Mr. Subs sandwiches over there, Harvey's hamburgers.
Okay.
Molson Canadian, Molson Golden.
Yes,
Molson
there we go.
Labatt. Labatt. Oh God, yes. I like Labatt's ice. I'm sorry. Oh, and you know what? I have something to say real quick. Some people from our church, our family church, Canadian, would come across the border and would do it for years. Now, after services, the church started renting to another church because they didn't have an actual building. The pastor and his wife and family would come from Canada, and they would get stopped at the border. Why? Because his name, there was somebody on the terrorist watch list and drug smugglers that had the same name, and he would have to prove every time he was a minister and he was coming to preach.
Was it spelled Hull?
God, I can't remember his name.
Go ahead. Opt out of this topic.
Yeah. Oh, but come on. Toronto Maple Leafs, Detroit Red Wings. Toronto Blue Jays, Detroit Tigers. Now, the one thing I'll say I have against, not so much against the Blue Jays, but against Major League Baseball, back in the time when the guy was saying that the Blue Jays were given the World Series, I'll say it. Because remember, the Tigers and the Blue Jays were tied with the same record. But the league would always say the Blue Jays got to go to playoffs because percentages. Now we have, I think because of that, now we have wild card games. That's why people in Detroit kept shouting, and even on the sports radio stations or whatever, let the Tigers and the Blue Jays play at least one game like football.
Well, I don't know. I just did. But here's another thing that I think that is in David's check, policy there, Rico. At least our football has 11 guys. They have 12 guys.
Yeah.
And, big end zones and
weird where the goalposts are.
The Grey Cup and all that. Yes, 3 downs too, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And Doug Flutie was a star over there, right? So was Warren Moon, so they actually have a couple of good.
You like it when JJ's playing there in a few years?
Yeah.
Here's the text that comes through. David sounds like the white characters in Remember the Titans.
I mean, you actually are talking to Canadians who are coming across saying, guys, they're really that nice, David. They really are.
No, Ivor who called, he came with it. He came strong. You know, I can't deny any of that stuff. They helped us with the embassy and the situation. There's a lot of things there. So, and then the Underground Railroad, there's the first caller mentioned to me. Yeah, you know, I'll just keep it to enjoying that they don't have Stanley Cups. I think I'll just leave it there.
Okay, see, so we made progress. Don, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to call. It really bugs me for some reason. I used to work for a company out of Toronto, so I made some Toronto friends, Canadian friends, all great people. Their favorite sport, all these guys, is baseball. And I don't know why that bothers me being a big hockey guy, but none of them want to ever do fantasy baseball. Like, they are absolutely 100% in on baseball. That's it. It just always bugged me. Like, how can they, small sample size, be an anomaly maybe, but they are completely all in on baseball. So they do exist in Canada.
Yeah, I know there's obviously some baseball fans. I mean, you ever see the documentary on when the Expos had to leave? That Montreal fans were just demoralized because they finally had a team that basically won, and then there was the lockout. They went on strike. Steve in Northville, what's up?
I kind of want to agree with David, but he is a little bit over the top. He kind of reminds me of another guy on this station with the extreme vitriol. I've been all over Canada, Windsor, Toronto, Montreal, Quebec.
All right, well, we understand, Mr. Atlas. We get it. You've been all over there. 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Tigers pitcher Justin Verlander threw a bullpen today for the first time since he's been back. The team announced that Jack Flaherty will make his first start of the spring Sunday for the home opener, while Tarek Skubal and Drew Anderson will throw back-to-back on Monday. The Red Wings back on the ice for practice number 2 of their mini training camp. Simon Edvinsson has missed the last 7 games. Michigan State football announced their spring game will be April 18th in East Lansing this year. Green Bay men's basketball coach Doug Gottlieb has been suspended for their game versus Oakland on Friday for his post-game rant criticizing the officials last game. He apologized on Twitter, saying he'll be better moving forward. The Olympic men's hockey tournament continues today. It came down to the wire between the Czech Republic and Canada. Mitch Marner scored the game winner in OT. Sidney Crosby left in the second period with a lower body injury and did not return, according to Emily Kaplan of ESPN. He's expected to get further imaging today. Team USA tied at zeros with Sweden after one period. Shots on goal are 10-10. Lions announced that Rod Wood will retire as team president and CEO before the start of the 26th season. They're beginning a search now to replace him. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Before we get to our Pro Football Blitz, as you just heard, Jeremy Otto announced that Rod Wood is stepping down as president and CEO of the Lions.
Rod the Bod.
Yes. In a statement, he is quoted saying, I want to thank the Ford family and ultimately Lion fans everywhere for trusting me to lead the Lions for the last 11 seasons. It's been an absolute thrill for me to lead this organization. I'm proud of what we accomplished over that decade plus. I'm most proud of where I leave the organization in the capable hands of Sheila Hamp, Brad Holmes, and Dan Campbell. And Sheila said the entire Ford family would like to thank Rod for his dedication and commitment to the Lions in the city of Detroit. Rod is a trusted advisor and passionate leader for our organization. While Rod will be missed, we are excited to work with Russell Reynolds Associates to find the next dynamic leader of our business. So, Lions are going to get a new president and CEO. How much ought to do with football, I have no idea. So we'll see. It's going to be a definite interesting search where this team is headed in that respect. All right. It's now time for a little professional football blitz.
That's right, guys. So Bleacher Report decided to put a list together of the 99 greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Wow.
Now, we are not going to go through all 99.
Number 99. Who's not? Let's go. Top to bottom.
I can give you 99
Line
just to
rankings.
give it
Let's
to
go.
you.
Ron Jaworski.
99, I'll give it to you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. 'Cause I
Eric
want to
Hipple.
focus on the top 20. But number 99, Ryan Tannehill.
Wow.
Ryan Tannehill is number 99.
Remember, they got to find somebody, right?
No, I'm surprised.
Of all time?
I think there's 99 better than him.
Okay.
Obviously, anyway, yeah.
So let's go through the top 20 here. You all can give some guesses if you want. If not, I'll just go through it and we can just talk about it.
I mean,
And there's obvious ones.
right, there's obvious ones, but you know what? I'll save that one for you. I will say Joe Montana.
Joe Montana is number 2 on this
Okay.
list. That makes sense.
How about I'll play the role of my age, Johnny Unitas.
Johnny Unitas is number 11 on this list. In the top 20, yes.
I'm just going to take the obvious Tom Brady.
Tom Brady is number 1.
I figured.
Okay, I like this game. Let's see. We're blind ranking the top. That's basically what we're doing. Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is number 4.
All right, so we got the top 4, right?
Nope, you're
No.
missing number 3.
Oh, okay.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is number 3.
All right, here we go.
Process of elimination. Once you name Mahomes, Brady, Montana, you know Manning's there. So if you want to do top 5, you're missing number 5.
I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and go really old school and go Otto Graham.
Otto Graham is not 5, but he is in the top 20. He is number 12.
Okay.
Number 5.
Number 5.
I have a guess.
You know what? I'm going to go Dan Marino.
No, Dan Marino is number 10.
Yeah, Dan Marino can't be on there because he hadn't won anything. I'm going to say number 5, somebody who did win back-to-back, and he was in a few others. That would be Mr. John Elway.
That was wrong.
Ooh.
He is number 6.
Oh,
Okay,
off by
then
1.
you know what? How about somebody who should retire from Fox? David, your quarterback, Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw is in the top 20. He is number 15.
Are we going to put...
I truly thought you were going to get number 5 the minute you said he should retire.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is number 5. And then you said he was my quarterback, and I'm like, oh, he's about to get Aaron Rodgers. But then you said retire from Fox. So
Both should retire.
Okay, so we have the top 6.
you
Go
all
ahead.
have the top 6.
All right.
Is Brett Favre on there?
Brett Favre is number 7.
Oh, come on. Really? That's a joke.
Yes, he is number 7. It says that he has one championship, 3-time MVP, 11-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro. They say number 7.
I'm going to go with Sam Darnold. No, I'm kidding.
Any gingers allowed on the top 25 list?
So if you want to finish the top 10, you're missing number 9 and number 8.
Number 8 and number 9.
Let's go with
I can give you
Jim
hints.
Kelly.
Jim Kelly, not in the top 20.
What's your hint?
They have Jim Kelly, just so you know, he's 22.
Okay.
Hint here.
Don't make it an obvious hint. Make us think about it a little bit.
Wait, hold on. Would Roger Staubach be on there?
Yes, there's one.
Roger Staubach is number 17.
Whoa.
Number 17.
Don't give me that overrated piece of.
So I'll give you a hint.
I shouldn't be a piece of. Oh, go ahead then. I'll
give you a hint for one of the individuals
he's
left
not
in
a
the
piece
top
of
10.
anything. I was just.
I'll just move on and give you a hint here. He was actually both of these guys were used before this past Super Bowl. They were used in a set in this past Super Bowl.
In a set.
Yeah, there was a thing that happened. Music was played. A band was playing before the game started. Both of these guys were involved.
I didn't see the pregame show, so
it wasn't part of the pregame show. It was part of all the national anthem, all this other stuff, and then they had a band play. And 2 of these guys were part of the players that they brought out with this band.
I'm trying to think of like a.
The game was in San Francisco.
Steve
Young, number 9 on the list.
Oh, I think he's a terrific quarterback. Top 10, though? Really?
Super Bowl record, 6 TD.
I know, but it was against the Chargers, right? That shouldn't count.
That still counts. That's the Super Bowl, Stoney.
I'm thinking Stan Humphries.
Right, you don't get to say, well, it just doesn't count.
You are missing number 8. That's funny. You are missing number 8.
Did number 8 win a Super Bowl?
Oh, yes.
Was number 8 early Super Bowls?
No.
Okay, so it wasn't
Drew Brees.
No, Drew Brees. I was going to give you a hint. It is Drew Brees. Yes. So what
I'm lapping you.
Now you all have completed the top 10. We have more within the top 20 we can do.
Okay.
So
just give us the rest.
I'm glad that Bart Starr was not in the top 10 because
you questioned Brett Favre at number 7 because what they did was with the votes, they didn't list it the highest ranking they received and the lowest vote they received.
Okay.
So Brett Favre at number 7, you question. His highest vote was number 6, and his lowest was 14.
Okay.
So there's a gap there between where he really landed. So let me finish out the top 20 here. At 20, Matthew Stafford.
Wow.
I wouldn't have guessed him.
I wouldn't have
figured
guessed
you
him
all
either.
wouldn't.
But when you go look, if you care about stats and an MVP
Well,
and a
that's the case,
Super Bowl,
and
If he wins another one, he'll start climbing up the list.
I expect is Dan Fouts on this list?
you see, that's why I asked one of if he's won a Super Bowl in the top 10, and he said yes. So Fouts is out of there. Where's Fouts?
Dan Fouts is number 23.
Ooh. He is at least better than highly rated than his former San Diego. Well, they didn't play together, but Phillip Rivers, right?
Yes. And I'll find out where Rivers is.
Okay,
I'm sure
good,
he's on here.
good.
So 20 was Stafford. Number 19, Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
Number 18, Kurt Warner.
Phillip Rivers is 32, by the way.
32 for Phillip Rivers.
Kurt Warner.
And just outside of the top 20, Warren Moon's 21. So there we go. Numbers, you got 17, Roger Staubach. Number 16, Ben Roethlisberger.
Overrated. He's a douchebag.
So that is a 2-time Super Bowl champion, a 6-time Pro Bowler, and an Offensive Rookie of the Year. And number 14 would be Bart Starr.
Okay. Yeah.
Number 13 would be Fran Tarkenton.
Oh, I was thinking of him.
So those are your top 20 right there.
Okay. Where does Bobby Lane even make the list, by the way? I'm just looking at for.
Yes, he does. Bobby Lane is number 37.
Okay. Do you ever look at Bobby Lane's stats? Like, where's like Joe Namath?
Honestly, I don't.
Joe Namath, okay? His stats are awful, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
Very true.
Different time period.
I know.
Very true.
I know.
Different time period. I mean, think about it. If Goff played in that same period, he probably would be in the Hall of Fame.
So those are your top 20. Again, the top 5, Aaron Rodgers. 4, Patrick Mahomes. 3, Peyton Manning. 2, Joe Montana. And 1, Tom Brady. That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see that moment that it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. So while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee you something that's just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering new gear online and streaming highlight reels or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity's Gold Medal celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi, 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
248-539-9797. Now, I understand, I know that, Jared Goff will never be the player that Patrick Mahomes was. By the way, I was curious if Jared Goff even made that list. Anyway, I digress.
You keep going. I'm going to look it up.
Okay. Anyway, Patrick Mahomes today restructured his contract to help the Kansas City Chiefs out of their salary cap hell. The restructured contract, according to Over the Cap, will lower Mahomes' cap hit from $78.2 million to $34.6 million. Doing so will free up $44 million in cap space. Now, Mahomes will receive the $44 million as an immediate bonus. In turn, it allows the Chiefs to spend the cap hit or spread it over a maximum of 5 years. So with Jared Goff, everybody knows he's going to, restructure. So if the Lions, according to, Spot Track, which is another place like Over the Cap, Goff's current cap hit for this coming year is $69.6 million a year, which doubles his salary from his cap hit from last year. So restructuring, here's what they can do. They can save the team, almost $43 million if they restructure.
Okay.
Which is just short of the $44 million they saved. Now, that means with that money, they could actually be in the market to, sign people like Trey Hendrickson, what's his face from Baltimore, the center, Linderbaum.
Yeah.
And it would give some money for some of the extension eligible players like Gibbs and Branch and Laporta and Jack Campbell. But as great as it seems, I don't think it means that they can sign them all and get other players, high-valued free agents. But it's nice to know that these things do occur, and I think Goff would definitely be, willing to do it. The question is, of the Lions, what would they do with that savings? Would they do it the smart way? And in my opinion, you keep one or two of the guys. You can't keep all four if you're going to use money, in my opinion, to go get other players like, the aforementioned people as an example, Linderbaum or Hendrickson,
right,
or, maybe even Bradley Chubb or any of these guys.
See, that's just
Chubb will be lower.
No, that's just it, Stoney. It's like, okay, if he restructures his contract and now you have this extra money, where do you want to see them spend it?
Yeah.
Do you want to see the Lions go out there and bring in some outside free agents who can help this team right now? Or do you want to see the Lions reinvest like they have done before, because you have four guys who are up for extension or their contract is up in Gibbs, in Laporta, in Jack Campbell, and in Brian Branch? Do you invest in them with the new money that you free up, or would you rather them go out and get some outside people? 248-539-9797, because like you said, you can't have both. You can't re-sign everybody and also have money to go out and bring in all of these free agents. You kind of got to pick your poison and pick which side that you want to go with, because just some numbers that I had saw, like, if you want to go after, and let's just say you want to contract predictions like Gibbs, you're probably looking at a 4-year, $80 million contract, $30 million in signing bonus. Campbell, 3-year, $51 million with $22 million in guaranteed signing bonus. Laporta's 4-year, $68, and Branch's 3-year at $66 with $24 and $28 million guaranteed at the signing. So you free up this money.
Right.
Are you just reinvesting in the same guys? And this is truly, we believe in our own guys, and we think that we got the core group, and this is going to be the people who win us the title? Or do you want to see Brad Holmes go outside the family and bring in some people who really have no ties here, whether it's the center, whether it's the edge rusher, but that's where you use your money, because I do think that they are going to do something very similar to what happened with Patrick Mahomes, and they're going to, restructure Goff's contract, and they may even restructure Amon-Ra's contract as well to really try to free up some money to go into free agency.
They might have Montgomery money if they
You may have
get rid of
Taylor
him.
Decker money if he ends up retiring.
Right.
So where do you want to see them spend this money? Do you want to see them re-signing the 4 guys who are pretty much up for extension, or do you want to see them go out and get some players who are from outside the organization?
First of all, and the telephone number is 248-539-9797. First of all, what they have to do is, in my opinion, they have to wait on Branch because of the injury. I don't think you can afford to.
Very similar to what they did with Hutch, except for with Branch,
It's a harder injury to come back from.
Right, but I mean, because he's not going to come back to the middle of
Right.
the year, where Hutch was
Was
able to
earlier
start
in-
the year, and you kind of got to feel, because I thought it was going to be Thanksgiving when they said, okay, we've seen enough, we'll go ahead and re-sign you. They signed their people early. We know that. They like to get ahead of things. But do you want to see them go ahead and do this now? Because you're right, Branch, Laporta's coming off of an injury as well.
I would
Gibbs-
definitely wait on Laporta as well because of the injury situation. They're saying back. There could be some neck situation. Like, you got to wait, man.
Now, the thing about Laporta is, with the OC you brought in, it's going to be a very tight end friendly offense. And you, in my opinion, you have one of the better tight ends in the NFL in Laporta. When he is playing, that team just looks a lot different. And you saw, like, at the end of this year, when he was out, they weren't able to move the ball as efficiently as they were.
I think Branch is the odd man out, as much as I love him. Because I don't think you can take a chance on an injured player right now. You don't know when he's going to come back and how he's going to be when he comes back. I mean, they got burnt by it. Well, I don't think they knew, obviously, with the Kirby Joseph situation. But you can't have this highly priced players at that, 2 of them at that position.
See, I'm glad you brought up the Kirby situation, because I was going to ask you a question based on that, because you're saying no Branch. Is it fully based on because of what happened with Kirby Joseph? Because he wasn't hurt when they signed him.
I know.
But now that he's hurt, does that hurt your decision or your thinking or your opinion on the Branch situation? Because if Kirby wasn't hurt, would you still say, yeah, go get Branch, sign him? Or does that kind of make you hesitate?
Yeah, it also might make you feel that you have to keep Branch because you're going to lose the other. I don't know, man. They are tough decisions. I mean, there are probably people who
Well, the 2
say,
that you really have to decide on are Laporta and Branch. Because they're second-round picks.
Correct.
That's true.
You
They
get
don't
an
have the
extra
fifth-year
year.
option. Yeah.
right, Gibbs and Campbell, you have another year to decide on.
Now, they've been signing people a year earlier than necessary, which has been the Brad Holmes in the playbook.
Which is usually pretty smart because the cap keeps going up. So if you wait, what you're going to have to pay the guys are more money. Now, does the percentage of the cap go up as well for that position? That remains to be seen.
Right, so that's why I'm like, Branch,
And for
unfortunately,
a running back, it's another year of wear and tear.
it is. For Branch, you picked the wrong, not that there's a good time to get hurt, but you picked the wrong time to get hurt, because that's one where maybe I'm going to have to see what happens. I'm going to have to let the year play out. I really like Brian Branch, but I need to see him coming back to see if he's going to be worth that injury. So, yeah, Laporta's the same way. You picked a bad time to get injured. You're a second-round pick, but your contract is up. I think if it were me, I'm going to take that money, and I'm going to go and try to bring in Linderbaum. I'm going to try to bring in Trey Hendrickson. I'm going to go out there and try to spend that money in free agency and see what I can get.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't get that high-priced guy, but maybe you find some value in some other guys.
Mentioned
who can come in
Bradley,
here.
mentioned Chubb.
Yeah, you bring in Chubb. I think I saw Joey Bosa was somebody that they said could possibly come here.
Right.
You go and get somebody like that. As far as Gibbs and Campbell go, if I'm Brad Holmes, I'm rolling the dice, and I'm going to wait to see, because I still have next year where I could work out an extension with them.
Absolutely.
I
And-
don't have to, because right now I feel like you're bidding against yourself. You don't have to do this right now. You're
No.
just doing it simply because that's what you've always done. And I think it's totally unnecessary.
It'd be one thing if they didn't have holes at those positions that we're requiring them to go get. That would be a different story. But they have holes there, and they have to, fill those holes, right?
Yeah. So you're hoping that you can do something with the draft.
All right, 248-539-9797. By the way, for those of you who care, the U.S. now leads Sweden 1-0 on a goal by Dylan Larkin, 97-1. 248-539-9797. David, do we have any text exchanges?
Sure do. Text comes in and says, have to get outside guys with this money. Kirby and Branch are cooked. Need offensive linemen. Cooked. Are they cooked?
Well, I think Kirby's cooked.
When I saw that photo online of him getting the acupuncture.
Yeah, he just did that today, right?
I'm like, we've reached that point where, I mean, the next is just, some prayer and faith healing.
Give me Branch, Campbell, and Gibbs this year. Want them extended. Someone sent this and says, my question is the NFL raising the salary cap as much the last couple of years? Oh, he says because of that, then we could use the money saved from restructuring Goff's contract to re-sign the talent and then use the extra money from the increase on getting Hendrickson or Bradley Chubb.
Well, I don't think.
See, I don't think you're going to be able.
The caps hasn't been risen that much.
It's only
to take
$20
care
million
of,
this year,
right? To take care of all that this year,
right? And
if you were willing to punt the year basically and just ride it out, then that's one strategy that I wouldn't be in favor of. But that's where you do it. And as far as the cap being raised, yes, but these players are still being paid by percentage of the caps a lot of times too, which, I mean, I think Goff is right now like 20% of the cap. So they have to take care of that.
Right. So, yeah, I don't think that you can be able to do both. That's why we asked the question, which side of the fence do you want to – because two of the guys that are most urgent, both coming off of injuries, are you willing to take the time and risk that money on them, or you go and you just try to find some outside people to fill the gaps?
See, and I don't know if either one of you said this, but SpotRack did release what the conversion savings number would be based on how it works in the salary cap. So if you do the same simple conversion that the Chiefs did with Mahomes, you would save $42.96 million on Goff's contract.
Right.
So you're right. Even though it raised $20 million on the cap, that's only $60 million basically. You're saving that, and then you're adding $20 more million. You can't do it all.
No.
And that's just it. Is the Lions have, at least in short term, they've gone after their own guys. They've re-upped them, and they re-upped them a year before they had to do anything. Well, now I think because of injury, you're looking at Laporta and Branch, who are their contracts are going to be up after this season, I believe.
And most of the guys that their own guys that they re-signed, they were legitimate. They weren't overboard contracts, and they were major contributors. It just was a shame. Kirby, you can argue whether they should have. I don't think that was why.
Stoney, Kirby and J-Mo were the two that left me scratching my
because
head.
of the timing of it, especially J-Mo.
Well, J-Mo was only because I thought Tesla was drafted to be his replacement, and J-Mo you would use as trade bait. But then you invested all that cap in Tesla, and then you re-signed him, and it was like, well, I don't get this. And Kirby was, I would have waited. I would have put a transition tag on Kirby and said, okay, go and shop a deal and come back, and we'll let you know if we want to match that. And maybe you do that with either Branch or Laporta. We'll put the transition tag on you, and you can go shop a deal. And if we think it's too expensive, we'll let you go to that place. And if not, you know what? We can afford that. We'll bring you back, and you work something out that way.
See, that's why it may be important, and I get it because you can't do everything, but the doing things early, you're going to have to do Gibbs or Campbell early. So this offseason, if you let Laporta and Branch go through the season, and then you do, if it comes out great for both of them at the end of the year, especially Branch is what I'm concerned about, is then you sign one and then you transition tag the other, right?
Yeah,
at the end of the year, because they're 26, it's Branch and Laporta. They're done contract-wise after this year.
I mean, Gibbs I probably wouldn't take the contract I would offer because I'm not going to extend him that far just because it's a running back, the wear and tear on the tires, and when running backs fall off, they fall off quickly.
It sounds like long-term you'd rather have Laporta than Gibbs.
Yes.
If he comes out healthy,
right?
Yeah.
I would, because I know everybody's in love, but
don't we have?
There's always going to be a
I'm going to play
fast-
devil's advocate because I somewhat agree with you, but we're seeing such a proliferation of really good tight ends that people are finding, not necessarily in the first round either. And the fact that the teams are using multiple and sometimes,
well, running backs as
tight
well.
ends.
Like, I mean, I
true.
love Jahmyr Gibbs and what he brings to the team, and he's out there. But yeah, there will be in the draft or in free agency other guys that you could plug and play in there and keep this offense going.
248-539-9797. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, what I want to do is you can't sign Branch or Laporta until you see what they are, if they're themselves again or not. And Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't want to ever re-sign. I want to pick up his fifth-year option and then franchise tag him and then run him into the ground. So it's basically only Jack Campbell, which you could also wait, and we need help on both lines of scrimmage. So I would probably want to go more outside.
Jeff, I see what you're saying, and I kind of agree with that because, you could play just that game where it's not going to look great for the players because they're going to probably look at management and say, well, you took care of all my teammates a lot sooner. Why are you making me go through this? It's like, hey, man, this is just business.
Right.
So I would tell Laporta, I would tell both of them. So let's see you play, and if you got, and what do you call, let's say like Laporta, if you come back and you're yourself, then we can give you an extension mid-season. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot like what you did with Hutchinson last year, where he coming off the injury, but you knew they wanted to re-sign him, but they weren't stupid. Yeah, we need to see that you could come back out here and still get the job done.
Right.
And you're not going to be chronically injured from here on out because then you're not going to get top dollar. You're right, Jeff. I would go after some people outside the organization and use that money that way.
Here's a question.
Trey Hendrickson, Linderbaum.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Here's the question I have. And he's turning into a terrific player. But the position that Jack Campbell plays, is it worth that much money that he'll get with an extension is my question. And I'm not smart enough to know the answer, but to me, that position is, and he's a terrific player. He wears the green dot and all that stuff. But it seems like as long as you have a really good pass rush and a good secondary, you can survive without a great linebacker.
I guess I would feel a little more comfortable if I knew that this was a system that was going to be around for a while.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I don't know, do you keep the same D coordinator and is this how it's going to be? Or, I wouldn't want to sign him for a ton of money and then all of a sudden they realize they got to move on or Shep leaves and a new guy comes in and he's stuck with this guy in this contract.
Yeah.
See, Stoney, it's interesting you do say that because I've thought the same thing. But then in the back of my mind, it's Brad Holmes' guy. He drafted him. And he loves his guys.
That's true.
So he's probably going to say, yes, I drafted you for a reason. You're doing exactly what I wanted you to do when I drafted you. Extension.
I get it. They can't keep their own guy, all their own guys. Put it that way.
They can, but it means that when you're like, well, how can we go get Tyler and how can we go get all these?
They can't.
You didn't have the money.
They can't do that. I don't feel, and get other good players. John, what's up?
Yeah, you can. I got a trade proposal. Trade down J-Mo and the first-round pick for Mad Max. Sign Tyreek Hill. You still sign Linderbaum or Trey Hendrickson.
Well, if we don't know about number one, Tyreek Hill's injury status, that's number one. And
he's washed.
He's starting to decline anyway. And number two, thank you for joining yesterday's show.
Yeah, he I think he got released with a failed physical. Like the Dolphins were like, no. Not only is he released, but just know he didn't pass the physical here either. So buyer beware.
Right. It wasn't just the cap savings. It was on top of it. They're like, no, he wasn't good.
Oh, by the way, Stoney, I have the answer to your question. Jared Goff is number 63.
Oh, okay. And look, if J-Mo turns out to be great, it's a bargain. If not, because Tesla was really Tim Patrick's replacement more than J-Mo.
See, I thought it was Tim Patrick this year, but long term, I thought he was going to be the J-Mo replacement.
Yes. Our telephone number.
They decided to extend him the day before the season.
You wasted a lot of picks for Tim Patrick replacement. I would have just kept Tim Patrick.
I know. I agree with you and gotten somebody from the defensive side of the ball. Yes, you're absolutely correct. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number here on the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Valenti on 97.1 The Ticket. We had enough basketball for the time being, college basketball. Pistons play the Knicks tomorrow, Madison Square Garden. By the way, The new podcast, Restore the Floor, will drop shortly with myself and Evan Jenkins. But now let's turn to the skin of the pig, and let's go college football.
I love it. The skin of the pig. Oh, that's so amazing. I love that. So let's get to it. And I understand on surface, we are in a different era with college sports.
Really?
So we can have the conversation within it. But let's talk about college football's most compelling rematches in 2026.
Okay.
Start here in the SEC, where we had two matchups in the 2025 season. We had Georgia and Ole Miss. Georgia won 43-35 in the first result. And in the college football quarterfinal, Ole Miss got the revenge, won 39-34. The rematch for this game this year will be November 7th.
Where's the game?
It will be at Ole Miss. No coach, different coach for Ole Miss, different quarterback for Ole Miss.
Well, maybe not.
Right.
Oh, you're right.
Maybe not.
It's up to the judge.
I mean, I don't want to be the quarterback that Ole Miss brought in knowing you're a substitute teacher. Trinity Chambliss gets his job back, you hit the bricks and hit the portal.
And isn't Gunnar Stockton's back for Georgia, correct?
So this could end up being a good rematch when Chambliss comes back.
It is, but it doesn't have the same swagger as the other one because Lane Kiffin's gone.
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't there for the playoff game either. Yeah, I mean, will I be watching it? Yes, but I'm a college football slappy, so I'll be watching it along with Kenny because it just means more.
Yeah, I think there's going to be the common thread of this throughout this entire blitz of what's happening with the roster, what's happening with your quarterback, what's happening with your coach. How does this affect the rematch?
Not a true rematch, though, because, you're missing the coach and the quarterback may not be there.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So next, let's try this one. Ohio State at Indiana, October 17th. We know the result of this one was the Big Ten championship game where Indiana won 13-10. But do you believe in a strong rematch here when you have a different quarterback for Indiana?
See, I do. Because people fail to remember, it's not like Mendoza was there for 2 years.
A year? You're right.
He came in 1 year. I think that, once again, this game is what's going to make Indiana legitimate. If they win again, I think people are going to have to put down their swords and say, guys, Indiana football may be a football powerhouse. I know. I never thought we would say that 5 years ago. But if they beat Ohio State again, we got to stop making fun of them and just say this is a good team. This rematch I like.
I think Ohio State, this game's where? In Bloomington?
It is correct.
In Bloomington. I think this is a game not as much as the Michigan game, or the Texas game.
But they're circling this game.
But they are circling this game because the fact that they are not Ohio State being the best team in the Big Ten the last year, that it's been Indiana. I think the fans and Ryan Day and their new coordinator, the great Arthur Smith, with Matt Patricia, I think they'll be ready for this. This is must-see TV.
Next one, we're going back to the SEC, and I want Kenny's comment on this one because it is Georgia at Alabama, October 10th. And on surface, yes, Alabama has a new quarterback. Gunnar Stockton is returning. But is this matchup more about the programs? And it doesn't matter who the coaches are. It doesn't matter who the players are.
I think, and you guys can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this or off base, but for me, I have a little bit of bias here. It's always going to be, until I see college football change even more dramatically than it already has, I'm always going to look at that game similar to how Michigan looks at Ohio State and go, we must beat these bleep holes. I don't care who their quarterback is. I don't care who their coach is. I don't care who's running the ball for them. It does not matter to me. I think until college football has devolved so badly, I will always hold that opinion.
Kenny, it's like Army, Navy, except for they'll actually be scoring. So, yes.
Where is the game being held this year?
It is Georgia at Alabama, and They
Doesn't
face each
matter
other
because
twice, but they
no.
probably will do it again next year twice.
Right, because they'll end up playing in the SEC championship game, and those two teams hate each other, and you're looking at NFL players in that game. So yeah, that's a game that I'm watching.
And the pressure on Kalen DeBoer is going to be pretty high this year.
I think pressure on both coaches, because I gotta think that Georgia, this wasn't Kenny. Am I misspeaking? This is like that gap year. We're gonna act like this year didn't happen. Go back out there next year and win some games.
You best not let it happen again.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
I think both coaches, the loser of that game, is going to be sitting on an awful warm seat.
So I completely disagree when it comes to Georgia. I think Kirby is good for another 4 or 5 years as long as they're always a top 5, top 10 team.
Stoney, I think you're thinking Big Ten style.
No.
SEC fired.
How many years was Mark Richt there and he never did anything? Kirby's won championships.
Different era, Stoney. Think about LSU got rid of Ed Orgeron after a championship. Because, well, we lost the next year.
I think
you're thinking that Stoney right now in the SEC, if you ain't winning, you're fired. And yeah, his seat will be warm.
So the last two here, and I don't think it matters at all about who's there. It's the circumstances that make these rematches important. It is Miami at Notre Dame on November 7th.
Oh.
We know why that's important.
Yeah.
And LSU at Ole Miss, September 19th.
Oh.
Doesn't matter what the result was of last game.
No.
It's all about the coaching.
Oh, LSU at Ole Miss?
Yes.
The Grove is going to have pornographic pictures of Lane Kiffin.
And Miami's
at Notre Dame.
Yeah, because that was Notre Dame did a whole lot of chirping. They did a whole lot of, you know what, we may have lost, but we were still, wait, they're in the national title game? Okay, I guess we need to shut up and be quiet. So, yes, they did a lot of talking, and then Miami just kept winning and spiking Notre Dame. But, yeah, the LSU Ole Miss game, come on. I mean,
that's
in
going to
the
be
first month of the season, too.
That's going to be one of the top 5 games of the year.
Let me just go ahead and tell you, College game day will be there.
Yes. That's going to be unbelievable.
What's interesting is that sometimes things just work out. It just worked out that they're at Ole Miss this year. That's amazing.
It is. It's great. The Grove's going to be nuts. All right. That's our college football prediction blitz on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Red Wings star defenseman Simon Edvinsson has missed the last 7 games with a knee injury. He revealed to the media today that he had surgery second half of the NBA season tomorrow. New York coach Mike Brown says it should have extra meaning for his team. Quote, they didn't just win the game, they beat us pretty bad. Every game is important, but there comes a certain point where its wins and losses are as lopsided as those 2 losses. It should shake you a bit, end quote. Detroit's injury report just came out for tomorrow. It's clean, with the exception of Duran and Stewart still missing on their suspensions. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you for joining us. And if you're driving home from work, hope you had a good day. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney in for Mike. You got Kenny and David, and of course, the venerable Rico Beard right here. For people who have listened to me over the years, this is nothing alarming that I'm going to tell you about. It's something, I've been described as a weird dude, an old dude, whatever word you want to use. I don't know why I use dude. I hate that word as well. But Mick Cronin used it yesterday. But there's certain little things I call nitpicking, pet peeves, whatever, that just, for some reason, bother me and probably very few other people.
It really gets under your skin.
Yeah, and the first person to do this to me, or had it affect me, was former Lion Eddie Murray, the kicker. So today, or yesterday, it was announced that former Houston Texan, Tennessee Titan, Los Angeles Ram, and Buffalo Bill, Robert Woods, signed a one-day contract with the Rams just so he could retire as a Ram. He played 1 year with Tennessee, 2 with Houston, his first 4 with Buffalo, and after Buffalo, he was a Ram for 5 seasons from 2017 through 2021. So he signs a one-day contract just so he could retire as a Ram.
Mm-hmm.
They're not exactly putting a Robert Woods statue. He was a good player. He wasn't a great player. I don't think he even went to any Pro Bowls, if I'm reading this correctly. Who cares? I guess besides yourself, which is all it's supposed to mean, I guess.
I guess the Rams.
Who cares who you retire as? What difference does that make? I mean,
and this bothers you.
Yeah, it's just you've been retired, since you didn't play last year. You've been retired. Okay, great. You're a fine football player. Oh, got to sign that contract so people know I retired as a Ram. Who cares?
Maybe he just wanted to go back to where it all started.
See, now that's the problem, because there's only certain players that need to do this, and it's the players that suck. Rice played for multiple teams, but you know who Jerry Rice is? He's a Niner.
And he retired
Emmitt Smith
a Niner.
played for Emmitt Smith. He didn't have to. He didn't do that.
He had to.
He didn't do one-day contract with the Niners because
Right.
you know he's a Niner.
Right.
Emmitt Smith goes to multiple teams. You know he's a
Jerry
Cowboy.
Rice.
He doesn't need to do it.
I knew Jerry Rice as a Seattle Seahawk.
Yeah, and a Raider.
But Robert Woods is doing it because everybody's like, who? Oh, you play for the Rams. Okay. Exactly. It's stupid.
It's ridiculous. It's amazing, David. You're so smart on this subject. Others not so much. But yes, I wonder if there's any Canadian players. But 248-539-9797. Now, not just about this, but is there any?
But David, he actually did sign a one-day contract.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Jerry Rice?
Yep.
Oh, it's
Why?
beneath him.
Thank you. It is beneath him.
How is it beneath? He started there. I'm going to end there one day. Give me my flowers. And guess what?
But
tomorrow,
we know who you are.
Tomorrow,
he
I'm
gets
off
his
the building.
He gets his flowers. He gets his statue. He's a Hall of Famer. He doesn't need to sign a contract to say he retired as a what does that do to you? And so I don't know. I think Herman Moore did it too. I see it more with. I can understand it more with guys who played like 12 years with one team, then played 1 year with the other and came back. But no, yeah, actually, I can't even see that. Like Eddie Murray. I mean, does it make you feel that good that you retired as a Lion? Do you think you won't be part of the organizational promotional activities or whatever the veterans do around here if you didn't retire as a Lion? No.
It just completes the circle for people. Like I've learned so much today, Kenny. I don't know about you, about
Rico,
David.
I'm on your side on this one. I don't understand. I mean, I get not getting why you're doing it, but at the same time, I don't think I have the pet peeve energy that Stoney has.
Look, we all have pet peeves when it comes to sports.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is one where, all right.
I couldn't care one way or the other. If that's what you want to do, I mean, it's your life, man. This is where it all started for you. Sure, do it.
One day deal. You're going to come in there, a bunch of handshakes, pat on the back. It ain't like you walking in there saying, okay, I need to put on a helmet. And you're not playing.
And I think this is more for the athlete and their family or their friends. It's the ceremonial thing it's not about the fans at that point.
Kenny, great point, because at this point in your career, your young kids are now older and they may have never really noticed you or seen you in that uniform. If they were young when you played and you left, and you know what?
But you're not
now
putting
you can
on
appreciate
you're not
what
putting
Dad
on a
did.
uniform. You're just signing a contract.
Right, but they can appreciate what Dad did, and wow, these people
I'll tell you,
brought
there
him
was
back.
another one who did it, a former Lion, I remember. Oh, one of the all-time great lines, David. David, because you know, and you agree with me that, man, when you think of the history of Lion football, Tahir Whitehead had to retire as a Lion.
No, he didn't.
I look at that. I'm almost positive because I think I was there in the press room when they brought him back just to retire as a Lion. Really? All right. So what's your pet peeve? That's one of mine. I'll give you some others later. 248-539-9797. Do you have a big pet peeve in sport? And it's usually something silly. I admit, it's silly. It really is. Because it doesn't affect me, but it
bothers you that much.
Yes, it does. It bothers me.
Mine is not like yours, Stoney. Okay. You and David, you're on that island. For me, my pet peeve is Saturday college football season when any big game is at noon. No big game should ever be at noon. Now, Doug and I we will go back and forth because Doug hates anything other than noon games. Don't give me the biggest game of the day at noon. 3:30 or 8 o'clock. Pick one, and I'm good. Noon games to me are the appetizers. It's the hors d'oeuvres of the day. The noon game is what you do as you're shopping. You're cutting the grass. You're raking the leaves. And you're kind of passively listening to it on the radio. But you're not, or you're cleaning up. Like, you're not really that focused because the noon game is big school versus some directional school that you know they're going to win. Then 3:30 and 8 o'clock roll around. Okay, let me focus. Let me dial in. These are the big games. I don't like the noon big games.
I understand.
And Fox big noon kickoff.
Well, I was going to go there, yeah.
It was almost like they created that just to spite me.
Pretty much. But would you not hate it as much or pet peeve it as much if it had different announcers?
No.
Okay.
I don't. But it's why people get mad. I've often, like, Michigan, Ohio State, especially when you're both good, man, you are wasting an opportunity. Make everybody watch you at night, whatever stadium under the lights, because there's something about a night game, big game. It means a little bit more than high noon. You can't get up for that. I mean, if your team is playing, yes, but like Texas, Oklahoma, another game, I'd move that game to a night game.
Well, I think the Michigan, when Texas was, they've had games at noon because as a person who goes to, as a person who goes to games and enjoys a tailgate, the noon game is a little tougher because you got to leave the house at, if you want to drink for 3 hours before, like I do, you want to leave the house at 6:30 or 6:45, and your wife says, "What are you, nuts?" I said, "Yeah, I'd rather get there early when there's nobody there and just drink with a few people before everybody else gets there than sit in freaking traffic."
Now that, yes, you're right about that. But you can also, on the other end, if with the noon game, then enjoy
the rest of your day.
Well, you could, but you can enjoy the parking lot and postgate, I guess is what you would call it.
That's true.
Until the crowd leaves and
As
it's
you're
clear.
all sitting there watching the real games on somebody's TV.
Right, exactly.
Well, the SEC does have some noon games, don't they? But they're usually
They do.
Big games.
It used to be Vanderbilt, but now
Kenny,
Vanderbilt's
haven't they
good.
moved all their big games to night games or later, like 3:30?
Yeah, they're typically like the 3:30s and
Right.
the night games is the bigger game.
I like the 3:30 start because, especially like later on, because it ends in night. It ends with the lights on, and if that game-winning touchdown under the lights to me just seems a little more special than
that pet peeve. I can. While it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you. I would rather have the 3:30 game as well. Because the noon game is just a little too early. Because especially if you have things to do early. I mean, a lot of kids' activities are more earlier than late. You'd rather have a night game so you don't have to worry about what your kids are going to do. All right, 248-539-9797. Kenny, do you have a sports pet peeve?
I have a couple, and they both come from one of them comes from the world of basketball, because now that I'm a freshly minted Pistons fan, actually a seasoned veteran Pistons fan, having gone to, that's not the pet peeve, David, but I appreciate the thought.
They let them in the building.
No, it's simply this. I like the drum beat for the defense chant. That's always been cool. I hate it when they pipe in the crowd noise of a fake crowd saying it. They used to do the Jimmy Howard thing too. I hate that.
What fake crowd noise?
You're right. That's all real. That's
That
all
is
LCA
authentic
fans.
LCA people.
That's all the Pistons diehards out there
It is
in the
not-
300 level seating.
Liar.
Right. I always thought it was corny and tacky. And they used to do it with Jimmy Howard, too, back in the day when Jimmy Howard was here. They'd have the fake Jimmy Howard. I hate that.
Oh, wow.
The fake piped-in crowd noise. Yeah. No good.
Don't believe you, Kenny.
All right, 248-539-9797. What is your sports peeve? I'll give you another one, but right now the number one on my list is guys who sign one-day contracts with their former team just to say, ooh, I retired as a Ram. Yeah, great, Robert Woods. We don't care. 97-1.
The trade deadline is over, which means NBA teams are gearing up for the playoffs, and so's Fanatic Sportsbook. Here's the deal, guys. You've heard me talk about fan cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if that bet misses, you're still stacking fan cash. Fan cash unlocks value you can't get at other sports books either, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts from your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatic events like FanFest in New York City. That's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatic's Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. Even if you love player props the way that I do, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. Make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. Having a little fun with what are your pet peeves
I got another
in
one.
sports?
Oh, I got another one too.
You ready? Go ahead.
It's two. It's announcers who feel like they're the show, like we're there for their comedy hour. So they announce the games, and you could tell that they got a bunch of scripted things that they have to get in. Oh my goodness, look at this and that. Yeah, it's like, dude, just do the play-by-play of the game. I don't need to hear your jokes and when are you going to be, and make sure you tip your waitress. I'll be performing over at the at the Fox Theater. No, don't care. The other, and this is one I agree with Mike with, is the sideline reporter, because it's really the same thing. Coach, you're losing the game. What do you need to do? Score more points. Okay, back to you.
That was the beauty of Greg Popovich.
What do you? Hey, coach, the team is out there scoring more. You're down by 40 points. What do you got to do? Score more points.
I mean, the sideline reporter, if you're down there and you have information on an injury or something, hey, I just saw so-and-so go in the 10 or whatever, fine. But yeah, you're right.
The halftime reporter?
No, every once in a while they'll say something good, but they want nothing to do with it.
Hey.
And, they do it because they're pretty much told they have to do it.
Mike McDonald, he would just take off running. He'd just take a dead sprint. Nope, no, I don't have time. And he would just run into the locker room, and the reporter would try to keep up with him, and they couldn't.
My other one that I have is probably more serious than this one. And this has been going on since Rick Carlisle coached the Detroit Pistons, but it's really manifests itself more in football, although I should have used it last night. When there are games, and this is for football and basketball only, that are frickin' blowouts in the fourth quarter of an NBA or a college game, and it would be the second half, where a team's up 20 or so with like 5 minutes left or whatever. In football, you're in the fourth quarter, you're up 27-3. Take your starters out of the game. Yeah. Especially in college, these guys, they're players who they work their asses off at scout teams and all that stuff. Give them their chance to play. Last night was an example. I mean, thankfully, it was not a dirty play. We're not gonna go through that again. But the play where Cronin where he kicked out his own player, Cooper actually goes up and the shot was actually blocked from behind. There was body contact. It was a hard basketball foul. Nonetheless, why is he in the game? He could have got hurt. He got sent to the floor.
And that's what we were asking the entire game. We were looking. It's like, they're up by 25 points. Okay, they're up by 27 points. And we're sitting there looking at 5 players on the bench. All of these young guys.
This is Barry Sanders. This is Nick Sanders' time.
No, not even that. These are the younger players who need the game experience so that come tournament time, you have more experience in games. So that's why I'm like, put in the freshmen, put in those backup guys. Yeah, the Nick Sanders, and that they come in with like 2 minutes to go.
Right.
But for these guys, because I can't even get angry, Stoney, if I'm the opposing coach, if a bench player comes in and is hitting shots because he's on scholarship and he's out there trying.
Or in football, throwing the ball.
Right. If Cohen Carr's out there dunking on me, it's like, really? Why? You're up by 25 points.
Correct.
Why is he even in the game?
Yeah.
But if Cam Ward is in the game, or Scott, well, he's now as a starter, but you put in those backups, they go into Trey Ford. Okay, Trey Ford hit a 3. Yeah, he needs to practice.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm with you on that. I was screaming because I'm like,
and part of me is because I'm a wuss and I'm afraid of injury. But if you get somebody, and I'm sure there are examples that people have that I don't remember, but there are a few severe injuries during mop-up time or garbage time, whatever you want to call it, or blowout time. It's ridiculous.
You don't want to see it happen. I mean, It wasn't a blowout time, but like Toppin, he's out for Texas Tech, and that's pretty much going to derail their season. If something happens to Fears, Tom, you got to answer for this.
Right, especially if it comes in late in the game when you already won the game, basically. David, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Hi, I'm all right. My sports pet peeve is when American people. I'm American. I'm just when Americans, will say, "Oh, the Seattle Seahawks are the world champions," or whoever won the World Series last year. The World Series is a joke.
Dodgers.
That's another pet peeve.
Yeah.
Somebody try to get your
I mean,
attention.
you got the World Cup going on, and those are world champions.
Yes. Pet peeve number 3, little kids crying or talking during dad's phone calls.
Answer the kid.
Sorry,
Answer,
you want
please.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, get a kid some fries.
Yeah.
Stoney, I did have a question.
Yes.
Or Enrico as well. Who do you guys got in the World Cup? A real sport.
Oh, a real
America.
A real world sport.
The United States, right?
No.
Somebody,
chance.
I'm going to go with Argentina.
Okay. I don't hear you guys talk about the World Cup. Kinda hurts my
Well,
feelings.
because we like to have ratings. We'll talk about it when they start.
David, we like our
Well,
jobs.
we'll talk about it when they start and when there's an issue. That's when the World Cup gets discussed. That's
As long
when
as
it
it's not
happens.
Canada, I don't care who wins the World Cup.
You know what? Yeah, wow. Maybe we'll do a World Cup blitz for David.
I actually love the World Cup. I think I love the passion of it, but there is a famous expression out there that I heard when I was a little kid. There's a reason God made hands. Let's go to Tom in Walled Lake. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Stoney, Rico. Great show.
Hey, Tom. Thanks.
Pet peeve basketball. Why on foul shots do they have to touch everybody's hands after the shot and with the rest of the players on the team? Why does that have to happen?
I guess it's camaraderie time, but you know what the funny thing is when the person's at the free throw line and their teammates are about 40 feet behind them and they still do the fake shaking hands with air. Like there's nobody there, dude. But I guess it's a part of his routine and he doesn't want to break his routine. But yes, I'm with you. Like, okay. All right. Yeah.
Baseball. I think you guys talked about this earlier in the week. Why don't they do at least 1 or 2 doubleheaders every year for the fans and have a traditional doubleheader?
Because the owners would make less money. It's that simple.
Less money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was enough.
Money. There's a old Broadway show movie called Cabaret, and one of their big songs is "Money makes the world go around," and it's true. And it's not just sports. It's what I believe is kind of in corporate America. It's kind of ruined America.
Yeah.
Houston in Redford. What's up?
Thank you guys so much for taking this call. This is a super duper, I hate it, pet peeve of mine. When a punt returner is standing at the 10-yard line and they catch the ball at the 10 or the 5 or the 2, when science says the probability of you just moving out of the way is going to go to the I cannot stand that. Thank you for letting me have the call, guys.
No.
That's a great one.
I have screamed many a times, why did you catch the ball on the 7-yard line? It was about to go. Just let it go in the end zone. The odds of it bouncing straight up are astronomical. It was going to go out of bounds. I'm. You know what? He did hit upon one I didn't even realize.
That's a good one.
I yell at the TV all the time, like, God, what are we doing? What are we doing?
How about in almost the same realm, blocking in the back on a punt or a kickoff return? You know you can't do it. It happens, I bet you percentage-wise, half of them.
How about this?
And most of them don't make a difference either one way or the other.
If you're on the other side of the field, just let it go. It had no effect on the play. None whatsoever. Just don't throw the flag. Like, it's a penalty. He blocked in the back, like 10 yards behind the runner. Then let it go. Once you go past the runner, it should be granted in.
Yes, absolutely. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. It's a Valenti Show with Rico Stoney here in for Valenti on 97.1. Before we get to our Pro Football Blitz, as you just heard, Jeremy Otto announced that Rod Wood is stepping down as president and CEO of the Lions.
Rod the Bod.
Yes. In a statement, he is quoted saying, I want to thank the Ford family and ultimately Lion fans everywhere for trusting me to lead the Lions for the last 11 seasons. It's been an absolute thrill for me to lead this organization. I'm proud of what we accomplished over that decade plus. I'm most proud of where I leave the organization in the capable hands of Sheila Hamp, Brad Holmes, and Dan Campbell. And Sheila said the entire Ford family would like to thank Rod for his dedication and commitment to the Lions in the city of Detroit. Rod is a trusted advisor and passionate leader for our organization. While Rod will be missed, we are excited to work with Russell Reynolds Associates to find the next dynamic leader of our business. So, Lions are going to get a new president and CEO. How much will have to do with football, I have no idea. So we'll see. It's going to be a definite interesting search where this team is headed in that respect. All right. It's now time for a little professional football blitz.
That's right, guys. So Bleacher Report decided to put a list together of the 99 greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Wow.
Now, we are not going to go through all 99.
Number 99. Who's not? Let's go. Top to bottom.
I can give you 99
Line
just to
rankings.
give it
Let's
to
go.
you.
Ron Jaworski.
99, I'll give it to you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. 'Cause I
Eric
want to
Hipple.
focus on the top 20. But number 99, Ryan Tannehill.
Wow.
Ryan Tannehill is number 99.
Remember, they got to find somebody, right?
No, I'm surprised.
Of all time?
I think there's 99 better than him.
Okay.
Obviously, anyway, yeah.
So let's go through the top 20 here. You all can give some guesses if you want. If not, I'll just go through it and we can just talk about it.
I mean,
there's obvious ones.
Right, there's obvious ones, but you know what? I'll save that one for you. I will say Joe Montana.
Joe Montana is number 2 on this
Okay.
list. That makes sense.
How about I'll play the role of my age, Johnny Unitas.
Johnny Unitas is number 11 on this list. In the top 20, yes.
I'm just going to take the obvious Tom Brady.
Tom Brady is number 1.
I figured.
Okay, I like this game. I'd say we're blind ranking the top. That's basically what we're doing. Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is number 4.
All right, so we got the top 4, right?
Nope, you're missing number 3.
Oh, okay.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is number 3.
All right, here we go.
Process of elimination. Once you name Mahomes, Brady, Montana, you know Manning's there. So if you want to do top 5, you're missing number 5.
I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and go really old school and go Otto Graham.
Otto Graham is not 5, but he is in the top 20. He is number 12.
Okay.
Number 5.
Number 5.
I have a guess.
You know what? I'm going to go Dan Marino.
No, Dan Marino is number 10.
Yeah, Dan Marino can't be on there because he hadn't won anything. I'm going to say number 5, somebody who did win back-to-back, and he was in a few others. That would be Mr. John Elway.
That was wrong. He is number 6.
Oh,
Okay,
off by
then
1.
you know what? How about somebody who should retire from Fox? David, your quarterback, Terry Bradshaw.
Terry Bradshaw is in the top 20. He is number 15.
Are we going to put...
I truly thought you were going to get number 5 the minute you said he should retire.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is number 5. And then you said he was my quarterback, and I'm like, oh, he's about to get Aaron Rodgers. But then you said retire from Fox. So
Both should retire.
Okay, so we have the top 6.
you
Go
will
ahead.
have the top 6.
All right.
Is Brett Favre on there?
Brett Favre is number 7.
Oh, come on. Really? That's a joke.
Yes, he is number 7. It says that he has one championship, 3-time MVP, 11-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro. They say number 7.
I'm going to go with Sam Darnold. No, I'm kidding.
Any gingers allowed on the top 25 list?
So if you want to finish the top 10, you're missing number 9 and number 8.
Number 8 and number 9.
Let's go with
I can give you
Jim
hints.
Kelly.
Jim Kelly, not in the top 20.
What's your hint?
They have Jim Kelly, just so you know, he's 22.
Okay.
Hint here.
Don't make it an obvious hint. Make us think about it a little bit.
Wait, hold on. Would Roger Staubach be on there?
Yes, there's one.
Roger Staubach is number 17.
Whoa.
Number 17.
Don't give me that overrated piece of.
So I'll give you a hint.
I shouldn't be a piece of. Oh, go ahead then. I'll
give you a hint for one of the individuals
he's
left
not
in
a
the
piece
top
of
10.
anything. I was just.
I'll just move on and give you a hint here. He was actually both of these guys were used before this past Super Bowl. They were used in a set in this past Super Bowl.
In a set.
Yeah, there was a thing that happened. Music was played. A band was playing before the game started. Both of these guys were involved.
I didn't see the pregame show, so
It wasn't part of the pregame show. It was part of all the national anthem, all this other stuff, and then they had a band play. And 2 of these guys were part of the players that they brought out with this band.
I'm trying to think of like a.
The game was in San Francisco.
Steve
Young, number 9 on the list.
Oh, I think he's a terrific quarterback. Top 10, though? Really?
Super Bowl record, 6 TD.
I know, but it was against the Chargers, right? That shouldn't count.
That still counts. That's the Super Bowl,
I
Stoney.
was against Stan Humphries.
Right, you don't get to say, well, it just doesn't count.
You are missing number 8. That's funny. You are missing number 8.
Did number 8 win a Super Bowl?
Oh, yes.
Was number 8 early Super Bowls?
No.
Okay, so it wasn't
Drew Brees.
No, Drew Brees. I was going to give you a hint. It is Drew Brees. Yes. So what
I'm lapping you.
Now you all have completed the top 10. We have more within the top 20 we can do.
Okay.
So
just give us the rest.
I'm glad that Bart Starr was not in the top 10 because
you questioned Brett Favre at number 7 because what they did was with the votes, they didn't list it the highest ranking they received and the lowest vote they received.
Okay.
So Brett Favre at number 7, you questioned. His highest vote was number 6, and his lowest was 14.
Okay.
So there's a gap there between where he really landed. So let me finish out the top 20 here. At 20, Matthew Stafford.
Wow.
I wouldn't have guessed him.
I wouldn't have guessed it either, but when you go look, if you care about stats and an MVP and a Super Bowl.
If he wins another one, he'll start climbing up the list.
I expect is Dan Fouts on this list?
You see, that's why I asked one of if he's won a Super Bowl in the top 10, and he said yes, so Fouts is out of there. Where's Fouts?
Dan Fouts is number 23.
Ooh. He is at least better than highly rated than his former San Diego. Well, they didn't play together, but Phillip Rivers, right?
Yes. And I'll find out where Rivers is.
Okay,
I'm sure
good,
he's on here.
good.
So 20 was Stafford. Number 19, Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
Number 18, Kurt Warner.
Phillip Rivers is 32, by the way.
32 for Phillip Rivers.
Kurt Warner.
And just outside of the top 20, Warren Moon's 21. So there we go. Numbers, you got 17, Roger Staubach. Number 16, Ben Roethlisberger.
Overrated. He's a douchebag.
So that is a 2-time Super Bowl champion, a 6-time Pro Bowler, and an Offensive Rookie of the Year. And number 14
Well, guess what?
would
I can
be
watch the
Bart
gold medal
Starr.
game Sunday in my
Number
basement
13
thanks to
would be
Matrix
Fran
Basement because
Tarkenton.
they took a
I
totally
was thinking
unfinished
of him.
basement and they hooked it
So
up for
those
me.
are your top
they can do the
20
exact same thing for you.
Where does Bobby Lane even make the
matrixbasements.com,
list, by the
And what you're going to find out is they're offering the Build Now, Pay
Yes, he
Later
does.
program.
Bobby Lane is number 37.
Absolutely zero interest and zero payments
look at Bobby Lane's
until the
stats?
year 2028.
Like, where's, like, Joe Namath?
Honestly,
If
I've
you've
been
been
thinking
Joe-
about it.
Joe
you have
Namath,
no excuse.
okay?
Once you go on their
His
website,
stats
schedule that
are
free
awful. He's in the Hall
consultation.
of Fame.
They'll come up with a
Very true.
design
Different
for
time
you.
period.
I
And
know.
in
Very
about
true.
7 to 8 weeks,
I know.
you will be Different sitting time period. I mean, in think your about it. If brand new golf basement played done in by that same Matrix period, he Basements. probably you don't need to wait. would be in the Hall you of don't Fame. need to worry because they're going to take great care of you like they took
So
great
those are
care
your
of
top
me.
20. Again, the
Build
top 5,
now,
Aaron
pay later,
Rodgers,
zero
4,
interest,
Patrick
zero
Mahomes,
payments until the
3,
year
Peyton Manning,
2028.
2,
And
Joe Montana,
Build now, with Build Now and Pay
1,
Later, you can
Tom Brady. That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Michigan Wolverine and current Minnesota Wild defenseman, one of the 3 or 4 best defensemen in the National Hockey League, Quinn Hughes, in overtime. USFNA. They win and advance to the semifinals, where they'll play Slovakia, and they'll take on the winner of Canada and Finland if they win Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Yeah, that was 3-on-3 overtime is really, really exciting.
Nothing funnier than watching that with Kenny. He was like, okay, guys, it went to overtime. Leave me alone.
Yeah. However, I kind of think that for events like the Olympics, just like the playoffs in the National Hockey League, you just do the regular overtime. You don't need 3-on-3.
Continuous OT? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this was sudden death too, but I think you just do continuous OT. You don't need shootouts. You just play until you score a goal. That's why it's the Olympics.
If you wanted to do that in the round robin, totally fine. It's just like the regular season. If you want to do it then, fine. Continuous OT for this would have made much more sense.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we are joined in studio by the king of the trolls himself, Jeff Rieger, who was
very negative, Stoney.
Well,
you were going after me on social media. I don't really appreciate it. I'm nothing but a big supporter of yours.
I support you a lot, but you know how I first of all, I can't stand trolling. Number 2 is you're trolling Canada too early in a game, and they ended up tying it up and winning the game.
I don't have that power. Okay, I don't have this cosmic power that whatever I say, the antithesis is going to happen.
Well, that's true.
But,
actually, you do.
I mean, I might. It does seem like things I don't want to happen.
Yeah.
But the stuff I really want to happen never happened when I so-called troll or just update people what's going on. But no, this was awesome, Stoney. Like you, Rico, David, Will, Kenny, me, Evan. I think Evan was actually rooting for Sweden. All gathered around the television, and when Quinn Hughes scored, everybody erupted. This was a fun game.
Yeah,
this was big.
The whole hockey has been. The Canada game today was magnificent.
Great game.
And from what I saw of the Finland-Switzerland game, where Finland almost blew, and then they came back and they win in overtime against the Swiss. I mean, Switzerland's quietly building up a nice little program.
I just love the fact, listen, I was hell-bent on the Canadians losing today. I wanted that so desperately.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you have pre-written tweets?
No.
You have them saved in your draft.
I have a format, yes.
You have them saved in your draft.
What do you mean?
That you already know what you're going to say, and the second this team loses and get it out the draft,
No. I'm not like one of those broadcasters that just thinks about what they're going to say after a championship happens. No, it's all organic, Rico.
Like Eddie Olczyk, who just said that was a hellebuck of a game.
Exactly. Yeah, Eddie Olczyk. That's a hellebuck of a game.
There you go.
For the
exactly. Hey, comedy show. Hey, make sure you see me at the State Theater.
Mm-hmm.
He was waiting on that all game long.
Right.
No, but I was listening to your conversation today, and I wanted Canada to lose until I realized that I'd rather the Americans knock their ass out.
Okay,
which would be amazing. But I agree with David. Other than I don't hate Canada, I just hate their elitism towards hockey.
Right.
So
That's all. I hate their arrogance towards hockey.
You hate the Underground Railroad too, like David?
No. I love Canada. And by the way, did you guys know you guys messed this up? I found this out the other day. Do you know it's Toronto? You don't pronounce the T. Toronto.
I always thought it was Toronto.
No. Toronto. You don't. It's not toe. It's Toronto. Toronto.
Because there was I can't even remember who it was.
Is it like Louisville?
Louisville.
I'd rather
go to another reason to hate them. Thank you.
I'd rather go to Toronto than to go to a place I don't want to. Do you agree that their national anthem is better than ours?
No. Absolutely not.
It actually
It is.
No, it's all subjective. Absolutely. No, I do not. I agree with David on that one. And I agree.
Kenny liked how I described our national anthem. It's
by the way,
written an 8-octave scale written for a goose.
Tim Hortons is good and all, but other establishments I feel I frequent more.
Oh, locally?
Like Dunkin' Donuts. I like their coffee better.
American, thank you.
Yeah, American,
Love it.
exactly. They were happy.
Well, Tim Hortons over there, for some reason, those donuts just better. I don't know.
No, they
why.
will tell you it does. It's the same.
Actually, it's not. Actually, it's not. When you stop at the little
It's
on the
better
freeway,
maple in it.
Yeah, when you pull off on the freeway and you stop at the little thing to get gas and all of that, and the Tim Hortons and all the restaurants.
You know what else is
They
great?
got Sabaro's pizza there too. Delicious pizza.
Yes, they do.
You know
Made
what
with
else?
bits of real Canadians.
You know what else is great about Canada? They still sell Esso gas. They haven't switched over to Exxon.
You're right.
I just need to know because I want to look at your dress.
ESSO. Look it up, Riggs.
I don't know about that.
I think you have pre-written tweets.
No. I just watch a lot of
Like,
sports.
I think
and
before the game started, you had one for MSU losing, just in case.
No, I knew
And
you
all
guys
you
weren't
do
gonna
is just
lose.
change out the team.
Hey,
name.
listen, you raising your voice to me?
Yes.
You raising your voice? You
I
raising your
am.
voice to
No.
me?
Who are you?
You raising your voice to me?
Who
I mean,
are
he
you?
did raise it a little bit, but it wasn't done in a bad way.
No, it was like I can't believe you're questioning me on this. I can't believe you said I asked the worst question ever.
I would have been like, yeah. Did you just say I asked the worst question ever? Like we can do this all day.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny because Izzo called out his boy Mick Cronin after the game, which I appreciated.
What did he say?
I've never seen when a coach ejected his own player.
Yes.
Rieger, we were all at the arena like, because he was yelling, he was at the, talking to him and like, blah, 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 and you don't do this. And then all of a sudden he just pointed. And I looked, I was with Jack Evan. I was like, did he just throw his own player out the game?
Like, do you think
And
Mick
then he
Cronin...
had to do the walk, he had to do the Cersei Lannister walk of shame.
Yep.
And because now you got to cut past the Izzone, past the band, and then back to the Izzone again
pretty
to
great.
walk through the tunnel.
I can't believe, like, UCLA and USC, when they both have come to Michigan to play in these games, they've lost by a combined 200 points. Like, I guess I understand a little bit why these California schools don't want to come out here.
Well, they're not as good either.
That's very fair.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
And Michigan State hit 14 threes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we're going to start with Michigan, though. We're going to talk a little Canada, United States later on in the program. We're on for 4 hours, Stoney.
Oh, good for
but,
you.
I am going to rehash something that Rico and I did on Monday, and maybe I'm now seeing Rico's point of view, or maybe I'm not. So I'm going to ask the people to help me out because I'm a little confused about the number one team in the country. That was a hell of a game yesterday. It's a hell of a win.
It was.
It was.
Up by
Really.
20 going into one of the commercial breaks. Like, Mackey was ready to explode, and they just
Never got the
like,
chance.
Wow.
Well, the offensive rebounds were amazing.
Well, Godot was
those shots were
fantastic. Like, he dagger after dagger. Like, wow.
Mara was in foul trouble damn near the entire second half. They still won.
No Mara, and then all of a sudden it looked like they were going to come back, and then you put Mara back in, and then they don't come back.
You know what's great, man? I mean, LJ Son, Elliot Godot. This team is special. They are. You tried to tell me that on Monday.
No, you're not allowed
They're
to say
special,
that.
but I'm not willing to go to where you went. We'll talk about it.
You got angry at me, said
Oh,
I
you're
was
trolling. No,
you.
he is.
And I'm
Stoney.
like,
Stoney,
Rieger.
this is a Sparty troll right here.
Or
What's he saying?
He said the day Michigan was named number one, he said, well, now you got to win a championship or your season's a failure. So
No.
he's moving the goalpost. That's typical Sparty playbook trolling. That's exactly what that is.
I said,
you said that.
You're beating teams by 20 and 30 points. You win this whole thing, you will be an iconic team that will get talked about for decades. The way you talk about the Running Rebels, the way you talk about the Unibrow Kentucky team, the way you talk about the 2024 UConn. Like, there's certain teams. It's like being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I don't know about that, but because the way the Running Rebels, because they were so exciting and all that.
Stoney, and they destroyed teams.
Oh no, I understand that, but people aren't going to remember 20 years. Michigan, who was on that team? I mean, because they don't have
stars,
like NBA
Yes,
stars.
they don't have
But if
like
you think
lottery
about
guys.
it, their Running Rebel team was a hodgepodge of players.
Didn't they have Larry Johnson?
They did.
And yeah, they had a lot. Okay.
Grandmama.
All right.
Heaven forbid you say anything nice about these guys.
We'll be
Goodbye.
back. We'll be back tomorrow. 97.1.